What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. L's in chat for Teriak. Okay. Alright, let me prove it. Oh my god, we're all fucking up today. It is what it is. The music's still playing. Unbelievable, Teriak. Okay, so 1 sec. Let me prove it, okay? Let me prove it. I was fucking eating. Oh shit. I went to go get something to eat. This is my my typical dish to let y'all know. We got some eggs, 4 eggs, 400 grams of beef. I'm saying some mozzarella cheese. Is that good, the cheese? You know? Is it good, the cheese? It stretches too much, so I'm going to switch it back to the cheddar, okay? Eggs and beef and cheese. Don't forget the cheese, Spartacus. You know what I'm saying? But let me catch up with chat as well. We got Crazy. Where am I? Yeah, where the fuck were you in that debate? Crazy? I don't know what the fuck was going on in that debate. I'm worried about you, bro. You need to get some eggs. You need to get some brain food. Get some eggs and beef into you, okay? Welcome in, John. Welcome in, Crazy. Welcome in, John, as well. Welcome in, Dalian. Yeah, we got raided, so let me play the clips, ladies and gentlemen.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming, and also because it's our boy Easy, gotta make sure you remain logical. I thought I joined before the cutoff, by the way, so I was sitting there backstage like an idiot. And I was like, oh, I'm going to keep waiting. And then like the finals came and I was like, wait, am I not in the finals? And then like Tanya's like, no, you fucking idiot. You joined after the cutoff. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. I thought I still had a bit of time and then the show got unplugged. So it is what it is. But that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you don't be like me, okay? Don't be a Tylenol boy. Be a logical boy like our boy Speakeasy outlines.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the 3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Boom. Mic drop. Wrecking the lefties left, right, and center. To be honest, we got Bill saying 27 minutes. Okay, I started it early, okay? I only got back up to my chair, okay? I showed you me food. I'm not lying, okay? Oh, well, I'm unblocked. Bill, you've been unblocked for months at this stage. But goes to show you, you know, maybe you didn't come around to your boy Teriak's stream. Maybe you only realize it now because you know, thanking me, okay? You know, come to my place no more, okay? Comrades, new phone with this. Slow boy, like I said, it's your boy Teriak. We take a lot of Tylenols here. You know what I'm saying? We also go welcome in the Dart says, last thing I saw was a portal, now I'm here. My man, we got guests backstage. Let me introduce chat before we get going. Spartacus saying L to Teriak, 100%. Can we get some L's in chat for your boy Teriak? Late tax, apparently, yep, of course. Eggs and beef, best meals. Welcome in, Jess, as well. Welcome in. Spartacus says, I'm a cum. Thank you for coming. We got half foot as well with the $10. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Appreciate you, Halfwood, and welcome in, Stacy. Good morning, and welcome in, Katie. Welcome in, comrades. Welcome in, and without further ado, let me introduce the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We're fucking back, baby.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back.
We're back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. That's we are back.
What's the crack, boys?
Yo.
Chilling like a villain.
My man. So he's been up to much lately?
Yeah, so Teriak, when did you become a simp for Andrew Wilson?
When did I become a simp? Well, back before I was born, right? When I was still in my mom's womb, she took some extra strength Tylenol. And I'd say probably since that moment, that's when the Andrew Wilson simpery came in. Why'd you ask?
Why do I ask? Because it seems like irrational. It seems rational to and just me, Stacey in chat saying, "Oh no, it's Kieran." Get the fuck out of here, Stacey. Okay. No, I'm just saying, like, do you think Teriak, do you think like the people in this sphere are kind of emulating Andrew Wilson?
You sure it's not flat?
Oh my God, fucking hang on.
You live in the
Yeah.
upside down. Why is anybody listening?
Yeah, bro, pull another
Tell him
bong.
to shut the
okay?
fuck up. Stop
How
being
about
gay
you
and
pull a
retarded.
fucking bong? Okay, right, well, I'm just asking Teriak. Do you
So you're
think
saying
people...
that-
No, so nobody else
And
is
that
allowed
he's
to talk?
influencing people, and people are kind of following the same path, or they're trying to do the same thing as him. Like, what are you saying?
Yeah,
Hey, boys,
I'm saying...
he was asking me.
Oh, I thought your mouth was full.
So yeah, with your mama's pussy. Anyways, Kieran, like, what do you mean by copying? You're saying that like people are emulating them?
Yeah, I think there's a thing called unearned knowledge. Okay, so you can go through your life and learn shit, or you can kind of learn catchphrases from other people, and it makes you sound smart, but you aren't really smart. That's me, by the way, not you. That's me.
Okay. And
Well,
then
and then
And then I'll have 4 chicken nuggets.
oh my
like,
God!
is the question about Andrew, or is the question about like the community we have here, or?
Yeah, the question is more about like, do you think you, not you personally, can you think for yourself, or do you use catchphrases and buzzwords?
Yeah, like, that's a good point, because I think there is a lot of people where they're not just kind of they're not thinking for themselves, and they just kind of like see this time and time again. Like, anytime like Andrew makes an absolute banger of an argument, like you'll see it kind of just regurgitated by like particular people in the space and all that. But then when you give them counter examples, they don't seem to align with the way Andrew would actually align on that issue. Do you know what I mean? So, like, for example, like the whole like repeal 19th, right? A lot of people like parrot that. They don't understand like why like Andrew and Rachel would actually support repealing the 18th or 19th. You know what I mean? A lot of people, let's say, will go down the avenue of like, yeah, fuck the ladies, fuck the women, we don't want women voting, all this kind of shit. Whereas time and time again, Andrew and Rachel have both said it's like, no, there's huge swaths of men we don't want voting either. You know what I mean? Rejecting universal suffrage is not like a misogynistic position, which is what oftentimes Andrew and all that kind of stuff get confused with. But if you just regurgitate like Andrew's talking points, like that's an easy way to discover, is this person just parroting the stuff, or are they actually thinking for themselves, and like do they actually understand the argument and all this kind of stuff? And it's a typical thing I've seen as well, like any nationalist arguments. Like a lot of people like will sound like a nationalist, but then you give them like some arguments that a nationalist would stand for or should stand for, but they're not well known, or Andrew hasn't talked about them, and then all of a sudden they're against nationalism. So like you see there, like for example, on Verbal Combat, like JS would say that he's a nationalist, but then he's making an argument against.
A fucking simp. He's a fucking simp. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, no, but I'm just using that as a case in point. Again, I'm not trying to have a go at JS, because maybe he's just like taking a counter argument for the sake and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But like in terms of like that aspect of like national duty or national service being mandatory, it's like as a nationalist, it's like, why would you ever disagree with that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Simp, amazing. No, we found out tonight. We found out tonight on VK that JS is a bit of a fucking what is he, like libertarian or something?
I don't know. I'd still reserve judgment, because first I didn't see the whole thing. I did see people like taking the piss out of him being liberal and all that kind of shit, but I'd hold the same kind of like merit where just because I've done this before, just because I'm making a certain argument on VK doesn't mean that I actually hold that position. You know what I mean? You've seen what like Jack and
Gay.
Seen with Jack and Crazy. It's like, holy fuck. Like, are these motherfuckers trolling at this stage? Also, just real quick, want to shout out Darth for member for 3 months. Greatness, my man. And also for the 5 gifted membership, my man. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one, sir. We having fun yet, and congratulations to Eric the Draco, Sempertoro Chaos, West 7051, Joe motherfucking Cool, and Marte Relas as well. What a pull, Dart. That was a quality pull, I'm not gonna lie.
But also showing that video of the retard playing the guitar. It's like retards lives matter. It's fucking that was good. That was good.
Lauren, baby.
I like that. Baby. Hang on. My wife's in the fucking chat. Katie, what the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out of here.
Also, welcome in, Tiny. Good to see you too. Welcome in, Katie, as well. Yeah, do listen to your husband as well. Like, women should be seen, not heard. And we also have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jack of Blades, walk us through that debate with Crazy. What the fuck happened to you and Crazy? So just went through some weird fucking portal.
Fucking owned it. He grew up. Right? In that one debate, I saw Jacob Blades go from being a little fucking young cunt to being a fucking adult. That was fucking base. That was base.
I don't know, bro. They went through like 20 topics. They went through 20 fucking topics.
Hey,
and then they had to edit the topic.
I was good. I answered every single one of those.
Jack,
Crazy was
if you had, what you mean you answered every one of them base, motherfucker? You said no, we shouldn't have near zero immigration. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Go back and watch that. You don't have your ears attuned. You need to watch that.
I got it. Unbelievable.
I got it.
Shout out to Halfwood for member 6 months. My man. But yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, you're delusional.
Were you smoking, Jack?
Yeah, I think being a member is gay. It's gay. It's gay to be a fucking member. What the fuck's wrong with you?
You're just saying that because you ain't got no members, motherfucker. Also, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Stacy, welcome to the show.
Good morning. How y'all doing? Karen, shut up. You're gay. I don't have any time.
Hang on, Stace. I still can't work out. Are you American or Australian?
American. Are you kidding me? I know it's still morning, but come on, my country accent.
What you think? You fucking little fucking American bitch. Get the fuck out of here. I don't care what you think.
Listen to him crying like a little baby. Look at this boy. Look at him. I'm just playing with you, Karen.
Actually, Stace, I should hit you up with my wife, Katie.
Yeah.
Go on, fucking in chat and say hi to Stace.
Oh, what's up, Katie? Though too, I love Katie. Your wife's amazing, and your relationship. I love how we've had these conversations about that and everything.
No, I'm
Katie.
amazing.
You're not
I'm
amazing. Katie
Get the fuck,
is. Sure.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I have way more respect for your wife because she has to deal with your ass every day. I have to deal with you barely. Okay.
Yeah, well, I think dealing with my ass is a fucking badge of honor. So good job, Katie.
There you go.
Katie. Fucking dealing with my ass. Fuck off, Stacey.
You know what? I don't know this guy right now, but whoever says no, we need zero immigration. Fuck you too. Who says that?
No, I agree. Right? Zero immigration.
I was saying the opposite.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm also a fucking migrant. Like I am. I'm a migrant, and I said, "Stop the immigration! What the fuck's wrong with you people?" Like I saw videos today of the French, the frogs, giving life jackets to people who were leaving France to go to England. They go, no, stop them! Don't give them fucking life jackets. Fucking stop them. And
Was that what the EU wants?
well, England paid fucking how many fucking
England
$1
go
million?
fuck itself.
Well, gonna say one more reason to hate the French.
Well, I'm USA to the core. So England go fuck themselves.
No,
Ireland,
no, the
Ireland,
French.
hold on.
No,
Ireland right now should be the 51st state. And I've made an argument that Canada should have been the 51st, and then Greenland second. Or Iceland, my bad.
yeah, but can we agree?
No, fuck that. It's time to take.
But can we agree? I'm like, fuck the French. Like,
Fuck the French.
just
Yeah. Once we had the treaty deal,
Fuck
French are like, oh, we'll help now. Which is a bullshit ass treaty deal, by the way. You believe that?
well, I want to ask Stace, which part of the world you from? You from Australia or fucking America?
Yes,
or
America.
What
United
the fuck is
States.
It's a fair question. It's a fair question. Stace,
but you already asked
Everybody thinks
it.
we're
You
trumping
already-
it out.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Great.
oh my god, you fucking retards! Sometimes being
What do you
drunk.
mean? You just asked the question you already asked. What the fuck?
Sometimes you forget. Sometimes you forget.
Hey,
Get the
Jack,
fuck out
Jack's
of here.
getting PTSD from his debate with Crazy.
No, Jack.
There's a bunch of people talking nonsense tonight.
Jack,
And you're one of them, Jack. And you're one of them.
No, I'm not. I'm the only one talking sense.
Jack fucking killed it. Fucking Jack
Yeah, ask
killed
a
it.
reasonable question, Karen. Like, Stace, are you from Australia or America?
Shut the fuck up, you
I'm
fucking
just-
retard. I'll ask all the questions I want. What the fuck you doing?
What are you interviewing us?
Look at me.
Oh,
I am the captain now.
I thought it was chat and chill, not chat and get interviewed by Kieran.
Well, fair call. Fair call, Teriak. He asked me, "Are you interviewing?" He's seen my interview. Fucking beta. Shut up. Okay. Shut up. Okay. We will do interviews with real people, like not Darth. Darth's gonna be just like 420, like all day. Teriak.
How would you know?
Well, how do I know? Look at your fucking avatar, you fucking retard.
Yeah, it's my avatar, not my fucking camera. Bitch.
Yeah.
Is
Then we
your
got
camera on?
I reckon the best one to interview right now would be probably Stace. I reckon that'd be fucking based.
Wow. That was all lined up. You had the chance and then you blew it. I thought you were going somewhere with it and then you blew it. You blew
Get
it.
the fuck out of here.
Oh.
He was right in the crosshairs and you fucking sneezed and messed up the shot, Karen. Unbelievable.
Shut the fuck up. So Eclipse, so
Where's your camera, Kieran?
El Picasso
I know you got
in
a
the
fancy
chat says, I don't know why people say a woman's place is in the kitchen. That's ridiculous. A woman's place is in the bedroom. Well, you could do both. You could do both.
Are you reading chat now?
Yeah.
You trying to avoid us? What's going on? The fuck?
No, fuck you, cunt. I'm just fucking being real. I'm being real. Like I'm some kind of fucking I'm kind of some like black rapper. I'm just being real.
All of a sudden, you're Tupac. What's going on here? You better get a grip.
No,
on your
Tupac
life.
was a
End
pussy.
well for him.
Tupac was a
Well, what's
pussy.
going on is Kieran suffers from this mental condition we call being Australian. It's an
Exactly.
unfortunate thing that happens.
No,
to
but
people.
prove me wrong. Tupac was a pussy. He got involved with fucking Jada Pinkett. He got involved with fucking Jada Pinkett, and so did fucking Will Smith. Jada Pinkett is the
What?
Is it wrong if I say Jada
Yeah, 'cause
Pinkett
I've never
Smith?
met Tupac. Who's Tupac?
I only know of Tupac, not Tupac.
Oh
Who the
my
fuck is
god!
Tupac?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Well,
Oh my-
he started off. He started off with like
Kieran,
He
I'm
started
starting
off
to
with
think
like
you should smoke some weed, dude.
like real
Smoke
serious.
some more, yeah, Karen.
I'm just saying.
It
Tupac
might
started off
actually
with.
counteract like you not making.
I'm just saying
I'm gonna
when
start calling him
Tupac
Tupac too. I am.
when Tupac started off, he did real
I
fucking
got a 2-pack.
He did proper nigger shit, and then he met.
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
No, he
And
said
then he
nigga.
met
He said
fucking
nigga.
Jada.
I heard him say
He met
nigga.
Jada
He
and
did.
became gay. He became gay.
You're so silly.
driving.
I mean, yes, you say 2-pack, but like 6-pack, 2-pack. So
You're gonna lie, like you're gonna lie. Are you gonna say? Are you literally gonna say like original Tupac was like real nigger shit, and then he went a bit gay. He went a bit gay.
He was always gay. What are you talking about?
He was a
He
theater
probably
boy.
was.
This is not like
Nah,
an
come on,
American culture.
Derek.
What you think
Like
these
the
Diddy
original?
parties? What do you think the whole revelation from these Diddy parties were? Remember when Cat Williams was on the whatever the fuck the show was, the podcast, and he was like, yeah, like all these rappers are gay.
Yep. Oh yeah.
It's on
He's
the
been calling
show.
them out for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
He's
what
kind of gay
about,
too, though. A little bit, kind of gayish. They're all kind of gay.
No, it's fair enough. It's fair enough. Like okay, rap is gay, but what about Eminem? Like, is
Super
he
gay
gay?
now.
Oh,
He's a
get
goat.
the fuck out of here, girl! And you fucking retard. Eminem's the fucking boss. You fucking,
Eminem, the old school Eminem that we grew up with in those days and time,
No,
and
he's
it was
a
just
goat
perfect
now.
for that time. Right. Nowadays, this Eminem, no, the new music is
What?
kind of shit anyway. I don't like the new Eminem.
I don't
I
know.
agree
probably
with that.
fair.
I don't know if you
Probably
heard.
fair. Probably fair. He okay. Me as
Shazzy,
a
I'm up
lonely.
here.
No, me as a lonely little YouTuber. I'm gonna tell Eminem how to make fucking good music. Okay, that's my.
Suno
I'm
Maker's
pretty
going
sure
to
I know
tell.
what your first note is. You're gonna tell him to say the N-word, right?
Oh, we have Jess in the chat. Good to see you, girl.
Goes
that
in
Jess?
again.
No, just saying. Good to see you, Jess. I think.
You think?
Right.
Oh, Kieran, don't be lying. You don't think. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm hearing. The cells are
Ladies and
very
gentlemen, we got a special guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Machiwa Damon, long time no talk.
How's it been going, man? You alright?
And now everybody straighten up. We got a British person on panel, okay? Let's show a bit of etiquette. Kieran, you need to shut the fuck up. Okay? This is the monarchy speaking right now.
What the fuck? Hang on. You showed a fucking Jim Bob fucking video to bring this guy up. Why should I fucking listen to this guy?
Because he's British. He was raised better than you. You're a savage, okay? You're a savage.
Reason.
He is aristocratic, okay?
Well, let's do it. Let's go. I'll fight this cunt. Fucking
I've
British.
got nothing against you, dude. You sound like we already jailed you and put you on a. Sorry, dude. Okay, penal colonies are all good. I'm cool.
Yeah, I also think you're gay. I think you're gay.
Well,
to be fair,
you
Kieran,
live in a penal colony, so.
Yeah. And let's get real. I do honestly. Brits. I've been to Europe, and when I traveled to Europe and UK, they are more intellectual, have more knowledge usually on at their fingertips than most places that I've been. United States of America is so far behind when it comes to their knowledge and stuff. They read more books. They're just more knowledgeable. And I'm not saying, Kieran, you're less than this dude, but a lot of Brits have a lot more of that substance.
Yeah. Also, woman, if you could shut the fuck up and let the men talk, like
shit.
So they probably read more because they got less to do.
The British they drink tea, okay? The British drink tea.
I'm just saying.
Australians suck
this fucking woman. This fucking woman, Stace, is going to tell a whole panel of men how to talk. Stace, get the fuck out.
Absolutely.
No. Incorrect. Well, Stace, if your husband said shut the fuck up, Would you shut the fuck up?
Depending on the situation, maybe. Yeah, probably.
You see, you fucking feminist, fucking. Okay, it depends.
You already know I ain't no feminist. I'm gonna shut you the fuck up in 2 seconds, ain't I? Shut up.
It doesn't depend. It doesn't depend. If you're being a fucking retard and your husband says shut the fuck up,
what if I'm not being a
you should
retard
shut
and
the
my
fuck up.
husband's being a retard? Because sometimes men are just stupid. Okay, we're human, and sometimes a man needs a little bit of shoulder to lean on, and he's gonna run us off that cliff. And I'm like, hey, baby, it's okay, don't do that.
Sometimes though, it's not.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Also, you should support your retarded husband.
Retarded.
No, Kieran. To be
I'm
fair,
married a
there are
retard.
a lot of retarded men, like all these liberals and all these
Oh
communists.
my
men.
God,
They're
Terry, you
retarded.
fucking puffed her. You fucking puffed her. No. What I'm saying is, Stace. What I'm saying is, even if your husband is a retard, you should support him. Okay.
Or leave him.
No, don't leave it. Okay, then fuck off then. Yeah, fuck off then. Yeah, leave.
No, listen, I'm not gonna probably marry a retard. I really hope to God I don't. And also in the situations because I want to find some intellectual, I'd hope they respect me enough, not ever to tell me to shut up, right? Unless it was a situation that they were protecting me in, and I was being out of line, and I needed to hear that, like your mother or your father would do, because I accept my husband.
Wow,
like
there's a woman who knows limits. This is awesome.
No, it's bullshit. It's fake. It's fake.
I got the best panels.
I'm going
It's the
down the
greatest
aisle,
panels.
and I'm giving my hand.
It's lies.
My father's giving
This
my
bitch,
hand away.
No, it's not. This bitch, Stace, would say, no, she would say, I want a fucking dominant husband, and then she'll fucking nag and nag and nag. And
Depending on what the hell he's doing. A dominant husband better carry his role right, though. If you're going to be that role and you're going to be God, then not you, but my husband, then me, then he better carry that godly role right. And the problem is a lot of men out here have no connection with God and want to lead a woman with no actual clear view.
If you're going to be fucking submissive, then you submit. You submit to your husband.
I submit because he's under God. I'm not submitting to a man who ain't getting his life right, who's going to lead me in the wrong direction because he hasn't got his internal shit worked out.
So you're calling the shots.
No, but wait, Kieran, hold up. One question. If you've got people who are, they're just dominant guys, and they're not like Stacey said, they're not following God. They're either part of some fucked up cult, or they're just weak men who are abusive. Do you think that a woman still needs to submit to those guys? Or do you think there needs to be some principles behind it?
Yes, because
that's kind of fucking retarded.
Who's going to fucking decide? Who's going to decide? The woman or the man?
The men, but it has to be based off of something. It can't just be based off of weakness.
No,
yeah, it's true.
No.
So you think all of these people who are living in shithole countries, you think these guys is... No, look, dude, you can't. Your argument can't just be to call people a puffer. You need a little bit more substance than that.
Well, if you're being a puffer, you're being a puffer. Okay, so a woman.
What is
a
that?
woman?
What is? Can you define that, Kieran? So the rest
a woman.
Don't.
A woman. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
a woman should submit to her man, flaws and all. She should. I mean, this bitch is talking about. I'll submit if he says this.
Wait,
if he says
why
that.
do you think flaws and all? Why do you think flaws and all? Because you're basically saying that even if the man who's supposed to be guiding everything is wrong, people still need to submit?
No, she has to back him up. If he fucks up and makes mistakes, she backs him up.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree with that. That's different.
That's different. Tell him that you've led us wrong, help my man, and then guide him too, because you know what? It's a partnership. And I don't care what anybody says, we're both there to take care of each other. We are one. So when one is failing, the other picks up. And that goes for both. A man is not just going to be the most perfect thing on earth and walk around being perfect. Okay, Kieran. So sometimes you need to be told you're being an asshole and shut the fuck up yourself.
Oh my God, Stace, the men are talking. Can you please shut up?
You got a problem because you can't handle the truth.
It's all fun. Oh my God, you fucking retards. Okay. No, but I do think.
He gets so emotional, doesn't he? And he wants to complain. This is why some men get too emotional. And I didn't got time for it. And I'll shut him down. Because if you can't handle your emotions as a man, you're the man. I'm the woman. I'm the one with emotions. Handle your shit and I'll handle mine. But if you have too much emotional baggage, I ain't got time for it.
Yes.
I have a special clip just for you, Kieran. I have a special clip.
Oh my God.
Just for you, Karen. Just for
Well,
you.
by the way, every one of you on panel is a cunt. Okay, but
What?
Say, no,
Yeah,
it's
no,
fair.
don't worry,
It's fair.
Jack. You know, I'm a cunt too, but I'm a lovable cunt. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so what are we pursuing about me then, huh?
Everybody
Well,
loves
Terry,
cunt.
we have levels of cunt. We have levels of cunt. You can be a mad cunt. You can be a sick cunt. You can be a dog cunt. Like dog cunt is the worst one. It's the worst one. Mad cunt's pretty good. A sick cunt, you don't want to be a sick cunt.
You don't want to be a
think
mate.
it's how you use your tone and how you use it. When a woman uses that or a man, they use it like that. It's that little slice in it. Like,
Did you say tone?
I mean,
Did you say tone?
tone. It's the tone you say that word and it matters.
Oh my
ladies and gentlemen,
God.
we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jess White, welcome to the show.
Oh, Jess White.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Good, good yourself.
I'm good.
Good.
So I believe we were discussing the different forms of cunt. What cunt would you describe Kieran as?
Kieran's gonna love this. Another woman.
No, fuck off. Fuck off. I want to ask Jess. I want to ask Jess what kind of cunt are you? Okay.
What kind of cunt am I?
Yeah. You a good cunt, mad cunt, sick cunt, good cunt.
I don't know. I got called a cunt earlier today, actually, by fucking.
Answer the fucking question.
I don't care if I'm called, as long as I'm not called a dog cunt. I don't give a shit. I take the rest of them as compliments.
That's fair. That's fair. Actually, dog cunt is the worst. That's the worst.
If you called a dog cunt, that's not good. But anything else other than that, I take as a compliment.
Well, let's see. So, are you a sick cunt or a mad cunt?
Well, a sick cunt can mean two different things. Like you can say that when someone's
Answer the fucking question. Are you a sick cunt or a mad cunt?
Be specific. Which of the two meanings?
I am being specific. A
No,
sick
no,
cunt
I'm
is
telling
someone.
Kieran to be specific.
Shut up! Shut up!
Not at all.
You want me to answer or not? You call
I was
like
saying
if
to Kieran.
someone's
I was saying
if
to Kieran
someone's
to
a
be
predator,
specific.
if someone's a predator or someone who's fucking
My
like a
God,
filthy,
Jess,
dirty
it's
fuck,
really
you
simple.
call them a sick cunt too, though. So like a sick cunt can be a bad thing as well.
Okay, so you're a mad cunt.
I'd prefer that, yeah, but I
Yeah, me
I
too.
don't care.
Me too. I'll be called a fucking mad cunt. Mad cunts of the world unite. Okay, mad cunts. Yep.
And this is why it matters
No,
how
Kieran,
somebody says it. It's not even the words or what you say, it's how you're saying it, and you know by someone's tone and what
It's how I'm saying it. Fucking tone police. Get the
No,
fuck
not
out
really.
Of
If you're called a cunt in Australia, it's an endearing term.
Yes,
pretty
depending
much.
where you're at,
Most of the time, like 99% of the time, it's an endearing term.
Correct. Yep. Same thing in Europe. They use it over there too a lot. Everywhere in UK, I mean, shit. I mean, it's the same
Yeah,
thing.
but Stacey was speaking about tone. Fuck your
Oh, it
fucking
is.
tone.
I
No, it's not
classify
tone.
Kieran
It's
as a
not tone.
retarded
It's
cunt.
context. It's
Yes.
context.
but
Because
hold
we,
up, that's in Australia though. In Britain, it's very
Yeah.
much about time. I can call you a
Yeah,
cunt
well-
or I can call you a cunt, and it's all about how I say it.
Yep.
yeah, well, here how you say it doesn't matter. It's the context.
Well, yeah,
Like,
that's what
Well,
I'm
there
saying.
is the there is
We
the
say it
and
fucking
this is-
real harsh, but it's not harsh.
Yeah.
So
Well, this is
There
why
is the,
migration is a problem because people aren't going to
there-
understand each other.
Yeah.
Oh my
like
God.
we'll yell
There's
across the
the,
street and
yeah.
go, "Oi, you
Yes,
cunt!"
yes, shut the fuck
And
up
it's
for a
nice.
second, okay?
You
the
shut up. Fuck
okay?
you.
Yeah, for
No,
real.
fuck you, fuck you, girl. Shut the fuck up, okay?
Fuck
So
you.
there is a context, which is
Kieran, you've been talking this
if-
whole fucking time.
if
Yeah, I know,
well,
and he wants to tell everyone else to shut up.
You
Oh,
live in the-
wait, guys.
I approve.
Guys, someone commented
I
in the
approve.
chat. I've got to read out this comment in the chat. Yeah, some things about you never change, Karen. It's a good thing.
I approve
good
of
thing.
I approve of me
Yes.
talking all the time. I approve. Okay, I approve. Okay. So, and I've also
Isn't it? I concede. Like,
and I've also fucking forgotten what I was going to say. Fuck you, cunts.
Yeah. Smoke a cig, my
Yeah.
guy. Smoke a square,
Oh,
whatever they call them in Upside Down Land.
Square.
Well, want to ask Teriak. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm looking at your avatar with the
Jesus Christ,
Celtic
you literally
Knights,
can't talk at all.
which looks a bit like a fucking pretzel, and right down the bottom, you couldn't finish it, could you? You fucking couldn't.
He overslept today. Can't
This
be
right
harsh
here
on
is the
him.
thing. Did you just fade off like mid-sentence, Kieran? What the fuck's going on?
He did.
I'm just wondering. I'm
He
just
fell
wondering.
asleep mid-sentence.
I'm just
This is
wondering.
why
You fell
people
asleep
over
mid-sentence.
70.
Shut the fuck up, Kieran. We got a guest backstage. Let me introduce
We
him.
bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. The Original Vintage. Welcome to the show, mate.
Fuck up. You
Hey,
shut the fuck up.
I'm going to put all
we
the
got another
Australians in the bottom
Australian.
row just so we know exactly. Okay, so
just
everyone in the bottom row is Australian.
You put the Australians in the top row. You put the Australians in the
Gonna
top row.
do. You're gonna do a PS.
Nah, mate.
buddy.
You're Southern Hemisphere, mate.
You know, we're from a
gonna do
prison
a
colony and we make
Narnia.
civilizations even better than you. You people are burning
Just going
your
to
own shit.
going to
Real quick, shout out to Shazzy for the £5. Shazzy says,
Just
I see
want
mutes
to,
coming. And just to remind everybody that we do have a drop or return panelist, $10 for 5 minutes in terms of super chat. But if you use the code for the PayPal, it's only $5 per 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Kieran, I believe you're supposed to say something retarded. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say. I want to say. Sometimes Vintage thinks his balls hang lower than they do. Bro, your balls don't hang. Okay.
Oh, by the way, Kieran, it's good to see you. I heard your comment earlier.
Oh, Jess, shut
Good,
the fuck
good
up.
to see you. I think.
If my
I think
balls
it's good
don't
to see
hang,
you.
my excuse is it's hereditary.
Well, when you get to my age, it's like
Well, Daddy, what
like-
you gonna do about it? You know, he's blaming it
Not
on
gonna
you,
lie.
no, Kieran.
Not gonna lie. It's a experience when you're having sex and your
Oh.
balls are hitting your back of the head.
So how
Like
do you
the-
know about
the-
it then?
I'm old and I have sex.
Yeah, well, that sounded very gay, Kieran. Like
With
balls
people who
hitting the
have
back of
balls.
the head during sex.
Jamie.
Like that doesn't sound very good.
Jess, fuck off. Fuck
You
off.
said it.
Right? We're just responding to your comments.
Hi Jess,
Hang
how
on.
you going?
Kieran, you
Hi
should probably go
Damon.
back to
Haven't met you before. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Vintage.
Thank you very
what
much.
Are you doing
Good to see you.
Vintage, what are you saying hi to Jess? I mean, I know Jess. You don't know Jess.
Yeah, that's why I said
think
hi
we just
because I
said.
don't know I don't know who they are. So I'm saying hello to people I don't know.
Don't
Yeah,
know.
I think Vintage.
It's called politeness
Vintage-
and human decency. I know my father didn't teach me this when I was growing up because he left for milk and then never came back. But you know, I learned this on my own. What can I say?
It wasn't milk,
You
it was smokes. It was smokes.
know?
Yeah,
Either
Kieran's
or.
hello to me is to shut the fuck up and fuck off. and you're a
Kieran
cunt.
Kieran was smoking milk apparently. I don't know what to say. Like you know,
You don't look mixed race.
what do you mean? I
I'm
don't
just
look mixed race?
I'm just saying. Like Vintage. I'm sorry. I left you with no father figure.
No, you're
And,
not sorry.
No,
You're
it's
not
not.
No, I am. I'm genuinely sorry.
I know you're
And
saying
I-
sorry because my mother is currently suing you for retroactive child support, but you know it's not going to help your case. I'm sorry. It just
Yeah, but your mother was on fucking crack.
Oh, and
was
you
on
were.
crack.
You
That
put her
still
on
doesn't
crack.
help your
You
case.
made her
That still
smoke
doesn't-
crack.
Yeah, you know when you spend all your money on smoking milk, like you know, people get destitute.
Smoking
Things
milk.
happen. You know.
Pull out the bike pump.
Hold on, you can smoke milk.
Weren't you
Well,
talking about
apparently-
submission?
It's like the white snow.
Actually,
You have heard of? I'm
actually,
kind of an expert on
I don't like milk. I think milk
I
is
know
the
you don't like
gayest.
drinking milk.
Milk?
That's why you smoke
No,
it.
no,
That's-
milk is the gayest.
It's not your buddy.
I fucking hate milk. It's gay. Look, what fucking motherfucker who was
How's
hungry?
milk gay? It comes from a tit. How the fuck is that gay?
No, a
He's
cow's
kinda
tit,
gay,
you
that's what I'm
fucking
saying.
Good
retard.
point.
Right. So what
Karen's
cunt-
gone.
What cunt thought? What he must have been hungry. He saw a fucking lamb drinking milk from his mother and goes, "Oh yeah, I want a bit of that." That's fucking gay, bro. He said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna put my
Or it was
mouth
just a
on
dude playing with his woman's tits after she had a baby. And he was just like, oh shit, milk comes out of this.
I've got a response to that, but I think it's about 60-40 being TOS, so I'm just not even going to.
Right. There you go, Vintage. There we go. We ain't got no time for your bullshit, Kieran, today. We just really don't. We just really don't.
Oh, don't you? Don't you, love? Well, then why don't you try to flex and kick me
Shut
off?
up. Nobody's talking to you. Like I told you earlier, you told me I can't say shut up. Shut up. I'm kidding.
Oh, here we go.
I'll put you
This
in your
bitch
place.
is fucking.
challenge has
This
been
bitch is
laid.
trying to flex. This bitch is trying to flex. Let's flex. Let's
I ain't
flex,
trying
girl.
to- I just
Ace,
did.
it sounds
Make sure you
like
make
you
that
like
clear.
the punishment from Kieran because you kind of provoke him a bit. So it seems like you enjoy the punishment.
Oh
from
no,
him.
you know what it is? That little fucker pushes me everywhere I go. He
Jerry,
loves to make the center of the tension.
Jerry.
Don't worry, Vintage is just getting the reruns.
We need a Jerry up in this bitch because
I love
we
the
were
reruns.
not the
Just
ball.
gonna,
The reruns.
just gonna say,
I
as
had
a-
a really shit ass Wednesday. I had a really shit ass Wednesday. It was really bad at work. I was getting like abused. It was such a shit day. And then I got home from work. I'm like, I need to just decompress. I need to get a bit of stress relief. So I ended up watching Jerry Springer reruns of midget weddings.
You
And
did
it
not.
was hilarious fucking shit ever.
That's oddly
It's the best
specific.
Also, Teriak.
Because
Also,
you know
Teriak.
that no one's ever getting married and the cake's gonna fly. You know that going in when you hit the link, and I'm there for it.
Also, Teriak. That circle around your avatar looks like a fucking pretzel, and I know why at the bottom you have a fucking shield because
You need to get your eyes checked.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Bro, you're getting senile. You already said this.
hungry.
You already said
These
this. so that's
pretzels
why
are
you're
making me
gonna pass out.
thirsty. These
Like I said,
pretzels
he's
are making
repeating
me
things.
thirsty.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring back things to what's
He's literally
important.
trying to pull crazy.
Kieran, how
had
many
a couple
drinks
too
have you
many.
had
Not know where he's
tonight?
at. This is why old people shouldn't run for president. Right there. That was my argument.
Jack, I've actually got to call you out a bit because crazy's not here. I'll call you both out if I could. Man, if you go 9+ prompts,
He was the one not agreeing to it, not me.
You could
I was
just take
agreeing.
devil's advocate. You could just take devil's advocate and go, okay, like tell me what side you're going to take. And you go, okay, I take the opposite. Done. Boom. In 2 seconds.
Yeah, but
9+
that
prompts.
same
9+
criticism could be
prompts,
laid
brother.
towards him.
What are you doing? 9+ prompts. That's embarrassing.
People have done it before.
I'll be back in a sec.
Just real
After
quick,
I was
ladies
on
and gentlemen,
this-
we got a PayPal donation. Thank you very kindly for the $3. Also, Shazzy Bear says Terry is supposed to be chatting chill. This is what happens when you invite Australians on panel. Well, this is what happens when you invite Kieran on panel.
$3 gets you. $3
very
gets you a
true.
fucking clip. What the fuck, bro? That's fucking retarded.
That's very true.
If it comes from
$3?
Ko-Fi or PayPal, yeah.
I'm an aspiring professional memester, sir.
You're a whore.
He
You're
does.
a whore.
He does have that in his description.
You're a fucking Kofi. You're a Kofi whore. You'll play anything for $3.
Amazing.
That is
$5
And that one was for free.
And we got another $3 donation to make over it. Thank you very kindly on the pay. Wait, we got even another one on the PayPal as well.
Oh.
We put that up to
Rein it in.
another 7. We'll do another 7 on the PayPal's Ko-Fi. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one just to piss Kieran off. You gotta love Pepe. You gotta love Pepe.
Yeah, so
He's rocking and rolling.
Yeah, so
I'll mute Kieran for 10 minutes. Okay, so Kieran, you are 5 minutes. Oh wait, no, 10 minutes because it came on the Ko-Fi PayPal. So don't know, man. I need to get the timer running.
Fuck you all.
That's all right. I only need. I only need 2 minutes to roast Jack, mate. 9+
One sec.
prompts. That's embarrassing.
Well, see,
Okay,
there,
so,
you know,
one sec.
what?
Okay, I'll see you
What's
in 10
going on
minutes.
here?
9+ prompts to get to a negotiation on what you're going to debate against in VK. So bad. I was literally screaming and yelling at I almost broke one of my $400 monitors, just raging and being like, fucking, I can take the opposite of anything. Just play devil's advocate. Just go. Come on, bro.
Yeah, well, when there's a lot of people that do that too. I don't see you calling them out.
I call everyone out for that shit.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that, but I haven't seen anyone. That's the first time I've ever seen someone go 9+.
No, they do plenty of times. Believe me.
Not that I've seen.
And half of those were Crazy's fault, not mine. He didn't even know where he was at for a couple of those. Rewatch it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because I could have picked anyone. He would have. He would have not known. He would have picked whatever.
No, because it doesn't matter. Because even if he doesn't know where he's at, I'd just be like, "What do you think?" And then he'd be like, "Oh, I think this." I'm like, cool. I'll take the opposite.
He didn't even know. That's the thing. Were you up there? No.
And
No,
vintage. When you see this number go to 4 minutes, you'll be back on because you got a 5-minute mute from Shazzy. I'll see you in 5 minutes. I feel as though it's targeting towards the Australians. You know what I'm saying?
Holy
But
shit!
it is what
Maybe
it is, folks.
somebody else will be able to talk.
We also got a premium meme because we unlocked it because of the because we hit the goal. We've now hit the first goal, which means we get a premium meme. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you the one, the only Andrew motherfucking Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
And as Dahmer says, great video, great meme. It's a great meme. Like I said, I'm an aspiring professional meme, so I got the best memes. You know what I'm saying? But what do we make of that video, ladies and gentlemen? Do we agree? Do we disagree? Do we think it's profound?
Yeah, all of this began when we let women get into politics, and we let women get into politics. I'm talking about recent history, more involved in it, when we started acting like empathy or understanding and compassion in that respect was something virtuous, because women are always going to play to that. That they think, oh, this is something where I can compete with men. It's in the field of politics, because we need to care about shit if we work in politics. No, you fucking don't. You don't need to care about shit with regards to the human experience on a global scale. Just protecting what's yours. That's all. And that's got nothing to do with empathy and understanding and everything about how you make this system run properly. But they started gaslighting people into thinking, no, you need understanding. You need emotional connection. You need to understand how some people need to be represented. No, fuck all that noise. Fuck all of that noise. No, you don't. You just need to know how to run the system properly, make sure it's not corrupt, make sure that people don't come in and abuse it. But when you do that, they say, oh, you're cold, and you relate that emotional coldness with the right wing. And the more emotionally cold and disconnected you are, and the more focused you are on making everything run properly, they call you extreme. Oh, you're extreme right. But nobody calls the crazy people the extreme left when they're like, as people say, suicidally empathetic. But all of this got women involved because women have that emotional understanding of things rather than a logical understanding, or more so than a logical understanding.
They don't even have that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But they don't even have that. Like that video said about women being ungrateful and shit. That's 100% true. Whether you ask women online or you ask them in everyday life, You talk about how the world's built by men and everything that they have is because of men, and their reaction says everything. They're not grateful
because they
even
don't
in the
understand the
slightest. They have
history.
no understanding, but they don't
That-
care either. There's no empathy. There's no understanding. They don't give a fuck about that unless
No,
unless
the
it's
problem
about
is that
them.
somebody came along and tricked them into thinking that the reason that they're not involved is because men are gatekeeping, and they don't understand the history of their position. The reason they're not involved isn't because men are gatekeeping, and it's not because there's this patriarchal system that disrespects women and thinks that women are stupid and they don't understand and they don't belong in politics. It's not because of that. It's because if you think about it, imagine how you would structure a society if only a handful of you landed on a deserted continent, right? There's only a handful of you. How are you going to structure that society? How are things going to go? You're going to very quickly have to snap back to this traditional understanding of what are your strengths as a woman? What are my strengths as a man? And you're going to have to also, if you think about things this way, you're going to understand why we have everything. Why do you have arranged marriages in some cultures? Well, because if there's only a handful of you starting a society, you want to not have inbred retards. So you're going to very quickly control which children can marry off with which other children. And you're going to have to do that. That's originally why that all started. Because people realized when you have that people who are too close marrying each other, that the offspring are retarded. So they're like, no, we're going to keep these people here. You're going to live over there, and we're going to marry our son to your daughter just to make sure that you have good, healthy offspring. But one of the very quick things you're going to understand is women need to be doing womanly things, men need to be doing manly things, right? And we understood the fact that women are the ones that are going to be reproducing. And we want to keep them safe. So we're going to keep them out of those things. Like most of us understand this, but these women don't. And when it came to the structure of laws, government, and everything else, women thought, well, we deserve a seat at the table. Why can't we have it? And nowadays, it's because they think there's chauvinistic, misogynistic men who are like, no, you don't get a seat at the table. And it's not because of that. It's because...
I agree with you, but I kind of disagree at the same time. Like, I agree with everything that you're saying, but I don't think that it's just because women are informed. I think that there is a lot of women that are informed, and even when they are informed, they're too selfish to give a shit.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree that there's a small element, and it's usually those ugly single women that, can't have a family, and they're like, well, I want to be able to do some manly shit then. So, yeah, I'm sorry.
It's not even just women that can't have a family. There are just a lot of women that are extremely, extremely selfish, and unless it's about them,
well, do you know the reason why
they don't really give a shit.
When you say it's not just women who can't,
a lot of these like a lot of this misogynists and blah blah blah, a lot of that is these women. A lot of them know, but they use these words.
I guarantee you, when you said you don't think it's women who can't have a family, who can't do that, I guarantee you that if you get a woman...
No, I agree with that, but I don't think it's just that. There are lots of women that can have families that still have this mentality because they're selfishly driven, for one, and
wait,
two...
what mentality exactly? What are you talking about? What mentality?
Selfishness.
They don't give two shits about a man and what the fuck he can provide. They do not care. There's a lot of women who just don't. Yeah.
That is a relatively new phenomenon, though, and that came in on the back of the feminization of men.
Correct.
So those women who are married to some beta cuck men who don't know how to actually run a family properly from their duties, those women are unfulfilled, which is why they want to do that. And you always have that in relationships where there's a power imbalance. If you have a weak man who doesn't take care of his shit, then you're going to have like a dykish butch woman who wants to play the man in the relationship. And that is part of, if you look at, the destabilization of the West and the cultural subversion. That's why they had to make this happened like 30 fucking years ago when men were told, you need to open up more. It's okay for men to cry. Let's talk about men's mental health. No, let's fucking not.
Women are extremely manipulative. Women are extremely manipulative. And a lot of these buzzwords that women use
really
are tactics just to get their own way. A lot of them don't actually believe the shit that comes out their mouth. They know what's going on.
That's okay. Look, that's the thing is that
but the thing is that
a
if
woman
they
is
admitted
manipulative.
that,
Hold up 1 second. 1 second.
I didn't finish the thought. But anyway.
Hold on. Where did the chill go? I thought this was chill. This is not chill.
I'm chill. I'm really fucking chill. I'm chill.
The reason why they use these words is for benefit.
Like it's
Are
literally
you saying
in the
I'm not
title.
chilled? Are you saying I'm not chilled? Are you
This
really
is
saying
a
I'm not
verb-
chilled?
This is BK.
A lot of women have learned that by using these tactics.
I'm very fucking chilled.
A lot of women have learned by using these tactics, they can get certain short-term things that they want. So it is out of selfishness. So even when they know
Don't
a lot
ever
of
tell
these
me
things,
again I'm not chilled.
they
Don't
will
ever
still
tell me again I'm not chilled, Josh. Don't ever tell me that again.
they will still go along with this narrative because of what they can get out of it. Even if it is short term, women generally think very short term and they don't think about the long term. So they'll do these things knowing it's damaging long term, but because they're getting this short term fucking gratification and stuff out of it and benefit out of it, they will push that. They'll continue pushing that narrative, thinking they can stretch that, and then by the time reality hits them, all that shit's over, and then you end up with the older ladies that can't have a family and that are,
Jess,
you know.
Can I ask?
But it's also because men allow it. Men will allow it to some degree, and
Yes,
the reason
I agree with that.
The reason why men allow it to some degree is, first of all, most men understand that women are manipulative, and it's
Gareth, I'll
that
see you in
when I
5
say it that
minutes.
way,
So can guys, let's get this for
I
the
don't.
guys.
I don't mean it in a bad way when I say that women are manipulative. There's some level of manipulation which is okay because that's how women work, and I don't mean that in an insulting or a bad way.
No, that's how we've gotten through to where we are now. Even because throughout history, we don't have the strength. We don't have all these other things that men have at their disposal. So we've had to use manipulation. There's an element of selfishness in there because we can't protect ourselves against certain shit. There's only so much of that we can do.
The problem is that over time, women know how effective they are at manipulation. They understand how effective manipulation is. And the problem is that they think, I'll just resort to this straight away instead of, no, look, men also do respect you. You've gotten more and more rights over the years. You don't always have to resort to manipulation on the first step. You can actually just ask the guy, hey, can we do this? Okay, cool. And you don't need to be manipulative about it. The problem is that when manipulation is your default and your go-to from the very beginning.
No, I agree with you.
The problem is every
I agree with you
relationship is
completely.
this way.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
the
it's
manipulation
also
is real out here and both sides now. I mean, that was years ago when the girls started manipulating to no end. And now you'll walk into stores and you'll see a girl sit there with her other girl and talk about she got this daddy, this one over here taking this vacation, this one over here doing this. And the guys are paying for this. They don't even care. They're paying for you know what, because there's no value in a relationship anymore. We've lost value of each other, the roles, all this shit over the last.
That's also partly because of men. Like
that's a lot of. I think that's a lot of women's fault. The whole because we've opened the door with sexuality that much, and lowered the bar with relationships that much.
Yes.
We have all the agency when it comes to all of that, and women have done that to relationships. That mainly falls on women.
Yeah. It comes down
Whether
to
they
a lack
want
of
it or not, we're giving them
accountability.
too
It
much.
comes
I'm
down
sorry.
to a
It's way,
lack
way
of
too much.
accountability. It honestly comes down to a lack of accountability. When
But
you're
that
in your
goes
early
both
20s, like a
ways.
woman,
That goes both ways.
If you go like early 20s women, it's like, yeah, I can have a pick of the litter. I can choose any guy I want. I can sleep around. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Then they get to their mid 30s or early 40s, whatever, and they go, oh, why haven't I settled down? Why isn't someone wanting to marry me? And they go, instead of going, well, look inside and maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have slept around and been to 3 or 4 in my 20s. They go, guys are just assholes.
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that too.
It's a massive fucking cope at that point. And then it's just like, well, you made your bed, you lie in it. Like it's really that simple.
A lot of women have always been manipulative. Women have always been extremely selfish. But we live in a society now.
I would never guess. Wow, shocker.
We live in a society now where that because of the way things are now, that those have taken to extremes now.
Agreed.
Because we're in a society that allows for that with no consequences. If there were heavy enough consequences, a lot of that wouldn't go to the extremes that it does.
Yeah. Well, I think the consequences are there, but you guys just don't realize it. Women, hold up. Women don't realize it because most guys will see that behavior and straight away they'll just be like, I'm out. And then girls will be like, oh, why does the guy ghost me? Why does the guy leave me? Well, like the guy just, we were getting along really well and he just ghosted me. He didn't meet up anymore. He didn't this. It's because we see those red flags. That manipulation as a default is a red flag.
That's exactly why you get these women complaining about there's no good men, because when they're being like that, they're going to chase away all the fucking good men. But at the same time, there's always these white knights that come in, and it's like, it's okay, you can do that. So if women tell other women that it's okay, and then you've got white knight simps that tell women that it's okay. But all the good men,
not just that, it's women.
Like, I'm not fucking sticking around with this. See you later.
Okay.
The thing people have to realize when you're let's say if you're in your 30s or 40s, you have to accept the reality that yes, there's a lot of fucking simps, there's a lot of white knights, there's a lot of
that's when it catches up.
That that have a lot of it all catches up. Now the other thing
that's when it hits a lot of them.
And granted, it's if you're in your say your mid 30s, 40s, 50s, even can you still find a woman? Like if I'm a guy, can I find a woman and still have a relationship? The answer is still yes, but you have to realize that there's an exception to the rule. Now the exception to the rule statistically is extremely small. So now as someone that's older, you need to figure out, okay, are they really the exception to the rule? And you've got a shitload of parameters that determine that. And most people don't even want to go that far. They're just like, no, it's easier for me in life just to go, you know what, they're all like the rest. And
one sec. We've recognized the problem and all this kind of stuff, but look, I'm a solutions orientated kind of leprechaun, okay? But how do we start making these women act right? How do we start fucking clamping down on these simps and these white knights? Like, what are the actual solutions?
The men need to start acting right too. I'm gonna be real with you out here.
Hold up.
You have to realize this generation is currently cooked. There's nothing you can do to save it, and you've just got to start working from the ground up with the next generation. Our generation.
No, women are going to have to swallow a very bitter pill, and the thing is that here's the real problem. Women don't like shit when they think it's unfair, but the world is unfair, and the world is especially unfair towards women. And here's why. In relationships,
guys don't like that either. Guys don't like that either.
Hold up. No. There's a very specific thing I'm going to talk about here. And it's one of the reasons why, especially hot, successful women, they tend to end up single and alone and unhappy. And then you see this chick and you're like, wow, she's 40 or nearly 50, but she looks really hot though, actually, for a 40 or a 50-year-old. Why the fuck is she single? Oh, she's also successful. Why the fuck is she single? Meanwhile, you got some ugly as shit fat bitch who's had like 50 men. And she's still got loads of guys fighting for her who are actually better than what she deserves. There's plenty of times where you'll see some girl who's pretty mid with a pretty high value guy next to her. And you're like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, are these guys just more willing to settle? Are guys just going for easier picks? Sometimes that's the case. Yes, they do. The problem with women, though, is that the more attractive you are, the more attractive you are, you're going to have to settle. Okay, and this is the reason why. Think it doesn't matter. Hold up.
I think you're saying settling's the wrong way, because really, at the end of the day, if you have a good man that does good,
one second, let me explain my thought because I know it. I know it. Wait, hold up. This is what I'm saying. This is why I picked the words. If you think about a chick who's mid, a chick who's a 5, right? She can get a guy who's a 6. She can. It can happen. And especially in that nowadays where in the days of like dating apps and shit like that, and OnlyFans, where all these guys are going to artificially inflate her value in her mind. She's going to think, well, I can get this guy, I can get that guy, because women are the gatekeepers of sex when they're younger. So they can have all these people jumping for them, fighting for them, and get that attention. They've got a pick of guys, and they might get a 6. And then you're going to have the 7s. The women who are 7s are going to see these mid chicks that are getting guys who are 6s and 7s. And they're going to think, well, if they can get 6s and 7s, I should be able to get an 8 or a 9. And then you look further up the ladder, and then you've got women who are 10s. And what are they going to do? They're going to say, well, that chick is a 9 or an 8, and she's got a guy who's a 10. I need a guy who's better than me. The problem is there's no guys who are 11s and 12s. So these women keep waiting and waiting and waiting until they age themselves out. And then they're going to be... Well, they're going to be guys, they're going to be women who are in their 30s and 40s, and they're going to be competing against other women who are 10s who are in their 20s. You can't do that. A guy will pick a woman who's a 6 over a woman who's a 10 if the woman who is a 6 is in her 20s and the woman who's in a 10 is in her 30s. It's going to happen.
That depends on your metric. That depends.
Just real quick as well, shout out to Ferrer for the $5. Thank you very kindly. Let me give you a money clip for that one, sir. Appreciate you, kindly. Salutes to you. And we're only $35 away from another premium meme, ladies and gentlemen. But again, like, I'm not hearing what should we be doing to these simps? What should we be doing to these women with false expectations or like the selfish attitude?
With women,
is there anything we can do?
With the women that have false expectations, you can do nothing about it because you never get them away from the delusion. What you can do about the white knights is just shame and humiliate them. Although really, I don't think that really serves a lot of utility, because at the end of the day, a white knight or a simp is not actually going to attract a female, past a bit of play fun. Maybe no woman worth her salt is going to look at a white knight or a simp and go, that's a guy I want to marry and and create children with to carry on my lineage. It's just not going to happen.
They have enough money.
Can I be honest with you? Because I just
money's not even.
No, he's right. Women love assholes. Women love assholes. That's how it works.
I'm getting sick of assholes. I'll be real with you. I was in a relationship for 15 years, there for 17, got out. I've been with that person for 7 years now. And that at 35, coming into this and dating apps and all this shit, because I got with someone 20 years old. I'm 43. I was like, what is going on? This reality out here is not my reality at all. Like, I don't know. I don't want to date any of this shit half the time. The simping stuff, the attitudes, I can also control my own world. I did. I don't, but I also, I want respect. I have value, and someone better bring value because I bring value. And if they're not bringing value as a man, I ain't got time for it.
First mistake then. So Stace, your first mistake is that you're looking at trying to find someone that you can have a long-term relationship with on a dating platform like Tinder.
No. I've never been on a dating app. I'm saying that was my point. I never want to go there. I've never been to one. I would never go to one.
Because it's just a waste of time. Because if you go on those sort of things, people that go, oh, I'm going to go on like Hinge or Tinder or whatever dating apps.
How is that even dating?
Like, oh, I'm going to find a husband. And it's like, you're fucking out of your mind. Like, it's not going to happen. Like,
I've never
only guys on dating apps are guys who are pathetic who don't deserve a relationship, or guys that are just looking for a hookup.
Like,
and women on dating apps are usually whores.
Well, it's not even that.
So,
and there's a lot of whores out here, girly. There's a lot of whores out here sleeping with 3 or 4 different guys now, making money. The problem is women want your money now. They want what you bring, is that their value now is your money, and they'll get it from anyone and everyone. They don't give 2 shits about men anymore, and it's getting disgusting out here.
Well,
and vice versa, by the way.
It's fuck for guys too, because
do you guys want to know a stat? I'll give you as a stat. 1 in 3 women have had chlamydia.
Oh my God, girl, really? Shit.
Yeah, that have been that's those that have been tested.
But you know what? No, listen. I've never been in this porn world shit, and I see how much porn's out here, fans only, the reels on Facebook. If you think about all the women in this world that are involved in this nasty ass shit online for men, right? Then that is where we're at in society. There's a shitload out here doing this stuff, and we expect society to be anything different than this? No. It's turned to basically online bullshit, fans only, Pornhub, we are devaluing each other, and there's no value. What are you bringing to the table? I need you to protect me, take care of me. I'm supposed to garden. I'm supposed to take care of the house. I'm supposed to raise your children. There's supposed to be these roles and these things that have completely been lost in a home, and we're not caring about one another.
Yeah, I think it's much like there's got to be an epic crash out.
Yes.
In terms of the supply demand, if I take it from a financial, I'm a financial guy, so I take it from a supply. I look at it financially, statistically. Right. There needs to be a massive fucking crash in the market and go, holy shit, the value of this has gone so fucking low, and then all of a sudden they go, why has it gone so fucking low? And then they'll start analyzing it and go, okay, how do we rebuild the value? And that, and I look at that from a term of relationships and partnerships, marriages, family, etc. We just need an epic crash out at this point because people have just taken it for granted. And, the ones that have, the boomers, I guess, if you want to use that term, like they didn't go what we went through in our years. Everyone on this panel, I would assume, and most of the people in the chat. And we're in this middle ground of, it could go either way, but majority of people are now like, oh, it's just whatever, just sleep around, do whatever you want. I'm free.
Right.
I'm an independent, strong person, whether it's a man or woman, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And that's where you get like stuff like the online dating platforms where it's like, oh, I'm going to find a husband or a wife on, on a dating platform. You're fucking delusional. So that's never going to happen. This, you see these, like the reviews or ads on these things like, oh, we met each other on Tinder and then we ended up getting married and we had 4 kids, and bought a house and wife picked a fence. That's fucking bullshit. It never fucking happens.
Can you imagine the Disney fairy tale 100 years from now, like Snow White, Prince Charming, whatever? It's like, we met on a dating app. It's like, that shit doesn't fucking happen. If you look at those stories, but the problem is that you've got a whole generation of people who were raised with tablets and shit, and they are not social. They are not socialized. They're socially retarded.
So how are men want to meet up and have a social relationship? How are they holding relationships if you can't even have a conversation?
They don't even know where to go. These are people who haven't ever been to a museum or an art gallery in their fucking life. They don't know where to go to meet people.
It's worse than that because not only are they learning not to leave their home to try and find this stuff, it's the base premise of it's easier. It's easy. People want the easy way out. They want the easy solution. And if they don't have that, they're like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. It's just not worth my time then. So they won't do anything.
Are not easy, though. Let's make that very clear.
In the past 20 years, we went from you don't need to go out to see your friends. You can see them on your phone, right?
Yep.
You can socialize. You don't need to go to an arcade to play video games with your mates. You can play online. You don't need to go out to do shopping. Somebody's going to bring your shopping to you. You don't even need to go out to literally get a meal. You don't need to buy the ingredients and come home and cook. Someone will cook it for you, deliver it to your fucking doorstep. Next week, we're probably going to have somebody who's going to come to your house and eat your food for you and spit it in your mouth. Yeah. We don't know how the fuck this is going to go.
Yeah. Yeah, like there is utility in some of that platform, and that's the dangerous thing. So I've got one of my best friends that I went to school with, been my best friend for 20 years, probably more than 20 years, actually. He lives in Poland at the moment. So when we catch up, obviously being in Australia, I can't just, is it easier for me to fly over there and have a coffee with him? Excuse me. Or get on Messenger or Zoom or some sort of interactive internet platform. Of course, when he's internet platform, hey bro, how you going? How's things? You have a conversation. The problem though is that people have taken it from, oh, my friend who's on the other side of the planet. Well, they're not on the other side of the planet. They're a 5-minute drive away from me. Yeah, and they still use the same platform that I do for my friend in Poland that I do for their friend that lives 5 minutes around the corner. And that's just ridiculous. It's
the habit sunk in. They started doing it online, and your world becomes online. It's just like when you play a video game, you want to wake up and play that video game again.
But it goes back to the point. The base premise is if it's easier, I'll take the easier option.
Exactly. You see that if you look at America. America is like such a young nation, and it went from being like this industrious, like super fast expansion, awesome, like just how quickly it became one of the most advanced nations in the world is absolutely insane. Since it was from the moment it became settled to the moment you had skyscrapers being put up to the moment you had like the glory days post World War II when the dollar was established as you had the whole measuring it against gold and with the allied nations, like measuring their currency against the US dollar, all of this great. And then you had that brief moment where you had this kind of like welfare warfare state. And then all of a sudden, everything was about convenience. Every invention was, how can we make life easier for people? How can we make life easier for people? It was no longer about what do we need.
No.
Well, it wasn't about what you need.
We need to start making life harder again. We need to start making life harder.
There's
no one's gonna want it. No one's gonna really want that.
Nothing to temper people.
How the fuck would you know? Don't even try to understand. Hold on. As a resident American on this panel, you're not American. So
That's
how would you
relevant.
fucking
If you're talking to me, hang on a second. If you're talking to me,
that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Wait, hold up. I didn't live and grow up in America. There's a very big reason why when America got all of the money and all of the control, all of a sudden you saw obesity become a massive epidemic. America became the most obese nation in the world. Heart disease. You guys were being killed from living such a comfortable life. Listen, nowhere in the world did people die from being so well fed and having life so easy. You were dying because life was so easy for you.
I'm sorry, that's
funny. These are all a bunch of fat cunts.
I agree with the convenience, and we are pathetically wanting it.
That's a completely ignorant statement, Darth. I'm sorry.
But you have to,
I hear this so often. It's like, well, you're not American, so you don't, how do you know what we're going through? This, I'm not even, what I've been discussing so far is
you don't know my personal truth.
It's not unique to America. This is unique to the human race.
Yeah, but America, I've traveled. Listen, I know you've too, if you have or not, sweetheart, but there is not as many overweight, and the food is different in different places. And this is the issue. The food and the stuff they're putting in our food is times a million, it feels like, when it compares to the entire world and countries. America is the experience.
Guys, I believe that Teriak asked us for solutions, and we're still bitching about the problem.
Yeah, and also we're getting kind of distracted. The issue is, the reason why I mentioned America was just to show what the other guy, sorry, I don't know your name is, where he was saying that, like, if you're given a choice, you're going to pick the easiest thing. You're going to pick the easiest route. And you shouldn't do that. As a man, you should want to challenge yourself.
Amen.
And as a woman, you should want to respect the guy that doesn't pick the easy fucking route all the time, who isn't a lazy cunt.
I agree. And I don't, but I know, but I'm talking about majority rule, like 90.
No. I get that. I get them.
Yeah, but no. We're talking about relationships and convenience, and you were literally saying earlier, like, women violence. That guy is not going to get that if she ain't home, if she ain't gardening, if she ain't cooking, if she ain't taking care of the house, if she ain't doing all those things. He's not going to be able to do all these things. There has to be this home that we're talking about.
So how do we get women to do all those things when they
want
to?
You need an epic crash out.
They don't want to do shit, girl. They want to sit and do nothing and work for their 8 hours, not go home and cook, not take care of the children, not do shit.
If you're going to present a solution right now,
you can't give them the option for things to get worse. You need to force it to get worse. Because
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. That will work.
I disagree with that too.
Wait, that will work, but that shouldn't be the solution. The solution shouldn't be let's wait for it to break.
It shouldn't be, but that's
we can fix it
because of the cultural situation.
Okay. Again. Okay. So does everybody here agree? Like, just brief question, yes or no? Does everybody agree that women are the gatekeepers of sex?
Yes, 1,000%. You guys pay for it 1,000% all day long.
Does everybody agree? Does everybody also agree, though, the other side of that coin, that men are the gatekeepers of marriage?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so if we can all understand
I
that,
would actually disagree. I would actually disagree with that.
I
but
can't. As a
okay,
woman,
go
a
ahead.
man is the one who gets on his knee, asks me to marry him. He's the one, the structure of everything will hold it down.
not
He
just
has to be
that,
the
not
one.
just that,
But
but
you're the one that
women are the
you're still
gatekeepers.
the one that gives you're still the one that gives the answer to say yes or no.
Yeah, but men are
Right, but
not even just
No,
marriage,
no, no,
but
no, no,
men are the
no, no, no,
gatekeepers
no.
of
Hold up.
relationships in
Yes.
general.
Yes, but okay, I agree with that. But the thing is that the reason why I said marriage is because that's what you should be aiming for, not
Yes,
just
I
like
agree. I
relationship.
agree. But regardless, like I was just going off what he said, that regardless
Yeah.
if it's a marriage or a relationship, men are still the gatekeepers. But yes, you
Yes.
should be
So,
looking for
so
a
the
marriage.
thing is that because women are the attractors, they're the gatekeepers when it comes to sex. They'll decide who they're going to open the gates to when it comes to the sex side of things. But if women want something more with this guy after they've already given up the sex,
right,
that's dependent on the guy. The guy's already gotten what he wanted. Now he can decide, is this going to just be a one-night stand, or does he actually want to have a relationship with this girl? If she wants the relationship, it's down to the man to decide, do I want this relationship? The men, like, we're talking about our animal brain from a long time ago, before society. Men were just out there spreading their seed. Women are the ones that were deciding who seed they're going to take, who they want the best offspring, so they're going to have to pick the best man. So with regards to that, yes, women are the gatekeepers of sex, but with regards to marriage, a man's going to be like, okay, if I'm going to think long-term, bigger picture, it's more than just about sex. And that's where women lose the control. They're no longer the gatekeepers. Now it's the men thinking about who they want to settle down with. And yes,
You're
the woman
assuming they
can
think
reject
that
them.
far ahead. You're assuming they can think that far ahead.
Well, no, but the thing is in civilized society, yes, men tend to think that far ahead. We do.
They need to start thinking that way more.
That is also
Here.
why there was a
because
whole
if people
no
just-
sex
because if
before
guys just
marriage
wanna spread-
fucking shit.
but if guys
Was
wanna
because
spread
if you're
seed
going to give men
indiscriminately-
sex before marriage, then what's the incentive for them to marry
Exactly,
you?
exactly. And here's the solution.
We're giving
Here's
it
the
all away.
solution that Tariak's asking for. That's the solution, because it begins with you guys, because you're the gatekeepers when it
Close
comes
your
to that.
legs, women.
Right?
No, the solution is for you to make wiser choices. You need to make wiser choices. You need to understand, is this guy just fucking love bombing me? Is this guy just a simp? Is this guy being fake about who he actually is? And you guys need to start making better choices, because men will fuck
I
anything
think
we
it's value
can.
on both ends. The women need to know what their value is, again, as what they bring to the table. If you don't know as a woman or a man what the heck you're bringing to the table to offer somebody else, and it's not just
And the-
sex.
The problem is that you have been historically.
Just keep your
Hold up.
fucking legs closed.
You've been
Anyway, I'll be back
historically-
in a minute.
Hold up. Unfortunately, I don't want to be offensive here, but women have been historically absolutely fucking shit when it comes to taking advice and learning how to actually critically appraise that advice, because you listen to advice from the worst fucking people. When guys want to know how to do well with women, we usually listen to women. We pay
Good, I
attention to women.
Yeah.
But when women want to take advice on how to look appealing to men and how to be a good woman so that men will pick them, you guys listen to the advice of the worst fucking people possible. You listen to other women who don't know what men want, or you listen to gay men. Okay, look at anyone who takes advice
agree
from.
with you. I actually agree with you, but I'm going to add in one extra caveat. It's not just gay men; it's also the white knights, which you referenced earlier. The guys that
I think
the
it's
guys
both
that-
though,
that
because the
are
guys
acting
will
in
do it
bad
too.
faith-
The guys will like simp for their buddies, the boys, and the boys,
white
and
knight-
it's
no,
males, it's
but
both
white
ways.
knight is
Look at women's reality TV. What do women? What media do women consume? What media do women consume? Where do they get their information from? Right? Movies, reality TV,
don't, thank God.
fashion magazines, talk shows, stuff like this, daytime TV shit. Many women get their advice from that shit. Okay, and all of that is run and operated by single, rich, lonely women who hate younger women. They've grown bitter in their old age and their loneliness,
Also white knights,
and also gay
white
men.
knights.
No,
no,
predominantly
white
gay
knights as well.
dudes.
Listen,
White
when
knights as
something's
well.
going wrong, my bestie or my girls, and that's why I don't do this shit. They're like, let's go out for girls' night. Fuck him. Dress up, do this. They give you the worst advice possible. So do the guys do for the guys sometimes. And they're not getting this Actual advice that your mother would give you, your father would give you, or someone who cares about would give you for your relationship. They're giving stupid advice, and both parties in this reality are starting to take this dumbass advice. Instead of caring about the structure of a home, the roles of a home. There are these roles of a man and a woman, and there's value in both. The respect is gone on both sides and both parties I'm seeing out here. And we've just disvalued each other and forgot what each other brings.
I've got a wild solution that I want to hear Teriak's take on. I've got a wild solution. I think what would help, okay, because it's how women base their choices in other nations as to, well, even in this nation, if you're looking at like, oh, hey, I want to be with this guy. Why do women pick a guy? Well, if they know that other women have pre-approved him. So a guy who's got like a long list of women that he slept with, they'll be like, I'll go with that guy. He's had like a really cool girlfriend before. She's beautiful. He must be good at something. So go back to the situation of men having multiple wives. Because if you make one wife happy, another woman's going to see that. She's his wife. She's not just some fuck buddy. She's not a one-night stand. And look how he's treating her. Okay, I want to be in on that as well. Multiple wives. Teriak's has spoken about this before. But yeah, go for it that way.
Interesting take. And while I answered that, Damon, you did get a 5.
Yeah, I've got to go anyway, dude. I've got to go anyway, dude. But take care.
I'll do the official countdown. Appreciate you stopping by, Damon.
See you guys.
Take care, Andy.
Might be.
But this is what I'm saying, like, and this is not necessarily a prescription on my end. This is basically like the way I see things going in terms of the quote unquote dating market. Is that you're going to end up inevitably where it's just going to be all the top guys are going to be the ones who just take multiple wives or multiple girlfriends or concubines, if you want to use the biblical term, because essentially, like what women have done. Okay. Yeah, I got 5 minutes as well. So 1 second, let me just refresh the timer here. So I'll see you. Okay, Jack, you're now controlling it. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Cool, Jack. As head of the channel, I appreciate you letting me take over, and I'll take it from here. So
yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah. So the base.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, I got
so you have a channel. I don't.
That doesn't mean anything. No, I actually think the white knight is actually the bigger threat. Or the bigger thing you need to worry about, because they're just, to what old mate was saying before, it's the gay guy, whatever. I actually think it's actually the straight white knight that's the bigger threat, because they will just say and do anything, and they're not looking for a relationship either. By the way, they just want to get in your pants. That's just the way it goes. They're not thinking long term. Oh, I want to get into a relationship. I want to have kids. I want to have marriage and whatnot. They just are like, I just want some pussy. And okay, if you really want that, then good luck to you. But don't be fooled into thinking that they're trying to do something like in good faith and eventually have a family.
Right. But the problem, I'm just can't say, I hear people at their jobs. I know friends of mine, everything else too, that are married. Okay. And the conversations that they have with other guys and women at their jobs and everything is total disrespect to their wives and more. And even in front, look, the disrespect and the simping and all this shit is going on out here. But in reality, the marriages are shit. The people are already not treating each other right, cheating on each other. The girls are going out, their girls' nights dressed up, full on decked out, like wanting attention from another man. Right? The guys go do their things with their buddies and go, hey, look at that girl, do their thing. And there's no respect anymore. And that I love you, that I can't wait to get home to you. You bring me so much love and happiness. Okay. That's gone. And I think during COVID, a lot of people saw that. Their relationships were literally laid out on the table, that this is not what we thought it was, because they didn't know each other. We're too busy working. We're too busy this. And the families got destroyed, hon. Domestic disputes started happening, everything you could think of. And it showed everybody where our state of mind is in relationships and more in this world. It's not good at all. No, I agree with you that we need a complete almost crash out, because I don't know where to begin with this, because there's so many back and forth. You're right. You're wrong. You're right. And I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about society outside of this conversation even.
Well,
They
there's
don't
always
get it.
yeah, because there's always, and the reason you need kind of a bit of a crasher or a flip at the chessboard, so to speak, is because, like what you said, one side says this, one side says that, and they're at odds with each other, and there's absolutely no concessions on either side. They get to, okay, maybe I was wrong about this, but I'm right about this. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm right about this, and you come to a consensus and go, okay, there's a bit of blame on both sides. There's a bit of accountability on both sides. The biggest thing, which this is a base premise issue I find in society, is that accountability, or the concept of accountability, is almost non-existent, and it's also actually looked as a really net negative. It's like, no, never take the blame, never accept responsibility, never say that you're wrong. It's like when you have a car accident, and even though you ran up the back of someone else, technically you're at fault, like 99.99% of the time. And what do people get taught? Well, if that happens and you run up the back of someone, even though 99.9% of the time you're in the wrong, say, wasn't me, I'm not at fault. Never admit fault, because
no
there's
accountability.
a slight chance that you can get out of it, or that you can escape the accountability. Now, that sounds a bit of an absurd sort of situation, but take that premise and roll that out to how people live their daily lives and their relationships, their careers, their families, and it's so similar, almost like to a point that it's just completely insane. It sounds so absurd to say, but look at it on that, in that aspect, and tell me I'm wrong.
You're not. I'm giving you my opinion. That's my opinion only, obviously. But I've been talking about for a while. This is actually the main issue of society right now. People want relationships. What we thrive on each other is being social, communication, love, companionship. Yes, having children, all these things, right? But when it comes to how we're actually doing it, and communication is the key for any type of relationship to work. And the communication, like you just said, is not freaking there. It is, I feel this way, you feel this way, and then they just either white knight or just settle or whatever, and we're not actually getting anywhere to solve, like Tarek said, the solution of this problem. It just gets worse. And the more we do AI and amp this shit up and disvalue each other, and women turn to other women, and men being fucking gay and transgender, oh my God, we're going to turn to a society that the relationships don't even fucking matter. And that's basically where we're at.
Well, there's
back,
also
baby. Vintage, get the fuck out of my seat. Holy shit, this is Bevel taking my seat on my show.
You got it back.
Unbelievable.
You got it back, my friend. Well deserved.
As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by Spartacus. Although, to be fair, I anticipated that coming for a while from Spartacus. Great. I do love getting muted on my own show. What I see happening though is that this whole feminism thing is basically just a weapon to promote this pimp type culture. And what Dane was kind of hinting at in terms of guys taking multiple wives on all this kind of shit, it's that's what you're. Oh my God, unbelievable! I will get this answer out one way or another. I will get out one way or another, Spartacus. This is unbelievable. I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Vintage, do a good job, okay?
As you were saying, Vintage,
they won't even let me talk about this other women and marriages.
Okay, I'm back in the chair. So before we get into any further proceedings, chat, I would like you all, please like the stream, subscribe if you haven't already. If you haven't liked, if you haven't subbed, what's wrong with you? Are you on drugs? Fucking do it. It's really, really easy. It's so fucking simple.
Ryan drugs, do it.
You can either take drugs or like and subscribe to Teriak. I'd recommend the latter.
Do both if you are.
No, don't do both. Don't do both.
I'm
hey, wait a minute. I'm about to go take my little butt hit. I'm gonna do both. Like and subscribe.
I'm not promoting illicit use. Yeah, like and subscribe to Teriak. First and foremost.
And thank you, Tarek, for letting me on here. I can't stay too much longer either. And I love having these conversations. Y'all are good people. And by the way, Kieran, screw you. Forget you, gay. Please come back. But no, these are the conversations that need to take place, please. I think are super important in this world, guys, because the shit that's going on from, I'm telling you, my family, friends, everything, what I see, exes, more. This stuff is serious. This is why we're going to have this problem continually, and it's going to get worse. And if we can't build our relationships back, we're never going to build a community. We're never going to build a kingdom and get anywhere. So
yeah, so just before you keep going, thank you so much, Shazzy Burr. Gifted 5 Terac memberships, total OG. Love Shazzy to bits. Really appreciate you. You know, keep being awesome.
She's
Oh, sorry.
And
All right.
please forgive
How
me.
you going?
You know,
Hi guys, how you going? Yeah.
is
Thank you
Shazzy a
again,
female? Forgive me.
Shazzy.
I hate that. I said
You're
Shazzy she.
amazing,
I do. I
Shazzy.
think it's Shazzy as a. Sometimes you see a name, you're like, that's a she, that's a he. We automatically put that in our minds. Does everybody know it's Shazzy she? Because I didn't mean to call you a she. I don't know if
Shazzy is a
anybody-
woman.
Okay, good. I was
She is a
right.
lovely woman.
She seems so. There we go.
Yeah.
But
One
no,
of the most
I
based-
also,
one of
Jazz,
the
thank
most
you for having
based
the
women in the
conversation with me
UK.
too. We need more women like ourselves. Marriage is important. Cross your fucking legs, ladies out here. Start caring about your value and also bring it, because you ain't bringing it out here. A lot of women are just not bringing shit. And men, step your game up too and expect more. Don't just want physicality. Expect your woman to bring you something to that table and that home. Because you're going to get bored and lonely afterwards. Your escort shit it's going to get old. The Pornhub's get old. Your fans only. And then you're sitting there at 40 and 50, all alone and wondering where my companionship is.
Lovely,
You're
Mike.
gonna
You
miss
pushing it. Well, she's a bitch sometimes, but Shazzy's cool. I like Shazzy.
Love Shazzy. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful day or evening wherever you're at, please. And thank you for having me on. And I will see you guys soon. But thank you guys. Have a blessed day.
Appreciate you, Stacey. Have a great night.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
All the best, my friend. All right, so let's get to the important issue. We've got 6 minutes and 50, just under 50 seconds left. Jack, why do you fucking mangle steaks like you do, man? I just don't get it. I mean, I was listening to VK earlier. I was listening to VK. I was listening to VK after I got kicked out of VK, but I still listened. Avid watcher, you know. I've always loved watching the battles. And then I heard today, you didn't microwave steaks with only 4 pounds of butter. It was like 10. And it's like, how do you use 10 pounds of butter to
up in the butter?
I don't know. Well, I didn't up the butter. I didn't up the butter. Someone else did. So they're like, it was actually 10. And I was like, where the fuck did that come from? Like, why would you use 10 pounds of butter?
What?
So you're gonna have to give us a justification. I need to hear this. Why would you do this?
Well,
are you vegan?
First
are you
of
vegan
all,
or something? Like, I don't know.
what?
Are you trying to destroy?
How'd that be
steak
vegan?
with 10
I'm so
well, you're
confused.
destroying 10 pounds of butter. You know, or you're using 10 pounds of butter to like destroy good quality steak.
I think the amount of butter changes every time. Every time. It just changes every single time. It's never consistent.
Oh, he's gone.
There we are. Okay. We're good. Everything's right in the world. I'm in my
Everyone's
rightful
getting
place.
muted. I think the chat's trying to give us a hint that they are over this topic and they want us to change the fucking subject.
Well, yeah, now
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
sounds accurate. Beautiful statement. Yeah, no, we changed it, there, or tried to, and now it's about my cooking ability, which keeps coming up. So, we got that going for us, and the butter. Oh God! Oh God!
Hey,
bro.
mute
People just
everyone.
wanna
So
hear the
that's just
stink
like
stuff.
silence for fucking 5 minutes. That'd be good.
Oh no. So yeah. Yeah. I didn't expect this to happen, but we roll with the punches, But yeah.
Haters gonna hate, and ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
Yeah, exactly. Words right out of my mouth. But yeah, the butter seems to seems to keep changing. You know, the amount seems to go up, but people don't care about it because they're stuck on the microwave. You know, and I'm just trying. You know, I was just trying to meal prep. You know, I really hadn't.
Amazing.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here!
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
Go, my nigga. Go get money. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Welcome back to Teriak's channel. Hope you're all having a great time again. I told you again, make sure you fucking like the video. If you haven't liked the video, then I'm probably going to get muted again. You know, you get in trouble if people don't like. It's those are the rules. But oh, we've got who's come back? Ah, the boss is back. Hey, boss.
I'm back,
How's it
baby.
going?
So then
How's it going,
Jess comes back when this gets to 1 minute, and then Jack comes back when it goes down to 0-0. But you gotta appreciate the boys. 5-minute extension for all. Holy shit. So 1 sec. Let me calculate this out. Okay, so it's basically so I'd need to do this to 6 minutes, and then basically everybody will be back, and then Jack will still have an extra minute. So it's basically when it gets down to 1 minute, everybody's back. So I'll see you in a little bit, folks.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
And we're back, baby. Oh, God. Jack, you still have 55 seconds left. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have hit 200, which means we have 3 premium memes left. Probably going to save the premium memes in case we get muted again by Spartacus. Spartacus, you are muted, just to let you know as well. But as I was trying to explain with my answer, right? like this whole thing with the feminisms and all this kind of shit, right? What it basically is promoting is this sense of like the pimp culture. And this is why it's actually so inherently dangerous, and why the feminists don't even realize what they're actually doing by promoting this feminism and all this kind of shit. This will actually come up in my debate on the World War debate when they start releasing the videos. Also, make sure you check out that video and you actually vote for me and all this kind of stuff. Because essentially, it's like by sexualizing the women and the whole sexual liberation, all this kind of shit, with like the hormonal birth control pill, coupled that with the fact that women are more unhappy. It's like the female paradox. The more rights and freedoms that you give them, the actual more unhappy they are with the third level education, all this kind of stuff, especially at that particular time frame. They're basically, when they hit 18, they're going to be all sexually liberal. They're going to put themselves into massive amounts of debt because of the because they're going into the college third level education, so they're going to be $100,000 in debt or more. Then they're like, you've got the no fault divorce. So the existing marriages that you have, it's literally unreasonable. There's no reason needed to get a divorce on this kind of stuff. Essentially, like that's like a pimp's playground, so to speak, with these women. And essentially, what you do is you have this whole like Andrew Tate archetype that this is playing into, because now you're starting to see with the red pill, they're all talking about having harems and all this kind of shit. And you're basically playing into their hand, where it's like you basically destroyed the nuclear family in terms of like having a loving husband, all this kind of stuff. Completely villainized him. Whereas now we have this society where it's just going to turn into complete degeneracy, where it's all like these dudes, like these like, you know, millionaires or billionaires are going to have like 10, 20, 30 wives and all this kind of shit, or girlfriends and all that kind of stuff. So essentially, like this whole thing of like the way you should look at feminism is like that's basically just pimp culture, essentially.
Hey, you got it out.
I told you, man. I had to talk. I had to make sure I talk fast for it. You know what I'm saying? But appreciate you with all the donations as well. We're gonna run through the premium memes as well. So, any preferences from anybody on panel for the premium memes? We have 3 to play around with.
No, none for me. Whatever.
Let's run through it. Let's run through it, ladies and gentlemen.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. You know, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. And now that we've
Stay
talked
black.
about Uncle Joey, I think it's about time we talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the 2-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
God damn. Are we lucky? And ladies and gentlemen, let's do a little bit of Bible study. How about it? Isaiah chapter 6.
You know, there's a Bible verse I think about sometimes. Many times. It goes, Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send? And who will go for us?" And I said, "Here am I. Send me."
Book of Isaiah, chapter 6. Really good movie, not gonna lie. But I'm anticipating that Spartacus is going to mute me again because he said he was going to do some degeneracy after the meme. So we've played the premium memes, we've caught up, and also shout out to you all. We hit $200 so far in this stream. Absolute legends, every single one of you. You know what I'm saying? That's a fucking brilliant film. Brilliant film. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, even like checking back to like when you actually see some of the, especially the colorized, like the clips that they took from World War II, like they have like the old footage and they basically colorize it now with the AI and all this kind of shit. Some of the scenes in that, like they're literally fighting at sea on a boat, and it literally the whole fucking surrounding area is just raining fire and raining bombs and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Absolutely craziness. But getting us into a more chill topic, as Dart would say, gentlemen, why are Americans fat cunts? This came up earlier a bit in the conversation, and I didn't believe we actually found an answer to this question. Why America so fat?
I can tell you where Australians are, but obviously the prompt is Americans. I'm going to, though, give my goodbyes. I am actually going to peace out for the night. Quick answer. Australians are fat cunts because, you know, we're just fat. You know, we just love the McDonald's. But I'm going to bail out. Thank you for being such a gracious host. Jack, thank you for trying to host for the whole of 90 seconds. You know, you'll do better next time. Yeah, it was a record. You know, no, 90 seconds hosting whilst microwaving steaks for 2 minutes at the same time. Multitasking. That's a positive trait. I got to give you respect. But I'm.
Yeah, I didn't even say how many minutes I microwaved the steaks for.
Yeah, nor how many pounds of butter you used to do so. But anyway, appreciate you having me on as always. Big W Teriak, big W to all the chat. You guys too. Just have a great night. I'll see you all in the next one.
But any shout outs or anything coming up or anything you want to like promo on your channel and all that?
Nothing specifically coming up, or but promo wise, I'm trying to promo my Rumble account. I've realized, or I was made aware that my Rumble channel is actually invisible to searches. So I've got a link and had to create a channel. But to get a custom URL, I need at least 20 followers. So I'm trying to grift 20 followers to get a custom URL, become visible. Based on the fact that I got struck by YouTube in my stream last night, I'm going to be a bit more aggressive in terms of doing Rumble only content for certain things. So yeah, if you want to come and check it out, you can come on to any of my YouTube videos from the last probably month. I've updated the link to the Rumble link there. Like and subscribe, and we'll have a bit of fun on that platform.
Hell yeah, bro. Thanks for stopping by, Vintage. Like I said, I especially love the memes when we're all muted, essentially. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful way to tell everybody to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
The whole panel, you know?
That's the way to do it. But yeah, guys, have a great night or day, depending on where you're in the world, and stay blessed.
See you, Vintage.
Stay blessed, bro.
Catch you guys.
So, lady and gentlemen, is there any particular topics that you want to talk about?
I don't know. My brain's kind of fried right now, to be honest.
Well, like I said, there's something that I was meaning to go through on the channel, and what better time than now? Let's go through the Rape Gang Inquiry Report. Because, like I said, what? I can't do serious topics on my own panel, Jack.
One thing that I was going to say
it's
before,
such a left field.
Was
It hit me across the face.
friggin' old mate saying Australians are fat. There are fat Australians here, but far out. It's putting Australian fucking fat people next to America. Like, there's no comparison there. Like, the shit that Americans have in their food is friggin' crazy. A lot of it's illegal here.
Well, like because they point to Europe and they say, well, Europe has like standards, and it's like even our standards, there's still some of the shit that they do with the food that's not 100%. You know what I mean? So I'd even like say that like as a European, I'd want to see like more stricter standards and all that. But in terms of America, it's kind of crazy. Like even with their coffee, like they don't ban mold-free mold coffee. Like any coffee that has the potential of having mold, they seem to be loosey-goosey with it. Whereas if you ever have a bad cup of coffee and there's mold in it, it's like you're gonna see some serious effects to it. So it's but there is other shit as well where it's like it's literally called like red dye 42 or something like that. And like the only reason why they put it in is to make the product look better. Which to me makes no fucking sense.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's crazy. Some of the shit they do over there with food.
I think what was it? RFK actually was moving to ban that, or did ban it or something, or got other companies not to use it or something.
100%. And we have Spartacus with the $20. Let me give you the shredding clip for that one, sir. Appreciate you, Spartacus. He says, let the woman, meaning me, I think, go through the inquiry. I'm never going to escape these lesbian charges, apparently. So I'm going to put up a poll saying, who looks more like a woman? Ellen Page.
I think I know what he was trying to say with that. If you want me to,
yeah, go ahead.
I think he was saying you and me, and let her read the inquiry you got on the screen.
Okay, so Jess, you're going to be doing the narration. Let me put you in the chair, and me and Jack are muted for what is that? 5 minutes each. So 1 sec, let me load up the timer. Okay, just so it's official. So Jess, you have the floor. I'll scroll down. Just let me know when you want me to scroll all this stuff. And like I said, go ahead.
What do I have to do? Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't even fucking... Alright, I'm gonna have to enlarge this shit because I can't even fucking see it with how small the screen is at the moment. Fuck you, eh? Oh, jeez. Do I have to fucking read this shit? Alright. Every witness who volunteered their testimony, whether survivor, parent, blower, whistleblower, fucking hell, politician, or expert, showed courage that made this inquiry possible. Their contributions have ensured that the truth is now a matter of permanent public record. Rupert Lowe, MP's energy and commitment ensured that the rape gang inquiry took place. He has been unwavering in his devotion to making sure that this rotting stain on our country's history has remained firmly in the public eye. Deep gratitude is extended to the entire inquiry team led by Sammy Woodhouse. And fucking old mate Nat. Can I add some shit to this, or do I have to read it exactly? Because I could make it more interesting if I add to it, to be honest.
Are you going to let me know in the chat? Can I make it more interesting? Okay. So, old mate Nat, retard Marilyn, or whoever the fuck that is, freaking dickhead Deborah, and freaking junkie Julie worked tirelessly to bring the evidence together and support every survivor who came forward. Thank you, Teriak. A special thank you is owed to all these other dickheads for taking time to sit on the inquiry panel. I don't want to read every fuckwit's name. Fuck these cunts. Dr. Fuckwit has been extremely generous in enriching the report that follows with his expert knowledge. We are so grateful to friggin' fuckface Charlie and the rest of his dickhead crew. But last but not least, we thank the untold thousands across Britain who made all of this possible by donating to ensure that this inquiry could take place. How much fucking time do we have left on this freaking clock? I swear, chat, you better not make me read all this shit. Or otherwise, I'm just going to call every freaking dickhead on here a fuckwit. As is the case with many decent, hard-working Britons, I was unaware of this. Fucking hell. Give my thoughts between reading. Oh, for fuck's sake. I think so far that it's just a bunch of retard names of fuckwits that no one gives a shit about. Pretty much. It's kind of going in one ear and out the other. I'm not paying attention, to be honest. So there you go. That's my thoughts so far. All this kind of like, we thank you so much and you're so great and blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit about it. I think all that stuff's fucking bullshit crap that people just say just to make themselves look good when they all know most of the time they're a piece of shit. Fuck with it, waffles. Oh, Britain doesn't have a racism problem. It has an immigration problem. Sorry, Teriak, that I missed the line that you so eagerly wanted me to read. Now I fucking can't. All right, where am I up to? I was unaware of the sheer scale of evil that has been and continues to be perpetrated by chiefly fucking fuckface Muslim men. I shouldn't say that, but anyway, I already did. So who gives a shit? I call everyone fuckface and cunt, so it is what it is. I don't give a shit where you come from or what you fucking believe in. Everyone's a fuckface cunt. Against vulnerable young white women. Why the fuck do they have to put... Who gives a shit if they were white or not? I don't... Like, what the fuck? Just the way they write this shit is fucking annoying. I'm being tortured here reading this bullshit. You can skip the irrelevant stuff if you want. Teriak does it all the time. Are you sure you're not enjoying my fucking, like, brain melting from all this crap? Okay. Vulnerable fucking bitch-faced white women and bitch-faced girls in communities up and down our country. But a single court transcript from one such horrific case amplified by Elon Musk. Oh, jeez. Early last year set in motion a long overdue national reckoning on the matter that inspired over 20,000 British patrons to help fund our rape gang inquiry. The fuck is this shit? Teriak, what are you getting me to fucking read? What is this crap? What follows is a comprehensive report of its findings. It is essential that all related court documents are securely preserved for both legal and historical reasons. Oh, jeez. I am so grateful to everyone on my team who's contributed to exposing this demonic chapter in Britain's history. That sounds like bullshit to me. I don't even know what this is about, but so far it just sounds like bullshit, and more bullshit. Of I'm a great person and everyone else is racist and terrible. That's that shit. You're making fun of great women. I'm not making fun of that. I'm making fun of the fucking idiot who wrote this shit. It's not my fault that they worded it retarded. Skip to the good part. I gotta go to sleep. Ah, okay. Well, I don't know where this good part that you're talking about is. A combination of, okay. Fear of racism accusations and scramble for votes from imported foreign subcultures meant that pure evil is allowed to follow. Was allowed. Okay. Nor is the horrendous ordeal over. The root cause was immigration. So what is this about? Immigration leading to rape victims or some shit? Beginning with the British Nationality Act 1948. Ah, okay. Okay, then. Is this in America? Where is this happening? This is Britain. Why are you getting me to read this? Okay. Beginning with the British Nationality Act 1948 and escalating under Tony Blair from 1997 onwards, believing proud nations to be responsible for the mid-20th century destruction of Europe. Our post-war leaders embraced diversity and multiculturalism as the supposedly civilized alternative. This report establishes beyond any doubt that this open society obsession has in fact enabled untold barbarism of its own. Oil and water do not mix, and cultural difference going back centuries are the problem. Okay. Where was this posted? Where did you find this, Teriak? Read it or make a sandwich. I'm better at making sandwiches than doing this shit. This is a man's job. Why the fuck are you getting me to do it? It's all over X and other platforms. Okay. Well, I haven't spent much. I'm sure you guys already are aware that I haven't spent much time online lately. I only just started joining panels and shit again. So make a sandwich on your show. Well, I used to do shit like that. I used to do bows in the kitchen, so on my show. So I urge all Bretons to read this report in full. Lessons need to be learned and prosecutions need to follow for the appalling cowardness for those responsible for refusing to resist such horror. I'm not reading this properly because I'm reading too fast to what I'm saying out loud. My apologies for that. Do you know Brian Atlas? I have no idea. Probably not. I don't know who you're talking about. Teriak's like, hurry the fuck up and move on. DM him. I'm not DMing anybody. Fuck that. The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it. 7 more fucking minutes. Fucking hell. Seven more minutes of this shit. Oh, he's the whatever host. I know who you're talking about now. Jess, you can just spend the time reading. It's fine. Oh, Teriak. I don't know enough about him to be able to roast him appropriately. So, like, I could just throw some shit, throw shit at the wall and anything that sticks, but, it's much less effective than actually knowing enough to fucking say, do better or it will be 12. Oh, okay, so this is some domination bullshit. Okay, dude. Admit to me. Okay. I think this would be better in Teriak's voice, to be honest. Because I'm too much of a fucking bitch for this shit. Which is probably why he's saying to roast you, because he knows that's what us Aussies do. You do have a good reading voice. I fucking cringe at you. You're making me cringe. I suppose it's pretty hard to make me cringe. At myself. I cringe at other people all the time, but to cringe at myself, that's pretty difficult to do. So good job, guys. You found something that actually works. And I shouldn't be telling you this because this will be used against me later on. Fuck yous. All right. I'll read a little bit more of it. Introduction. The Rape Gang Inquiry has now concluded the first phase of its work. It was established to examine one of the most horrendous scandals in the long history of our country. I feel like I already read that, but anyway. The systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities up and down the nation. The evidence presented throughout the hearings confirmed what had long been known but repeatedly denied by many in the political class. The inquiry welcomed girls, boys, men, and women of all races and religions to testify to their experiences to gain a complete picture of the rape gang phenomenon.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Thanks. Fuck.
It is what it is. I'm here to help the lady read. Police, social services, schools, NHS, licensed authorities, governments allow the gangs to operate within the impunity. Now I sound like a black cop. There was demonstrable lack of political will to confront them.
Hey,
Their
this is
party
serious.
initially refused.
You must take it serious.
Hey, you said I had a better reading voice.
I didn't say that. I just said that I'm cringing at myself. I'd never even heard you fucking talk until now.
It'll be many years before this inquiry is complete, and there's no guarantee it'll be adequately addressed. I can't. Okay, I'm a horrible Teriak.
Oh, jeez. Fuck. Okay. The Casey report of 2025 I don't even know where he read up to because he was like, I couldn't understand what the fuck he was saying. Started Irish and then turned black. I fucking... Oh, fuck. This is why is it too hard to read? Words aren't hard. It's not that it's hard, it's that it's cringe. It's cringe as fuck. I hate fucking reading out loud. So, I don't know. It's just always been a thing. I don't do it on my channel very much, and now you guys know why, because I'm being forced to fucking do it here. Okay. The Casey report of 2025 stated that disproportionate numbers of men from Asian fucking ethnic backgrounds. Oh, 1 minute left. Okay, that's cool. Were among the suspects for group-based child sexual exploitation. Lovely. Lovely. That's disgusting. Baroness Casey quoted local reports showing that
Yes, I can rescue you from the this because, like I said, just to give you a little bit of a background, right? There was this whole thing of, do you remember Tommy Robinson and all this kind of stuff? This is basically what he was trying to
Yeah.
expose, and time again, they were basically, you don't know about Tommy Robinson?
I read this 5 minutes ago.
Hey, why is on this pool? Are you winning on this pool, man? What's going on?
Yeah, like, what can I say? It's unbelievable, chat. I'm never going to escape these lesbian charges. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jack.
I
And thank you
swear,
for highlighting.
if
the chat.
fucking Sparkus makes me, if he does that
No
again, it
way.
makes me read again. That fucking asshole. I swear to God, you're a shit stirrer.
It is what is. You heard it here first, Spartacus. We'll just give you his background in terms of this. This
I
whole
can't
thing, like,
read it before he donates more, and I have to do it.
I know, but just to give a background, right?
Oh
Because,
no,
like, basically, this has been
just do it. Come on,
this has
Teriak.
been like preached about and all this kind of shit, right? But anyways, the Casey report of 2025 stated that the disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds were among the suspects for group-based child sexual exploitation. Baroness Casey quoted local reporters showing that a significant portion of these convicted were of Pakistani and or Muslim heritage. The crimes stretched back generations. The rape gang inquiry was necessary because the state and its institutions have failed catastrophically over decades. I did hear it here first. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jack, we're in the back for another 5 minutes. So let me. At least I read a bit for you.
You didn't read quick enough, Teriak. Fuck. I don't even know where he got up to. Fucking thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, you shit-stirring fucking asshole. The rape gang inquiry was necessary because the state and its institutions have failed catastrophically over decades. Police, social services, school, the NHS, licensing authorities, and government allowed these gangs to operate with impunity. There was... Man... It's making me appreciate Tyrac's work even more. Just skip to the conclusion. Well, between you and Tarak, fuck you both. Seriously. You're making me read and he's making me read all of it. I hope you're somewhat entertained by my retardation today. Whose stream is it right now? I'm not rage quitting. No fucking way, Shazzy. Fuck that. But he'll probably make me fucking read this thing to the end, knowing what he's like. I can see it coming. And I get that sense because I'm that kind of shit stirring fucking bitch, and I think he has that kind of thing to him too. So I think I'm screwed. Oh, for fuck's sake! There's 200 pages of this shit. Are you serious? I'm not getting paid enough for this shit. Like, Teriak, the fuck? You get paid for me to sit here and fucking read this. Fucking hell. Nah, I'm sleeping. Okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. No 24-hour stream, Shazzy. Don't fucking tempt Teriak with that shit. I'm not sitting here for 24 hours fucking reading this shit. Where in the 200 pages is the fucking conclusion? Like, I can't scroll. Teriak is the one scrolling. Friggin' man in this. Yeah, no skipping. Fuck you, Teriak. The last... the last 217 pages. How much to scroll? Oh, man. Okay. I don't even know where I was up to be honest. It's fucking... What's the time here? It's nearly 10 o'clock at night. That's why. There was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. The Labour Party initially refused a public inquiry altogether. Just read fast. I'm not reading faster. Fuck you, Jack of Blades. You can come up here and fucking read it. You read it faster. Yeah, I know, but you're muted, so oh, I stalled enough. That's good. The good old women prattling works every time.
We're back, baby. Jack, be careful what you wish for, because I think you're now on the chopping block. But anyways, there was a demonstrable lack.
Spartacus,
There was
get
a
Jack to fucking read it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tara.
Exactly. You got to punish Jack now, Spartacus. There was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. The Labour Party initially refused a public inquiry altogether, only relenting under considerable pressure. It will be many years before this inquiry is complete, and there is no guarantee that it will adequately address the political sensitive ethno-religious nature of this phenomenon. Despite now pushing for an inquiry in opposition, when in government, the Conservative Party did very little. The rape gang inquiry was survivor-led. Every day, the panel sat with Sammy Woodhouse, a survivor-turned-activist herself, alongside a variety of experts who attended whenever this specialist subject formed the focus of her efforts to get to the truth. We examined distinct areas of the scandal in turn so that a maximally full picture could be established. Parents and carers described their experiences. Instances of pregnancy, abortion, and children born of rape were laid bare. Whistleblowers who had previously been ignored gave evidence. Police and justice failures were documented. Social care, NHS services, including sexual health and mental health, education, taxi licensing, demographic trends, cultural and social issues, and ideological obstructions to justice were all scrutinized without restriction. Nothing was off the table. Misguided political correctness and cultural sensitivities played no part in the proceedings. The promise made to every donor was honored in full. The truth was pursued, and justice was our only objective. Survivors were finally given the platform they had been denied for so long and were central to the inquiry. The full scale of nature of the crimes can now be placed on the public record. The true horror of what took place is no longer hidden. Although the inquiry lacked statutory powers, the response was overwhelming. Politicians, whistleblowers, experts, family members, and many others came forward. Those few in prominent positions who declined to give, positions who declined to give evidence, did so knowing their refusal would be noted. This report sets out findings and masks clear recommendations for how the problem of rape gangs can be eradicated. The country now knows the full truth. The country has been given the basis for justice. The country has the roadmap to ensure these crimes will never happen again. And also, good night, Spartacus. Thank you very kindly for the donations and the trolling. We do appreciate a little bit of trolling here. Executive summary. The rape gang inquiry examined the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities throughout the United Kingdom. The evidence put to the inquiry confirms that this scandal constitutes one of the most horrendous failures in the history of the country. Organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, recorded abuse for distribution and blackmail, and passed girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s, by Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region of our nation. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It has been previously established that, at the very least, 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma. The true number is probably higher. Perpetrators bear primarily responsibility, yet the institutional failures that have enabled them for decades must also be confronted. In our courts and official inquiries, around 87% of those convicted in these group-based child sexual exploitation cases bore distinctly Muslim names. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted. Dr. Taj Hargay, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation, believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslims to be around 95%. This figure far exceeds the Muslim share of the overall United Kingdom population. The overwhelming majority of rape gang networks consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds, predominantly of Pakistani heritage, although smaller groups from Somalia Iran, Syria, Turkey, and other Muslim origins were also involved. The inquiry heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their families. The method used to groom children typically followed the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended as young Muslim men who treated the young child like an adult and would then start providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. After a few months, the girls would then be collected from school gates, care homes, and streets in taxis. They were then taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels where they were raped repeatedly by groups of men, tortured, filmed for blackmail, and told they were white trash or kuffar who merited punishment. Many became pregnant while still children. Some miscarried on the trauma, others endured coerced abortions, and some gave birth to children who were later removed by the state. We found that the same unspeakable crimes occurred in at least 149 local authority districts, close to 40% of all such districts across the United Kingdom. See page 14 for our full map. Survivors described daily rapes, red rooms of extreme torture, trafficking between cities, and institutional disbelief that compounded their suffering. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East where they would endure Islamic marriage. The demographic and cultural drivers are clear. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds operated in an honor and shame-based clan mode that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. This pattern was reinforced by 8 theological and legal aspects of Islam. These include the doctrine of Muslim superiority drawn from the Quranic verses that position Muslims at the top with the duty to correct non-believers. The gang members' justification for their crimes can be found in the Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal known as al-wala al-bara. It demands enmity toward non-Muslims, superiority of men over women, forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent, perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous, a system of sex slavery that authorizes sexual relations with non-Muslim captives, and a religiously sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. These elements filter through the clannish immigrant subcultures, provide a religious justification that enabled the systemic rape and even slaughter of white British girls. Were Britain functioning effectively, these girls would have received considerable state protection. However, every one of these institutions failed them catastrophically. Police forces ignored repeated reports, criminalized victims instead of perpetrators, destroyed evidence, and allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. Social care services undermined protective parents, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children's homes, closed cases despite clear indicators of exploitation, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple sexual transmitted infections in children as young as 13, pregnancies caused by rape and suicide attempts, yet discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding referrals or trauma care. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. Political failure lies at the heart of the scandal. Successive governments lacked the will to confront the ethnic and religious patterns. The Labour Party bears particular responsibility. It initially refused a public inquiry and only relented under pressure by ordering a process viewed with widespread scepticism. Labour-denominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs let go long ago, yet later denied knowledge. The party prioritised electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs and then blocked or watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data, and framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry whose tightly drawn terms of reference deliberately excluded systemic examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers. The Conservative Party, while in government, continued with Labour's approach and failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording or launch a full statutory inquiry, despite the clear evidence from Rotherham and elsewhere. Scottish political parties have refused a dedicated inquiry and failed to record offender ethnicity. Political correctness, fear of accusations of racism, and fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedence over protection of British children. Whistleblowers, parents, and survivors who came forward showed extraordinary courage despite having been met in the past with disbelief and intimidation. Perpetrators operated with impunity because the state enabled them. The evidence now demands immediate and decisive action to eradicate the problem, deliver justice for the victims, and ensure these abhorrent crimes are eradicated from our shores. We now have a clear sense of the problem. There are a number of measures necessary to resolve them, up and into including considerable changes to our criminal justice system, the passage of legislation aimed at targeting specifically gang-based CSE, and a great amount of institutional overhaul. Our detailed list of recommendations includes improved data recording on ethno-religious patterns among offenders, far stronger from sentencing, a comprehensive deportation effort, institutional accountability measures, multi-agency coordination, specialist training, enhanced safeguarding through greater family involvement, and closing the various gaps in British law through which so many victims fell. Following the publication of this report, we intend to release the full witness testimonies, gather additional survivor accounts, identify those responsible in Parliament, and begin civil and private legal actions to ensure maximal accountability. Before we go into the next section, I just want to catch up and chat as well. I noticed the large change in quality between the two. It is what it is. Like I said, I do with the Bible session as well, so I've had a lot of practice to read out loud and all this kind of stuff. That was painful. Hopefully made painful chat as well. I appreciate the effort, Jess. You know what I'm saying? Have a good one, Spartacus. I enjoyed it thoroughly. What can I say? Put on a show, you know? I just hate sounding reading out loud. It is what it is. This chat made Teriak read Cardi B for 2 days straight. That was nothing. That is true as well. I was reading a lot of Cardi B lyrics. Dua Lipa, all the hoes. You know, all the hoes
I could
of
have
Hollywood,
just read
as they
it
would say.
properly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I could have just read it properly, but what would be the fun in that? So I left that to
True
you.
that. True that, you know. Is this the Epstein files? This is the thing about this report, right? The amount of shit that we hear about the Epstein files, right? Epstein was one man. This was like multiple thousands of British Pakistani Muslim men. You know what I mean? And all the same people that want us to go ballistic over the Epstein files they've posted nothing on this. Absolutely nothing. You know what I mean? And the whole thing of like with Epstein being the whole aspect of well, he's already dead now and all this kind of shit. What are we going to then do about this? You know what I mean? And again, it's all the same people that were like screaming about the Epstein thing. They're all quiet about this. So it is what it is. And torture, it is indeed torture. Well, we shall get into it. The overview of the crimes. Rape gangs have exploited children systematically across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. The independent chair of the Centre for Excellence for Children's Care and Protection, Alexis J., has identified the 1970s as the decade when immigrant rape gangs first began tormenting the girls of Britain. However, the British Newspaper Archive reveals that the first recorded case of specifically Pakistani rape gangs dates back to 1955, when 4 Bradford-based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middlesbrough. This was soon after former colonial subjects from the subcontinent, as much as the Caribbean, became eligible to enter the United Kingdom in non-trivial numbers under the British Nationality Act of 1948. What began as singular and small-scale instances became systematic and industrial over time. These horrific crimes have not only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory and the start of orchestrated mass immigration. With greater numbers came greater opportunities for abuse. Perpetrators built organized networks that transported victims between towns and cities and passed girls between multiple adult men. In each of these areas, the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, and drugs collected in taxis from school gates, care homes, and streets, taken into houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels, and then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across county lines, and in many cases impregnated or forced into abortions. Many victims endured violence, were filmed for blackmail, or told they were white trash or kuffar who deserved punishment. The authorities at every level, including the police, social services, health services, schools, licensing bodies, and politicians, knew the patterns, possessed the intelligence, and still failed to protect the country's children, or the country's children. The evidence establishes that a national scandal of repeated rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma enabled by institutional denial, political calculation, and fear of the accusation of racism took place over decades. The incidents of criminal activities listed in this report are drawn from the court records, official and unofficial inquiries across the country, and witness testimony provided to the inquiry. They confirmed that this was never a series of isolated local failures. It was a coordinated nationwide pattern of organized child sexual exploitation that repeated in town after town, city after city, from the far north to the south coast. The same ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators was documented throughout almost all of the witnesses who contacted the inquiry. The scale of the rape phenomenon is endemic across the entirety of Britain. The 250,000 figure originates directly from a statement of the House of Lords by Lord Pearson of Rannoch on 14th of May 2019. Do the government accept that if we extrapolate nationality, the J report on Rotherham and other reports from Telford and Oxford, there have appeared to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped in this century, very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day for years. He added that this number is probably an underestimate. The extrapolation now has greater support due to further data has been collected, derived from scaling the patterns documented in major inquiries. The Rotherham J report in 2014, at least 1,400 girls abused between 1997 and 2013, with some updated estimates exceeding this. Perpetrators were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. In the Telford inquiry in 2022, more than 1,000 children, predominantly girls, over decades, again with the same perpetrator profile. In the national footprint, the grooming gang model has been confirmed in dozens of towns and cities. Our independent inquiry, led by Rupert Lowe, has heard evidence demonstrating coordinated operations extending to all corners of the country in at least 149 local authority districts. See page 14 for the full map. When Rotherham and Telford scale is applied across the documented national distribution and multiplied by the extreme underreporting factor accepted by official reviews, the total reaches the 250,000 threshold as a bare minimum. We are far from grasping the full extent of grooming gang criminality in modern Britain. It is reasonable to assume that since sexual abuse of all kinds tends to be underreported, this is also true of grooming gangs. The Independent report that almost 19,000 children were identified as sexual exploitation victims in England in 1 year alone, despite the abundance of state actors to name or tackle the problem of rape gangs. After decades of abuse, victims must number in the hundreds of thousands. Full scale is not yet known. Every major review has emphasized that recorded statistic severely understate reality. Baroness Casey National Audit on Group-Based Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse in June 2025. The audit explicitly states that the scale, nature, and characteristics of group-based child sexual exploitation remain impossible to quantify precisely due to inconsistent data collection and historical suppression. An independent inquiry into child sexual abuse and multiple local inquiries from 2022 to 2025, it is simply not possible to know the scale because ethnicity, group offending, and historical cases were routinely unrecorded or shelved to protect community cohesion. Overleaf is a heat map that portrays the various locations in which the inquiry can be sure the rape gang operated. Is likely the true extent is far worse. So again, just to space you a map of England, and all the red areas is where these gangs operated. So even in Northern Ireland, even in Scotland, even in Wales, and then all across England. So basically, these are the 149 districts. Okay. The scale, the tactics. Oh, sorry, 1 sec. Good night, Jack. Have a good one. Appreciate you. And well done in the VK. I think this was his best VK performance so far. And 100% you are. Like, it was a coordinated cover up. You know what I mean? And we're going to get to some absolute horrendous shit that the cops have done in this as well. Scale, the tactics, the perpetrator profile, and the systemic inaction were almost always identical everywhere. Britain did not face dozens of separate local scandals. It faced one national scandal that the state allowed to grow for decades. London. London stands as exposed as the epicenter of institutional denial in the grooming gang scandal. While northern towns faced public inquiries after the truth emerged, the capital maintained a wall of silence for years. The Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has repeatedly insisted there were no grooming gangs operating in the city, as our inquiry heard from Susan Hall, leader of the Conservatives in the London Assembly. The rape gang phenomenon is in fact endemic within the capital. After challenging Khan about the presence of such gangs in London, Hall was inundated with calls from women and girls purporting to be victims of their predation. Khan describes the evidence from whistleblowers as malicious and politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that the problem was far more complex in other parts of the country and that young people were being exploited through county lines rather than organised group-based child sexual exploitation. These statements were made despite the Metropolitan Police holding reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs and raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across the capital. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing exactly these patterns of offending. He read the files yet continued to deny the existence of the gangs in public. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Phillip has accused Khan of facilitating a cover-up, and other politicians stated that both the mayor and the Metropolitan Police have been denying grooming gangs in London. Campaigners, including whistleblower Maggie Oliver and Chris Wilde, described the capital as the last bastion of denial and warned that the scale of abuse there was more catastrophic than anywhere else in the country. The evidence is now emerging confirms their warnings. In October 2025, the Metropolitan Police announced a review of 9,000 child sexual exploitation cases. The National Crime Agency launched Operation Beacon Port to examine thousands more files nationwide after initial assessments found human errors, missed lines of inquiry, and cases wrongly dropped. London forms a significant part of this backlog. A former Metropolitan Police detective has described industrial-scale child prostitution and grooming in the capital, with authorities aware but opting for inaction due to a mixture of incompetence, laziness, and corruption. London has the largest Muslim population in Britain. Khan relies on a significant electoral support from those communities, as well as having ethno-religious motive to protect the public reputation of Pakistani Muslims in particular. Widespread acknowledgement of organised networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men targeting vulnerable white girls would have shattered the narrative of community cohesion that successive London administrations, none more than Khan's, have promoted. As for others in authority, fear of being labelled racist paralysed the Metropolitan Police and City Hall in the same way it did in Rotherham and Rochdale before them. One anonymous whistleblower told us that boys as well as girls are an especially vulnerable target for criminal gangs, typically Albanian, Somali, or Turkish, operating in the capital. Yet the relevant bodies still refuse to collect data on ethnicity, willfully rendering themselves blind to very behavioural patterns that are supposed to aid law enforcement in its pursuit of justice. The Metropolitan Police Review, the National Crime Agency operation, and the witness accounts pouring in proved that group-based child exploitation has thrived in our capital city. The inquiry records the failure without reservation. Khan and the senior leadership of the Metropolitan Police must answer for their role in the scandal. Until the capital confronts the truth, the same rigour now demanded elsewhere, the children of London remain at risk and the state remains complicit. And here's some of the victim testimony. So this is where it's going to be tough to listen to. Not going to lie. There are thousands of survivors who could have provided evidence to our inquiry team. Below is a summary of some of the testimony provided by our brave witnesses who spoke at the inquiry hearings. Some of the witnesses have to remain anonymous for their own safety. This is one girl, Chloe. Throughout her early childhood, Chloe was popular at school, performed well academically, and enjoyed an active social life. Although her parents separated when she was young, she describes her early upbringing as relatively stable. Following the separation, full custody of Chloe and her older brother was awarded to her father, despite his alcoholism. Her mother, on the other hand, was often absent from her life and became homeless following the separation. Chloe recalls a generally secure and supportive home environment under the care of her father. However, following his sudden death just before her 10th birthday, she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she described as a paedophile by whom she was sexually abused. Chloe's mother caught her husband assaulting Chloe on many occasions, but did little to stop it. On one occasion, Chloe's mother caught her husband in the shower with Chloe, and instead of intervening, she closed the door and walked out. At this time, Chloe was 10 years old. The abuse soon escalated to rape. Chloe's stepfather supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes to keep her quiet. She began smoking cannabis. Around the same time, Chloe started fronting and spending time in the local town center with a friend unsupervised. She describes groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistanis, aged 20 to over 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling and buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers who would take the girls into their cars and drive them around the town. At this stage, there was no sexual abuse, and although the men's behavior was clearly inappropriate, Chloe and her friend, then in their final year of primary school, enjoyed being treated like adults. The grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways was accompanied by emotional manipulation with the men, many of whom were related to one another, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends to Chloe. Chloe describes this process to them as mapping out you are a vulnerable person, physical contact, including kisses and massages, became increasingly common. Meanwhile, the abuse by her stepfather at home worsened, and her mother was all but absent as a guardian. At this time, Chloe had an aunt and uncle who lived nearby, and she often sought refuge with them. She had spent holidays with them during her earlier childhood, felt that she could trust them. On one occasion, she had visited them while tranting before returning home and spending the day there while her mother and stepfather were at work. Chloe's surprised, her uncle arrived at her house unannounced an hour later, and she invited them inside. After a brief conversation, Chloe's uncle sexually assaulted her. Chloe resisted, and he relented and left. Told her mother about the assault, and her mother reported it to the police. The police accused Chloe of lying, and no further action was taken. Until this incident, she had regarded her uncle as one of the best people in her life. Afterwards, there were no adults left that Chloe could confide in or seek support from. Increasingly isolated, she became more deeply involved with the groups of Muslim men she encountered in the town centre. One evening, Chloe's friend suggested they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by the man, who was drunk and under the influence of drugs, and taken to the hotel. When they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did not intervene. In the room, the girls were given a potent strain of cannabis, which left Chloe, then 11, absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken into another room by a group of the men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her. The man did not attempt to sexually assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both of whom were still intoxicated, out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their hometown. They were forced to walk. It was around midnight. Chloe did not want to go back to her home as she feared her mother would beat her for being out late. She stayed with her friend. In the early hours of the morning, Chloe was collected from her friend's house by the police after her mother reported her missing. Chloe lied to police and her mother about where she had been. Chloe's mother grounded her for a month, meaning she was stuck at home with her predatory stepfather, a period she describes as torture. After the month passed, Chloe arranged to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her, and the girls were picked up by the boyfriend, who was in fact a 25-year-old Indian man. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice, posher than the other men she had met in the town centre. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends and taking the girls into a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring the girls for sex. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period. The men replied it did not matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to rape her on the back seats. This incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither were found guilty. From this moment, Chloe's life spiraled. At 12 years old, she began drinking heavily, smoking large amounts of cannabis, and taking harder drugs, including ecstasy, anything to block it out of her mind. She would drink before school just to get through the day, and her attendance dropped significantly. She and her friend would spend school hours in the town centre, walking around until somebody picked them up in a car, somebody brought them alcohol, or somebody gave them the drugs. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which time she was passed between taxis, drugged, abused, and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslims and primarily Pakistani. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and forced the empty whiskey bottle into Chloe's vagina, where it shattered. Chloe admitted herself to A&E, but no questions were asked about how she sustained such an injury. She was examined, the glass was removed, and she was discharged. Chloe was questioned by police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked where she'd been, who she'd been with, and what she'd been doing. She replied that she'd been having sex with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, police dismissed Chloe as a prostitute. They asked her whether she was consenting to the sexual activity, and despite Chloe telling them she did not know the definition of the word consent, they reported that she had been. Police found Chloe, as well as other missing children, in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, and let the gang members go without so much as questioning them. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town centre and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who was questioned where she had been. Chloe told the police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response to the police officer was that nothing could be done, and Chloe was let go. In response to her truancy and deteriorating behaviour, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state, and she continued to spend time with her friend and her friend's boyfriend. This went on for a number of years. The boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textiles factory, where he raped Chloe. Following this incident, Chloe stopped spending time with a friend who, up until this point, had accompanied her throughout her exploitation. By this time, Chloe had become so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending time with Muslim gangs that she continued to do without her friend. On one occasion, following another late return home, her mother grounded her for 2 months. Fearing further abuse from her stepfather, Chloe walked to a nearby social services office while her mother was at work and reported him. Chloe was interviewed by social workers about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied that the abuse was taking place and were released without discharge. Chloe made further appeals to social services and was eventually removed from the house and placed in foster care. She lived with a couple who cared for several other foster children, and though she found them snobby and judgmental, found some semblance of stability with them. But it did not last long. She was still living in the same town, so when she went into the town centre, as she often did both alone with her and with her foster carers, Muslim gangs would recognise and target her. She remained at the same school, and because she now lived further away, the foster carers paid for taxis to take her there. She would ask the taxi drivers to drop her near the school, and rather than attending, she would walk to one of the neighbourhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. The gangs would take her into their taxis, ply her with drugs and alcohol, and sexually abuse her. Around the age of 13, Chloe disclosed to social services that she was being sexually abused by gangs of Muslim men. In response, social services did not intervene, but rather talked to Chloe about contraception and sexual health. One social worker started regularly taking Chloe to a sexual health clinic where she was diagnosed with chlamydia in her throat and vagina, gonorrhea, genital warts, and pelvic inflammatory disease. Neither of the social workers nor the clinic staff questioned or reported this. Police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for her abuse, they routinely failed to question them, let alone pursue further action, when Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. Chloe was soon moved to a different foster placement with far more protective care. On one occasion, a gang member came to the foster home searching for Chloe, and the carer fought them in the street to protect her. Around the time Chloe turned 14, a social worker approached her about her ongoing sexual exploitation. This was one of the first times this had happened, and Chloe was relieved that her abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than offering a solution, the social worker instead told Chloe that that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play victim of a child fuck's sake, and asked whether she would be interested in auditioning for the role given her experience. Following this exchange, Chloe, upset, angry, in a state of disbelief, ran away from the foster home, and after being abducted by a Muslim gang, was missing for 6 months. Over this period, she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Britain. She was taken into a house after house and raped and abused by guy after guy after guy after guy. The men who abused her paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more than a commodity. She was reported missing, and her photograph was shown on TV. Her abusers remarked on this, "You're that girl off the TV that's missing," but her whereabouts was never reported to the police. Chloe describes a cycle of grooming, rape, and drug and alcohol abuse. This went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man. The man was let go without charge, and she was returned to her mother's house. Chloe's relationship with her mother had completely broken down by this point, so she continued to run away, and her psychological state deteriorated further. Following another period of grooming and sexual exploitation by Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. She describes the home as being like a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled, and she was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. She remained there for 9 months, by which time she was almost 15. Social services determined that she was well enough to be released, and she was placed in foster care not far from where she'd been living before. Chloe describes the new carers as a positive and encouraging presence in her life, and in spite of her proximity to the sites of her abuse and exploitation, Chloe found stability and security living with them. She enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at a nearby college, and for the next 2 years, Chloe describes her life as fantastic. As Chloe approached her 18th birthday, social services notified her that her foster care would soon end. They identified a house for her, and after parting ways with her carer, she moved in and got a retail job to support herself. Despite having little experience taking care of herself, Chloe's life remained generally stable through this period. Eventually, Chloe re-established contact with the friend whom she had been abused with as a young child. She invited her over to her house, and when she arrived, she was accompanied by a group of Muslim men, all of whom remembered Chloe from past abuse. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos. The men refused to leave, and in Chloe's words, it was no longer my quiet little house, it was their house. They smashed windows, kicked in doors, and left the house an absolute wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, pulled his trousers down, and sat in her face, already raping her on her sofa as the rest of the gang watched. Chloe returned to drugs and alcohol to cope. Though she was still working in retail, her ability to work was rapidly declining. During one shift, one of her colleagues, someone she was friends with, jokingly pinched her bottom. Chloe, traumatized by the years of abuse, punched him in the face in the middle of the shop. She was brought before management and tried to argue her case, but was fired. Left with no income, Chloe spiraled further. The Muslim gang was still occupying her house, and with nowhere else to go, no ability to remove them, she remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused, and raped her, including with objects, including soft drink cans, keys, and a baseball bat. Before long, they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home. On a number of occasions, they brought young children into Chloe's house to abuse them. Chloe recalls a number of occasions when boys under the age of 18 from Muslim communities were pressured and bullied by their older friends and relatives into raping her. Chloe was forced to commit crimes, including insurance fraud and the holdings of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report the assault that was taking place in her house, and when they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than gang members. Property was registered in her name. One evening, an associate of the gang from a neighboring town arrived at a house. A notorious sex trafficker, he soon began taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding area. There, he would spike her with heroin before handing her over to men who sexually assaulted and raped her. Chloe became addicted to opiates, and her health deteriorated rapidly. She became anorexic, weighing just 5 stone at the age of 18. The use of heroin was a method of control by the gang, as it left her with no ability to defend herself physically. Her daily existence became a relentless cycle of rape, exploitation, and violence. Eventually, a social worker visited Chloe and was shocked by both her appearance and the conditions in which she was living. Concerned for her welfare, she took Chloe on an addiction clinic where tests revealed an extremely high concentration of opioids in her system. Chloe was prescribed medication to manage her opioid dependency and gradually weaned herself off the drugs. Around this time, Chloe reconnected with a childhood friend, and the friendship soon developed into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend paid off Chloe's remaining rent and moved her out of the squalid house. Chloe moved in with him, and after which she got a job in retail for a short period. Chloe's life was relatively stable, but due to her unresolved trauma, she soon returned to drinking heavily, smoking cannabis, and gambling. Her workplace was close to her first foster home, and before long, she came back into contact with members of the gang that abused her at the time. The cycle of grooming, exploitation, and abuse soon resumed. Her relationship with her boyfriend broke down, and out of desperation, she re-established contact with her mother, who had left her predatory husband and soon moved back in with her. One night, Chloe was out with the members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. Police arrested Chloe while she was changing into her pajamas, and she was taken to the police station drunk and half naked. She was kept in a cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation back to her mother's house. She tried to contact her ex-boyfriend, but he did not respond. Chloe, then 19, was left stranded. She wandered around the neighborhood for several hours before encountering a gang member who had previously abused her. Cold and desperate, she got into his car and for the following weeks was trafficked across the country. Eventually, Chloe identified a new house to move into. Despite their dysfunctional relationship, her mother agreed to sign a rental agreement as Chloe's guarantor, as Chloe, then without income, knew she would not be able to afford the rent. After she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in her neighborhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, the gangs discovered where she was living and once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued, and Chloe's emotional state deteriorated significantly. Chloe was taken to hospital after a suicide attempt, and while there, she discovered that she was pregnant. The father of the child, a Pakistani Muslim illegal migrant, moved into Chloe's home. Chloe was subsequently coerced into converting to Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimize the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. Chloe's behavior became tightly controlled. She was forced to wear a hijab. She was prohibited from looking out the windows of her home, and if she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, he would beat her black and blue, something that happened every day. Chloe's child was born with multiple health problems, including a defective kidney, due to the deteriorated condition of Chloe's womb as a result of the sexual abuse. Nevertheless, becoming a mother gave Chloe a renewed determination to get her life back on track. She reported the father of her child to the police after he assaulted the child, and he was removed from the property. She stopped taking drugs, she was focused, and for the first time, the gangs left her alone. One evening, she went out with a friend who lives across the road. Chloe, now a mother, did not drink heavily, but her friend became heavily intoxicated. A group of Asian men started speaking to them and offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend, agreed. Instead of taking her home, however, they were taken to a hotel. Chloe was not drunk, protested, and encouraged her friend, who was paralytic, to leave with her. Chloe warned her friend about what she suspected was going to happen, but her friend refused to leave. Chloe, thinking of her daughter and seeking to protect herself, reluctantly left without her. The following day, Chloe's friend told Chloe that she'd been raped by the men. This incident represented a turning point in Chloe's life. She decided that she needed to leave her home. She needed to leave her hometown for good and get as far away from these Asian men as possible. By chance, she reconnected on Facebook with a man she had known in her early childhood, an old colleague of her mother, who she described as one of the only adult men in my life who never harmed me or treated me badly. Told him about everything she had been through and her desire to leave. He lived in Scotland and she was invited to visit him for the weekend, which she did. After returning home, she sought support from Women's Aid, who managed to secure her a property in Scotland. Nothing but her daughter in a small bag, she left her hometown, leaving a lifetime of abuse and exploitation behind, and moved to Scotland, where she resides to this day. Chloe personally knows at least 20 other girls from her area who were predated on by Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same: grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse, and rape. Furthermore, Chloe describes being taken into the mosques where imams would describe the non-Muslims as infidels and preach that white women who dressed inappropriately were free game. Chloe believes that the local police, social services, NHS, and government were all fully aware of what was happening, including the radicalized nature of the crimes, but they did not intervene for two reasons: because they could not be bothered with the paperwork and because they did not want to be seen as racist. Chloe blames these bodies and their major push for diversity for her abuse. Chloe says that if I can just even save one more child, girl or boy, from going through any of this, then I've done my job. And that's just one. Let me catch up on chat. Okay, chat's been commenting a lot. God damn. Okay, so sorry to spam. community cohesion means what? Like this whole thing of like, oh, we don't want to offend one like the Muslims in the area, so we're not going. We want like community. We want like harmony in the community. And if there's like a huge scandal to break out about Muslims, well, that would create disharmony, and that's how they justify it. You know what I mean? And again, for 100%, this is not just the UK. This is France. This is Germany. I dare even say there's certain parts of America where this is happening as well. I was 5. My gang was UD8. To be honest, I probably wouldn't have been such a smart ass and joking if I knew how serious this was going to be. Yeah, no, like I said, I thought you knew, Jess. But it's like I said, it was the initial thing. That's why like I didn't skip to the conclusion on this kind of shit. Because like the initial thing, we can have a bit of a troll and all kind of stuff. This is something I want to make sure we go through the whole thing on the panel as well. Only restore only for restore. This report would never have been published. And if anyone's on X, they'd realize there's some bitch that tried to inject herself as like the face is protecting these women, all this kind of shit, and was laughing about this shit. Saying, oh my god, like cross county lines, like that's apparently a mistake and all this kind of shit. Unbelievable. Friends lurking, working, Saturday night working should be illegal if you're not paid hourly. Orange wave is coming to Australia. 100%. Hugh. Why is this poll still going? Oh shit, yeah, the poll. Jack wants me to stop the poll, so it's official. Yep. Officially, Teriak looks more like a woman than Ellen Page. All of you motherfuckers are saying then the trans surgery works. Okay? Just letting you know. Letting you know. Broken homes. Exactly. And this goes to the whole thing of like single parent household. How like a lot of the problems you see in the black community in America, like that's disproportionate. That like black kids seem to have a disproportionate like childhood and all this stuff. The one metric that correlates with that is the fact that the absentee father's not in the home. You know, many former military personnel, law enforcement, and retired agents from various agencies helped to stop this thing here in the U.S. in border towns and on our own soil. They work jobs where they aren't known, receive little aid, and work their ass off to stop scumbags like these here. Yeah, like I said, it's not as rampant in the U.S. Don't get me wrong. This when they do the whole like child trafficking and all this kind of shit, this is the stuff that they're talking about. You know what I mean? But maybe if they use like the proper words, maybe it might get a bit more attention. You know what I mean? I'm going to whoop your team again. Welcome back, Jess. Welcome back. I'm just catch up with chat before we get into the next section. I'm going to whoop your team again, Terry. Hey, unbelievable. Pages for life, baby. Remember, if it's happening here in the UK, ask yourself, is my country safe from it? No. Like I said, France, Germany, all across Europe. Probably in Canada. Australia. You know what I mean? I've been through trial thing. I'm sure you know. I mean, no. Yes, that the whole introduction thing was just a trial kind of thing. It's no worries about that. But let me think. Is that it's going to get worse, Troy? Like there's worse shit in here. Believe it or not, as bad as that story was, like the failures of the police, the failures of the politician, it will literally drive you insane. You know what I mean? I was fed vodka and coke. It's a big trigger for me. Yep. It's a common strategy of the whole like grooming gangs thing. You know what I mean? I don't care for me, but there's also some I don't care for the butt. There's I mean, you need to be able to call it out. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing, like both sides or whatever. Like I want the death penalty for all pedophiles. Make no mistake about it. But when it's disproportionate, like the per capita thing, you know what I mean? Happens a lot in Australia, Canada, Europe, and it's all suppressed by the politicians for the sake of diversity is our strength, apparently. You know what I mean?
Can I just tell you something quick, Teriak? Is that
100%.
here at the moment, for the last year or so, maybe the last couple of years, we've had a lot of focus and coverage on daycares. There's been a ton, and I mean a ton of predators being caught doing this shit at daycare centers, which is really, really disturbing. But I think that they caught out a few cases of it, and they've really put a investigation and close eye on it, and they've just been catching more and more and more at daycare centers with like babies and stuff.
Yep.
Very horrific cases.
And
Some of
the
some of them are also well known. Some of them have previous cases where they've been caught before and still been allowed to work with children too, which I think is fucking insane. As well, there's been multiple cases of that as well, where they've got it on their records where they've been caught for it before and still been able to work with children, which is scary.
Yeah. And like remember when there was the whole like queers for Palestine thing, and everybody was laughing at them. It was like, do you know what they do to gay people in Iraq and Iran and all this kind of shit? And it's like, people don't understand what queers are. Like, queer ideology wants to legalize pedophilia. It's a long history that like they want to legalize bestiality. That's why they do the whole furry thing, the necrophilia and pedophilia. That's how the depths that queer ideology goes. And there are politicians that want to legalize queer ideology.
I gotta send you this. I'll send it to you later. This woman who I looked at it on YouTube. It wasn't, but it's from TikTok. This chick going on TikTok and talking about how she has attraction to kids, and like talking about it, and then talking about how she went into work with kids. This is a chick from Australia too. She went to work with kids multiple times as well, and now she's got a son, and she thinks her son is attracted to her, and it's like, how the fuck do you even have a kid in your care when you've got this kind of history, and you're going on to TikTok to talk about how you're attracted to kids and you think your own son's attracted to you? And I'll send it to you. You got to watch it. It's fucked up, but it's a kind of a insight into these people's minds. Like, it's somebody who's fucking open about how their brain thinks about these fucking things. And because usually we're so critical of that they friggin' hide. They try and hide. But this chick's it's a woman too talking about it. Not even a dude. Like, there's tons more women predators than I think people realize. And it goes to show how we're in a society now where there are people out there like that think that there's enough acceptance in the world for this at the moment, where they can talk openly about that like that.
But that's why you see the whole like push for like queer ideology, the whole like pride parades and all this kind of shit. Like, I heavily recommend people look into like queer ideology and what like the early documents of like queer ideology is. Like, they want to legalize pedophilia. They want to legalize this shit for it to become socially acceptable. And the reason, and again, like Blue made the comment like, this is hard to listen to, but it's like, you cannot shy away from evil. You know what I mean? Like, we want to like we have that kind of instinct to say, oh, just blot it out or don't even talk about and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, we need to bring this to the forefront and say, this is who the fucking enemy is. This is what they do. This is what they think like. And like you said there, it's like, we all recognize, like, if it was a dude, it's like absolute like scenes and all this kind of shit, like people trying to kill the cunt. You know what I mean? Like the whole like wood chipper meme and all this kind of shit. But it's women that like that have this mentality and then try to protect the men and all this kind of shit as well.
I've had like arguments, debates, whatever you want to call the shit, on YouTube about female predators, because a lot of people are completely in denial about female predators, and there's a lot more of them than what people realize.
100%. 110%. This is the next testimony from Fiona. Fiona grew up in a highly abusive household marked by domestic violence, severe emotional abuse, and repeated suicide attempts by her mother, which Fiona witnessed. Despite exceptional academic ability, she developed serious mental health difficulties, self-harm behaviors, and suicidal ideation from a young age. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered care at the age of 13. She was placed in a children's home that had already been identified as a high risk for sexual exploitation in a television documentary prior to her arrival. Inadequate supervision meant she went missing repeatedly. At 13, she was groomed by adult Pakistani men, whom she estimates were aged between 24 and 45. Grooming began with affection and alcohol, quickly progressed to rape, drug dependency, threats, and trafficking. Care staff negligence was extreme. Abusers would sit in cars outside waiting for the girls, openly converse with staff, and even phone the home to inquire about them. One carer told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the men's car registration plates as above her pay grade, warning that she would lose her job if she did so. Fiona believes the staff were aware of what was happening, but felt powerless to stop it rather than being actively complicit. Nevertheless, the children's home received £5,000 per week to care for her and failed miserably. Fiona suspects the management avoided proper investigation for fear of being labelled racist. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harbouring notices to the men, official warning stating they had no permission to associate with, contact, or house a vulnerable child. However, no further action followed. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, her handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should just be glad your child is being taught a different culture." Holy shit. Diversity is our greatest strength. Unbelievable. On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. On another occasion, police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, police would stop bothering them. The gang then tried to convince her to do so, intending to traffic her to Kashmir. She was only prevented from leaving the country because she did not have a passport. Between 2008 and 2012, Fiona was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to organised grooming gang networks. She was often kept in a house known as a party house, where between 10 to 20 men would attend at one time. On one occasion, she was encouraged to bring her friends because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid, which is a Muslim religious holiday, and expected girls to be there. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls kept pure for marriage. The gangs reportedly discussed fears that the English Defence League would arrive armed, so they kept baseball bats for protection. That was the English Defence League is what Tommy Robinson set up. And look what they done to Tommy Robinson. They also allegedly spoke of attending EDL demonstrations with weapons. Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs. Drugs, intimidation, and violence were used to control her. She was made to clean up the knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She was present during a shootout. Her abusers bragged to her that they had hidden dead bodies in certain locations. Or in a certain location. A few days later, Fiona recalls the news reporting on a body being recovered from the same location that the abusers had disclosed to her. As a result, threats of violence carried enormous weight. At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo. He had entered Britain illegally in the back of a lorry. Previously castrated in Pakistan as punishment for child abuse, he had then fled to the Philippines, where he allegedly attacked multiple women and children with a large knife. The origin of his nickname. Rambo was locked in a room with 2 girls and subjected them to extreme sexual torture. This case illustrated that, in some instances, sexual abuse of children was driven more by humiliation and control than by sexual gratification. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to the ongoing exploitation risks, yet Fiona herself was left in the same dangerous environment. The abuse continued into her adulthood. It only stopped when she turned 18, leaving her with profound physical and psychological trauma, including PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term health damage. Fiona states that the greatest harm came not only from the abusers, but from the institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that actively enabled the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates that she was abused by between 50 and 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani. Quote from Fiona was, "I was beaten regularly, I was drugged, filmed being raped, and the footage was distributed. I sustained broken bones, facial injuries, and severe trauma. I was subjected to racial abuse in the community and blamed by families of perpetrators." Oof. This one's Michelle. Michelle was physically abused in childhood by both her mother and her stepfather. Her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle's childhood, many of whom also abused her, some sexually. She believed this early experience created an association between abuse and love, leaving her particularly vulnerable. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied her with alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. She was raped while intoxicated, including one occasion when she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. Because of her upbringing, she thought this was normal, that they were her boyfriends, and that they loved her. She would go missing for extended periods and was subjected to repeated daily sexual abuse. Perpetrators would collect her from school, her home, her public places, using threats of violence to coerce and control her. At age 14, she was gang raped and beaten by 3 men who had locked her in a house. She was left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. The friend told her own mother, who then contacted Michelle's mother. Police were called, but they claimed there was little they could do without more evidence. One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station with them to retract her statement. Police accepted him as her appropriate adult, a role normally reserved for a parent, close family members, or a social worker or a trained professional. The investigation was subsequently dropped. One of Michelle's friends, who lived in a care home, would be collected directly outside by the same gang. Care staff would call the police, but officers reportedly referred to the girls as prostitutes, despite them being children. Both social services and the police, Michelle says, failed to understand the situation and believed the girls were engaging in the activity by choice. As a result, little was done to intervene. When she was abducted and went missing, no one came looking for her. A social worker once told her that at age 14, she would be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as long as they did not share a room. Michelle was raped in bin sheds, threatened with a knife, and forced into sex with multiple men waiting in cars. She was drugged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in rooms, and passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as a front for drug dealing and the sexual exploitation of children. She became pregnant 4 times as a child as a result of rape, leading to miscarriages, 1 abortion, and 1 surviving child. Of her abusers, she states 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi Muslim or Kurdish. Michelle believes these gangs have remained untouchable because of the authorities being feared, labelled racist. Man. She describes an extensive network of abusers operating across the entire country, calling it industrial in scale. It functions as a large central network with smaller connected groups in specific localities. Michelle claims she was raped by between 600 and 700 different men over the course of 3 years. She now lives with severe PTSD and lifelong trauma, describing both her childhood and her future as destroyed. What would you say the main issue was? I don't think that they cared much about us. They didn't want to open that kind of worms because it's a religion thing. Probably I'd say 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi or Kurdish. We have Jim on panel. Welcome up, Jim.
Hi, good evening. Oh, good morning to you. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold. I'm trying to
Jim.
get rid of it. Hello, Jess. How you going? All right?
I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, plodding along. You know, Saturday night, 10:30, chilling out, listening. What's
You got a
going on?
lawyer perspective on this?
Well, yes. I totally concur and agree what Tariak is saying. But again, I've got to think outside the box. Now, put yourself being a Pakistani, Indian, Nigerian from Africa, or any other third world country, and you are being literally invited by NGOs. We all know who the NGOs are. If you don't, Google it. To a better life, better future in Europe. Now, I totally agree, and what has happened in Belfast recently and various other places throughout Europe is atrocious, to say the least. However, thinking outside the box, these people would not be there if our elites have not invited them. And that's where I will stop. Mind boggles. So we can get, stroppy, annoyed, fight. What's his name? The English guy. Sorry about that. I've got a bit of a cold, as I said. Organised all those marches. That's all very well. I agree. I mean, Islam in itself is always to conquer us. I'm talking about Isabel in Spain. They came right up to Leon, and they were driven away from Spain and Portugal or the Iberian Peninsula back to Africa. And what happened then? They went all the way through Turkey right up to 1688, Battle of Vienna. The biggest battle, if you know your history, is the Battle of Lepanto, where the Muslim navy was utterly, totally defeated. The point I'm trying to make is Islam has been a threat as a very aggressive authoritarian religion as opposed to Christianity. But we have to be self-examining and self-critical. I'm not talking about Irish or English or Japan or Polish or Europeans, white Christian culture. Why? We never voted for multiculturalism in Europe or Canada or America or Australia or New Zealand, yet we've got all these huge problems, cultural problems. Multiculturalism, basically, you can keep your cultures as opposed to assimilation. And Jess, you would know what's going on with Miss Hanson just recently. She said, no, I don't believe in multiculturalism.
Yeah, she tells us, tells everyone, send them back to where they fucking came
Exactly,
from.
or assimilate to Australian, English, British, French, whatever country you come. Forget about your past. And that's not happening. That's the point. Multiculturalism means multi-cultures living. You're creating a Yugoslavia, multi-Balkanized countries, and they cannot coexist in one unit, so to speak. It's like oil and water. That's my point. I'll shut up. Sorry, I've got I can rant on. I can rant on.
It's open panel, and I want you kind of like to kind of like rant, and because your key point in terms of the elites, this is what I was mentioning with the whole like Queers for Palestine, the whole like pride parades and all this kind of shit. It's like there's a reason why the like Queers of Palestine makes sense. It's that if the elites or the politicians are like closeted pedophiles or queers, they're supporters of queer ideology, what better religion to import and to trying to subjugate the masses with than one that has no issue with, like, sure, Muhammad married a 6-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. Aisha, he married Aisha. She was 9-year-old apparently.
But anyway, he married her when she was 6, but then consummated, like had sex with her when she was 9.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is and anyway, I think getting back to the issue, we should question our elite, like Keir Starmer and all the other. Oh, that lesbian Irish prime minister, that female, what's her name? See, they all live in. Look, I'm not part of that elite, but I had a peak, you might say. But sorry, I've got someone here. I can't. I have to go. Can I be back in about 10, 15 minutes? I do apologise for.
Yeah, no worries.
No worries, Jim.
Is that all right? And I'll come back. But I don't want to take over your bloody stream, mate. It's your stream. I should listen. You know.
No, we're going for like another 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours, anyways.
God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, and I always am of the view that we should talk in that proportion. You listen twice as long as you fucking talk. All right, I have to go for about 5 minutes. All right, I'll be back.
Go do what you gotta do. Jim.
I won't go out. I'll just mute myself. Is that all right?
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
Yeah, 100%.
Thanks for joining.
This next one is called Whitney. Whitney grew up in a vulnerable household. So again, we're noticing a trend here in terms of broken marriages or broken families, essentially. Her mother suffered from severe mental health issues and her father was absent from her life, fatherless home. She was first groomed and sexually abused at the age of 15 by 2 adult Pakistani brothers. One of the brothers, Whitney recalls, acted as a boyfriend figure. Both brothers would regularly take her to a flat in Birmingham, supply her with alcohol, and in her woods, she would have sex with them. Their interactions with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her and on one occasion held a hot iron to her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they arrived at her house to collect her and found all her uncles sitting on the wall outside. After that incident, they never came back. She cannot remember exactly how or why her uncles were there, but she believes her mother had asked them to intervene. Many years later, Whitney's daughter began self-harming at the age of 11 and even attempted suicide. Her phone contact contained sexually explicit messages. Whitney's daughter told her there was a sex room at the school run by the older boys. Deeply concerned for her daughter, Whitney contacted social services. They offered little support beyond talking through the problems. In one instance, social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's case files instead of her daughter's, which left her deeply distrustful of their ability to help. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending a sexual image, which was then circulated across multiple schools, the local community, and eventually the internet. This led to her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities from multiple countries. From that point on, Whitney's daughter began going missing regularly. These disappearances were directly linked to sexual demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. She was threatened with violence if she contacted the police and sometimes returned home with items of clothing missing. Whitney repeatedly reported her concerns to the police and social services, clearly stating that she believed her daughter was being sexually exploited. Police responses were often delayed, statements were not taken, and investigations were closed without further action. Social services refused to relocate the family, downgraded the risk level, and eventually closed the case despite ongoing exploitation. Whitney herself was blamed, and her own past was used to undermine her credibility as a parent. Her family received repeated threats, including warnings that their house would be burnt down, faces would be slashed, and machetes would be used. Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on the National Referral Mechanism as a trafficking victim without her being informed. The NRM is the UK's official framework for identifying, referring, and supporting victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and serves as a recognition by designated professionals that an individual is a potential victim of human trafficking or modern slavery. And from Whitney, my daughter told me after a while that there was a sex room in the school. I told the school about it, but they completely shut it down and said she was lying. This one's from Sally. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the course of justice for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Despite this, Sally believes there is evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. Sally described a previously stable working family life until housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behavior. The house the family were buying fell through, and they had already moved out of their family home, and all their possessions were in storage. Family friend was able to rent them a renovated property on a short-term basis, but it was not ideal for a family with 4 children. It was only meant to be temporary, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. Her daughter began making up stories, such as claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement in their family life. The stresses the household was under led to arguments that brought in both the police and social services. After leaving school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends saying that her daughter was lying on the pavement outside the property. If Sally couldn't pick her up, then they were going to take her to the bus stop and leave her there, as she was making too much noise. When her mother found her lying on the ground, she was making a horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Her mother recognized that something was seriously wrong and took her to hospital. Sally's daughter told the nurse carrying out the examination she had been sexually assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia were swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat, became scared about the outcome of the case, and withdrew from the process. Around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Sally believes her daughter did not want to invite more trouble into the household. It later emerged in court they had all been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated and that something had happened to her, but was found guilty of lying about being raped. Sally's daughter then began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub, in addition to her pub job. After turning 18, she was able to work behind the bar at the nightclub, where her behavior began to change. She would return home with cuts and bruises. On one occasion, she came back with a black eye and said there had been a fight at the nightclub and she had been hit accidentally. She appeared more tired and distressed than usual. Sally began to notice that her daughter's phone would ring regularly with Asian men's names appearing on the screen. When asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. The bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small and they struggled to keep track of her. They also ensured she was always paired with an older member of staff, as the Asian men would harass her if she was working alone. One Asian man gifted her a gold chain. Sally's daughter began saying she wanted to move away from home. She had regularly traveled to a nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and drop her off at the station, and she never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter had left with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She had told work colleagues that she had moved because her stepfather was harming her, but this was not true. After a few days of investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had been moved to. When she arrived at the flat, she found her daughter with 2 police officers to whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed in her phone as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from Asian men. They believed she was being groomed. She was later found guilty of lying about the rape she had reported. Over the course of the following year, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She would often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated, or on drugs. She was usually without underwear and spent increasing amounts of time in hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing she was a victim of trafficking. Another police force repeatedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not contact her as her number kept changing. One incident involved Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant, with the men refusing to let her leave. Police ignored it, believing she was lying. Another incident involved an Asian man following her, trying to grab her and take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and friends, who quickly put her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house and sexually assaulting her while she slept. Nevertheless, the police still insisted Sally's daughter had been lying about the other incident. Police believed she had a mental health condition and was deliberately self-harming and putting herself in dangerous situations. They wanted to have her sectioned, but a doctor disagreed, noting that she still had capacity. Another incident involved a different Asian man who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. Police told him to leave, but asked no questions. He left behind a balaclava, yet the police showed no interest despite him carrying it while visiting a young woman. After her flat door was kicked down by yet another incident while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. Sally's daughter explained that she had moved away to keep her family safe. Claimed that she'd been told that if she did not do as her abusers said, they would harm her brother, rape her sister, and firebomb the house. She had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions on the family. She went missing again. The police stated that they believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself, so they charged her with perverting the course of justice. Part of her bail conditions required her not to leave Sally's house. Following weeks, her daughter attempted suicide by overdose. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head and ear, a severed finger, and numerous cuts and bruises. Following this, she wrote a post on Facebook alleging that she had been a victim of grooming gangs. The post went viral. Within half an hour, the police arrested her and she was sent to prison. Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment and intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Started reports repeated failures by the police to protect him. Believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times, but was nevertheless groomed. Over fears of being racist. Crazy. Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming, as well as being repeatedly failed by the authorities. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter Scarlett missing a number of times because she was being groomed and exploited. Police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her school, which resulted in social services attending Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, he would call social services or the police. Social services undermining his parental authority resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing. The case was then closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to the social services stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. Social worker assigned to him following this openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. This made him feel like the problem rather than a parent concerned with safeguarding. This made him feel like the problem rather than a parent concerned with safeguarding his daughter from abuse. On one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. He reported this to social services, who simply stated he should walk away when she becomes violent. Even after showing them the bruises on his back that he received while he was walking away, they did not change the advice they gave. Marlon remains convinced that if his child were male and he were female, the response would have been different. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 or 4 a.m. while having work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up to his house many hours later. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. Not to bother even waking him. This made him feel more like a problem rather than it being the safeguarding emergency that it was. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from the school due to the grooming-related behavior and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. A multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with Children's Services and the police's missing from home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in front of all the attendants. The officer has since been dismissed. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged he was right to continue to report his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. Shortly after this, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's house, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape, thereby destroying forensic opportunities, failed to report it to the police until days later. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Rape Crisis Centre, by which time forensic evidence was lost. Perpetrator was arrested but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. He was an adult and a drug dealer, and his associates soon began attending Marlon's home. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. After another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite reported calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her or issue an abduction warning notice. His daughter was later found to be a victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by the elder woman, amongst others. At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, depressed, and lived in constant fear. He was being attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissive. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into secure care, where she was subjected to further abuse, including sexual abuse by staff and other children, neglect, and safeguarding failures. Marlon made multiple complaints. At a court hearing, social services attempted to place his daughter on child protection plan for emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. However, the judge intervened and ordered this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unsuitable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, and raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. Police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs, despite her being a victim of trafficking and on the national referral mechanism. Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff, where she was groomed again. Racist abuse and extremist comments were made to her. Marlon again raised concerns which were ignored. Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he has experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of the trauma and grooming. He has experienced many assaults, received black eyes, and had to sleep barricaded in his room. He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support, but was refused because he was a male parent. He's been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, emotionally, and psychologically. He states it has destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlights that parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failure. If you would like to hear Marlon's story in greater detail, he's recently published a book about his experience titled In Plain Sight, that was released in 2026. Scarlett went missing again for several days. When she was eventually found, she was unkempt, distressed, and disclosed she'd been raped. Shockingly, Edge of Care staff returned her to the location where she'd been raped and failed to report the offense to police duty or duty social workers until days later. Holy fuck. Let me catch up and chat. This is crazy, man. This is what happens when you reject God and you create a vacuum just filled by Satan. This is why I keep saying, like, the whole aspect of, like, this whole thing of, like, the queers, like, that should be, like, the key kind of, like, trigger point. That, like, this whole kind of quote-unquote conspiracy theory that with, like, we're being ruled by satanic fucking pedophiles. You know what I mean? And it's like this kind of self-defense mechanism kicks over or takes in, where it's like, oh no, like, I don't want this to be true, so I'd rather believe it's not true. Because if it was true, then panic sets in, and, like, I don't want to live in that world kind of type shit. You know what I mean? Still not right, but I had some great people help me out. I really can't tell me when my mom cries, so I was lying. So when does culture become systemic abuse? Like I said, man, it's going to change. Times are changing. Like I said, the whole shit, like with Belfast and all this stuff, if the politicians fail to act, you're going to get situations worse than Belfast. Character about dead bodies, police do something. It's the same thing with Henry Novak. I don't think you have, mate. We don't want to appear to be racist, mate. You know what I mean? You know? Exactly. Is this Jim the famous lawyer? It is indeed. Cancer, virus, Islam is all the same. Yep. We saw Scottish people having a ball
I wouldn't
in Boston's
say
World Cup.
famous. I would say pedestrian lawyer. But anyway, sorry.
Illustrious, maybe?
No, come on. Pride is a sin. How can I, I'm the best, That's, no. Please don't put that sin on me. I've got to go to a bloody confession if I say that. Sunday tomorrow.
Mama.
Come on, boys. I'm being facetious.
Any thoughts so far, Jim?
Yeah, well, as I was saying earlier on, I pity, I'm the old fart, on the way out, and I'm sort of reminiscing. And a lot of people say, what does that old fart know? Well, everybody knows me as, well, limited people know me as a lawyer. You don't know what I'm about. My profession is actually a historian, modern history, European modern history and literature, Russian, French, German, and English literature and history. And that's my forte. I hate law. Law is a means of making money and working. You can't make much money in being an academic. But reflecting what you just said, I honestly, to quote G.K. Chesterton, I am from this world, but I'm not of this world. He was a Protestant converted to Catholicism. I think he made that statement in around 1933, 34. And I honestly, I feel sorry for my kids. I've got 4 kids, all educated, and one is a doctor, as I said. He is moving back to, with his fiancée, Irish girl, back to England, London. And he's a GP and all that shit. He can't live in London. He tells me a pint of beer in London pub is 14, 15 pounds. Fuck. I'm sorry about my language, but that's a lot of money. I don't know how people live. Please correct me. That's what he tells me. I hope he's wrong. Maybe he's bullshitting to me, but it looks like it's true. It's, how do you live? How do you save? How do you have a family? You don't. And this is the existential crisis of Western world, as I see it. Now I'm talking with my historical, subjective cap. It is
well,
awful.
It's like the saying, like, never attribute to malice that we can be attributed to ignorance. But like when you're reading this and you're seeing like these policies be passed and like the general attitude, like in terms of like what's been shown so far in this Henry Novak case, all this kind of stuff. I don't think these politicians or like these police officers or these administrators can claim ignorance. I genuinely feel as though it's clear as day that this is actually malice.
Except they live in their gated community. They send their sons to Eton. They got money. They've got their private jets. And money talks, bullshit walks. It's not even the politicians. It's the people, the corporate managerial society, which runs so-called post, I would call it post-Marxist, neo-capitalist world. The puppets are the politicians. They're just, trained monkeys, basically, to spurt out whatever and to cause division and to use the deflection from the real issues. So when we say we hate Muslims, we hate whatever, blah, 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 this is just a diversion from the real issues. You don't question authority and you don't question their thing. This is in the good old Middle Ages, your landlord or your king, where he or she or they lived. And the peasants used to rebuild. You go there with torches and forks and all sorts of things. You burn the bloody castle down or his estate. No longer so. They're faceless men. This is the so-called technology, and they're imposing all of that for the good old mighty dollar. And I think, again, this is not like conspiracy theory. please correct me, that's my personal view. The purpose, one of the reasons of mass immigration, illegal, legal immigration into the Western, white man's culture, heritage, and history is trying to mix. Once you're mixed race, mulatto, sorry, I'm being politically incorrect, you believe in anything and everything. You lose your roots. English, French, German, Calathumpian, European roots, Polish roots, Italian roots, and so forth. And that's what at the moment I love my, and I'm communist, but the only heroes as I see Europe is Putin. Don't love him. He's a KGB agent. Don't get me wrong. I'm a Catholic, but he says, "Niet, Russia for Russians. Get the fuck out of my yard." And I respect that. The other one was the Hungarian Polish guy. That's how I see it. And they're adamant about what they say. They say, look, we'd rather starve, but keep Russia for Russians, which is not us. But the West interprets that as being racist, as being misogynist, fascists, and all those buzzwords which have no relevance. And anyway, I have my other theory. I don't want to.
No, I need to go get a bit of water, Jim. So like, I know you've been kind of like touching in terms of the theory or whatever.
I'm
but
going
like,
all over the place. I start babbling.
Go ahead, because like I said, I
once you get
need
me
a couple
going,
minutes to
mate,
run
you
down.
can't bloody stop me, mate.
Yeah,
I'll
no
shut
worries,
up.
Jim. No worries. Like I said, no, because I need to go down for a bit of water now. So if you just want to kind of like, kind of expand on your theory, I'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get your bloody channel or stream banned. But anyway, to keep people who are listening, I don't know how many people are listening. I'm like a doomsayer, all negativity, pessimistic, sort of an old fart, as I said earlier. But unfortunately, I tend to believe that it's not a conspiracy theory. I think I feel sorry for I've got 4 kids, all educated and so forth. I'm okay, Jack. But what about my grandkids? What about my great-grandkids? I'm thinking outside the box. They've got Buckley's chance of ever owning a house or having a family. Am I exaggerating, embellishing things? Maybe I am. Maybe I need to be corrected, put into my place. And I love the discourse, which a lot of people have, is a Socratic method of education. I was classically educated, not indoctrinated by current universities, which are just indoctrination, money-making institutions all over the Western world. And when you see, these young lads and girls with piercing things and pink hair, I says, congratulations, you've sort of identified yourself. You're a venomous animal. Keep away. At least they don't, subconsciously don't realize what they're doing to themselves. Tattooed and all that. Again, I'm different generation. I'm not that fucking stupid. But I look and observe and listen. And I pity the current Western world. And again, if I have to make a comparison with the current, as I see it, again, I'm not professing and ramming my views and saying I'm right. I need to be corrected. But in our society, as I see it, there's no discourse, civil discourse, in a Socratic method, where you put a proposition and then you get challenged and you have a civil, systemic reason argument, pro and con. But these days you cannot even have that. they take it ad hominem and they attack you. You effing bastard! You, how dare you say this? You misogynist! You fascist! You Nazi! You, racist! Whatever, all these buzzwords which don't mean anything. Absolutely nothing. So I don't know, but I hope I've sort of ranted on too much. I don't know where Teriak is. I've taken over the bloody shop. Oh God help me. But getting back to my argument and my conviction, sort of, being a grandfather and a grandfather and father of 4 children, I see, looking back, I was a Marxist, by the way, when I started university. Good old days, I sort of feel 18, 19-year-old medical student. I dropped medicine. I went to law. God, crikey, I was so radical. I was full of zest and life and demonstrating at Sydney Uni. And, oh, my God, I feel embarrassed.
But we're all like that, though, Jim.
I was a fool. I was a fool. I was a real fool, mate. Oh, mate, I was so passionate. And then I transferred. I didn't want to. I went and went into humanities and did history and politics and so forth at ANU, Australian National University in Canberra. And I started reading totally not the social sciences as opposed to natural sciences, with physics, mathematics, chemistry, and biology, which is basically the dumb fucks do that. Called vets, doctors, engineers. They're not educated. They're just mathematically inclined, very logical people, but not versed in humanities and history and literature. But anyway, God, I should fucking tell me to shut up, Teriak. I'm waiting for you to step in and say,
no, like I said, I want to give you a bit of leeway.
Stop ranting.
Give you a bit of leash, as they say. But I understand you as well. Like I think like a lot of people, like when they're kind of at that kind of like 18, 19 years of age.
Yeah, but
because it is that kind of thing of like, why would you not care? And that's it. Like that's how Marxism captures you. It's this whole thing of like, think about the downtrodden, all this shit. You know.
When I met my wife, I was, my hero was Che Guevara. I'd grown a beard and a black cap and the army's uniform. Do you know who Che Guevara was? He was my hero. I sort of imitated his life, or the thing. It's so silly. I mean, looking back, it's like it's a joke. But then you start reading, and then I sort of progressed through classical literature and so forth, and then I become sort of right center, libertarian. You sort of you look back, and now I consider Genghis Khan and Attila the Hun as being lefties. That's how right I am. And I came 360 degrees down to so radical. But no, I'm being facetious when I say that. But it is interesting looking retrospectively on your life and what you said, what you did, how you thought. Sometimes you feel such a fool, so embarrassed, but that's life. C'est la vie, as the French would say. That's life.
True that. We're all human. We all make mistakes, but
exactly.
This is the whole thing. Like when it was a year or two ago when like the AI was doing the translated speeches and the Austrian painter, and then people are like, and Joe Rogan even made the comment where it's like
from Linz.
Yeah. And like you think at least you had it side by side where you'd hear the German thing and you'd be hearing him straight and was like, oh, he must be thinking about like, like gas and Jews and all that shit, and he's not. He's like saying he's passionate about his German people, that we have to retain like our origin, our ethnicity are important for the Germanic people and all this kind of shit. And this is why they've taken all those speeches off. It's very hard to find these AI translated speeches of Adolf anymore because
Exactly.
A lot of shit that he's been talking about, the problems are the fucking problems that's going on modern day, and he predicted this whole shit. Like when he talks about the Czechoslovakia,
Annexation
like
of
he's literally saying, how can you
Sudetenland,
join? How can you make a country of Czechoslovakia? Czechs and Slovaks are two distinct different peoples. And what do we have in modern day? We now have Czechia and we now have Slovakia.
Mm.
The country split. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
Oh man, it's crazy. But anyways, not to derail into the whole adult talk, you know. But reading
it
this
is
shit, you know.
interesting. You mentioned the Austrian painter. You got to get it into context of Weimar Republic after 1918, Versailles Peace Treaty. The decadence of the German nation, the West. I'm talking about England, France, annexation of Alsace-Lorraine, Saar, etc. And the decadence is like it was prostitution, pornography, and etc. And Frankfurt School arose from that. We know who the fathers of Frankfurt School were. I hope you do know. Am I speaking over your head?
Gramsci.
No, Antonio Gramsci was killed by Mussolini 19, and I've got all his books, is called Prison Notes. Now, Antonio Gramsci, what he said basically is the classical Marxism, which is about class warfare. In other words, that all, the masses, the working class labor of early 20th century will unite. And he saw the First World War that the British working class, the French working class, the German industrial working class, the Italian, the Spanish, and all that fought for their country. Nationalism became forward. And then he said, wow, Marx was wrong. Antonio Gramsci's Prison Notes, which is a beautiful book.
Can't do it economically, you have to do it culturally.
Exactly. It's called cultural Marxism. And he died. Well, Mussolini cut his balls off executed him around 1942 or 43. I'm not quite sure on the date. But that was he was right. You got to win the culture. I mean, that's what has permeated since then. Post 1945 is the new Marxists, they've abandoned class, classical Marxism, which is class struggle, the proletariat, the working class, and the lumpen proletariat, the scum of the earth. Of course, you can't help them. Every society has them. And the bourgeoisie, etc., etc. I'm not going to go into the fucking philosophy of it. But in a nutshell, yes, he was right. And this is what has happened now. All of our institutions, I'm talking about education, I'm talking about the church. That's what I'm pissed off about the Catholic Church. I'm pre-Vatican II. I'm a TLM, Traditional Latin Mass Catholic. And again, I'm not criticizing anybody else. The whole thing has collapsed. We are living in a Marxist society. And people are not conscious of it. No one's criticizing. And what the danger at the moment is with AI and everything, who owns the technology? Who owns CNN? Who owns YouTube? How long are we going to be able to talk and have a discourse in a civil manner openly what we see and how we feel? Not much longer. So, what I said when I saw 1984 in a bookshelf the other day, I said, this is no longer a fiction. Why don't you put it into a non-fiction section? And the young ladies.
Das Juden Marxists, as they would say.
Yeah, exactly.
But
again,
let me continue with this, Jim, because like I said, we'll probably, because I'm going to be streaming. I stream like kind of this typical time most days as well, but more than happy to have you back on Monday to do a deeper dive in terms of like what you're talking about, the Frankfurter School and the cultural Marxists. But let me get through this.
Can I brag? Have you heard of Kevin McDonald?
No.
Professor Kevin McDonald. Google him. Professor Kevin McDonald. Good friend of mine. American. Personal friend.
Evolutionary psychologist?
Hmm.
Yeah?
Not one brag. Now I hate bragging. Read his books.
Just looked up I looked up the Wikipedia article in the section on the side. It says known for, I'll show you, known for anti-Semitism. He'd be a man I'd be more than willing to listen to. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said,
Well,
man,
if you have, please read. Please. Anyway, up to your discretion, but it's to get the grasp of our society. I think he's on a bull.
100%.
But anyway, just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind. That's all I'm saying. Good mate of mine.
100%.
All right.
Let us continue, Jim. This is Wallace's testimony.
Dominic, you should have interjected. I mean, I talk too much.
No worries, Jim. No worries. I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. You know what I'm saying?
Do a lot of reading, mate. Do a lot of reading.
This is Wallace's testimony. Wallace is I think another father. So Wallace's early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability, and a lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. She struggled to comprehend the situation she put her son and often failed to intervene, which allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Wallace's mother psychologically and emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. He was moved around many different home environments and learned to accept situations without question. His early experiences made him believe that adults could enter his personal space without consent, that fear should be tolerated, and that he had no control. Wallace's earliest memory of abuse occurred when he was 4 or 5 years old, when an adult came into his bedroom at night and got into bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but instinctively knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partner and his partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all members of the group were involved in the abuse, but a core group of men were. Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present. It had a dark atmosphere lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candle holders placed near the fireplace. The setting felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, which instinctively made him feel unsafe. He was led into a bedroom, restrained, and raped by an adult. His mother's partner spoke to him as if what had just happened was normal, despite the considerable pain and emotional distress he felt. Wallace asked if he would receive a toy for what had happened. He did not receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. Even then, he realized that there was no real compensation for what had happened to him. The same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who were usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often awake alone or with other abused children, disorientated and distressed. This caused long-term psychological damage. At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognized them. He'd been coached to say these men were his uncles, and that is what he said. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying what he believed might be the wrong thing. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguarding followed, and he returned to the abusive environment. The signs of abuse were there and only reinforced Wallace's view that speaking out would not lead to safety. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him, a disclosure which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation would take place. The lack of seriousness from the authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly. Due to this experience, he made complaints to the police, to professional bodies including the General Medical Council, and to other oversight organizations. Each process was slow, fragmented, and obstructive, and continued for years without resolution. During this time, he was forced to relive his experiences repeatedly while being met with skepticism. At no point was his well-being considered, which further compounded his trauma as he once again felt dismissed, disbelieved, and unprotected. Owing to Wallace's abuse, he has experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, sense of self-worth, and his ability to feel safe. He wishes for his abusers and authorities who fail to act to be held to account, and for his story to help protect other children in similar harm. Sebastian. Sebastian was raised in Scotland in a stable household. Sebastian's mother held down a professional job, owned her own home and car, and the family regularly went on holidays together. Despite this relatively secure background, which was not typical of abuse victims, Sebastian was raped and abused from the age of 6 by family members without Sebastian's mother's knowledge. These family members instilled in Sebastian the belief that to be safe, you had to give them what they wanted. This led Sebastian to develop, okay, I think these two previous dudes were actually, children of Muslim families. This led Sebastian to develop a transactional view of his interpersonal relationships. At age 11, Sebastian was introduced by these abusive family members to a local cafe owner. The owner gave Sebastian free food, lifts in his car, and free cinema tickets to build trust and a sense of obligation. From there, they began prostituting Sebastian out to a number of people. These included seemingly respectable professionals such as estate agents, solicitors, care support workers for children, and even police officers. Even at a boarding school, Sebastian was raped, assaulted, and groomed by staff and connected adults, with Sebastian's injuries often ignored by medical professionals. All of Sebastian's abusers were white British. In adulthood and during the final years of the abuse, Sebastian became aware of the wider operation of the grooming networks, both in a quiet rural area and in the city. At the age of 40, Sebastian was finally able to escape a cycle of abuse that lasted for nearly 4 decades. Following years of abuse, Sebastian, born a biological female, transitioned to the opposite sex and now identifies as a trans man. Sebastian transitioned socially at 41 and medically at 48. However, when describing the abuse experienced as a child, it remains important for Sebastian to recognize that these events occurred while living as a girl and perceived as such. Sebastian acknowledges that his transition was, at least in part, a consequence of the abuse experience and feels safer from further abuse when presented as a man. Sebastian recognizes the profound impact trauma can have on one person's life and believes that different people find different ways to cope. For some, that may mean choosing a particular career or relationship or making unhealthy choices by using substances or alcohol. For Sebastian, transitioning and finding peace in being Seb became a pathway to recovery. Sebastian describes healing from trauma as a form of transformation. For Sebastian, that transformation has involved a change of personal identity and finding a sense of safety never known while living as a female. Sebastian understands that others may not fully understand the paths people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least they will try to understand. Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping develop local measures to prevent child abuse. Anna. Anna was raised in a stable middle-class household with both parents present. She first experienced abuse at the age of 13 by a perpetrator who was almost 18, whom she met through friends. He began their interactions with what was known as love bombing. He complimented her, messaged her regularly, offered to buy her gifts and alcohol, requested photographs of her, and discussed meeting up. They arranged to meet at a local bus stop and to go into town. At the last minute, he changed the plan and asked Anna to meet him at the end of the path in a neighborhood woodland. Upon arrival, his demeanor was cold and aggressive. He demanded that Anna perform oral sex on him and threatened to tell people that she knew that she had sent him explicit photographs and that they had already had sex. Feeling threatened and fearful, she complied. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had covertly recorded the incident. A few days later, multiple men added her on Snapchat and began mocking and taunting her. The perpetrator himself sent Anna the video, laughed, and told her she had shared it with his boys and brothers, leaving her feeling humiliated, fearful, and traumatized. Anna reported the assault to the police, but despite explaining the coercion and threats, the case was closed with no investigation into the creation and distribution of child sexual abuse material. Rumors spread rapidly among Anna's peers, and she was mocked and insulted in public. A year later, Anna encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. They supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes in a public park and waited until she was heavily intoxicated before they began assaulting her. One of the brothers pulled her behind a tree and groped her chest despite her repeated refusals. When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against the tree, causing her to hit her head and suffer concussion. The grooming continued through threats to her family, intimidation, verbal abuse, and cycles of affection, gifts, and coercion. Anna did not feel safe reporting the abuse to the police. On another occasion, she was again supplied with alcohol. One of the brothers grabbed her body violently, dug his fingernails into her, and yanked her underwear repeatedly while laughing. Anna cried silently, feeling powerless to stop the assault. Afterwards, she tried to cut contact, but one of the brothers located her and banged on her door, shouting while she was inside until he left. Out of fear, she complied with her further demands to meet the brothers, resulting in more assaults. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Perpetrators used this time to spread rumors portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about their assaults. In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed and laughed at her, and made rude remarks about her appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court. One of the brothers was convicted of sexual assault, and he was taken into custody, shouted Allahu Akbar. At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatened her, and later breached her anonymity online. He blamed the jury, stating they were all white. He was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communications. Anna states there is a broader failure to confront the role of ethnicity, religion, and cultural dynamics in organized sexual exploitation due to fears of or due to accusations of racism. Anna says, as he left the dock to be taken down to custody, I was literally verbally assaulted by a sister who shouted Allahu Akbar. Unfucking believable. Let me catch up with chat as well. God damn, chat is on fire tonight. Just got done donating. Backgrounds, Graham donating blood. Finished last night's VK and the Jungle Boy theory is right again. Hey, what can I say, man? You know, he supports the show. I'll keep chatting away into chat too, dry, even when no one's listening. Yeah, like I said, when I'm doing these kind of like things, I'll try to keep up with chat and all that. But again, feel free to let me know your thoughts on the stuff. They aren't getting multicultural in their neighborhoods. I think you're talking about like the elites. No, like they all lived in like the gated communities, but they've no issue with these like working class areas. Flood them and let them deal with it. You know. Some guy threw a 3-year-old into crocodiles yesterday. I know, man. I know. At what point is enough enough? You know? Understand I'm kind of schizophrenic sometimes. I think they hear me. Wait, what? Venomous animals, 12-year-olds. You're defending that? Wait, what? Sorry, tending my pup. I had to get her outside time. No worries, Blue. No worries. If I yell loud enough, they might hear. Unfortunately, Tarek does a good job of keeping up with chat. True that. Housewife work, I got it. Men do more important shit. 100%. Commies will never admit they're wrong ever. 1000%. It's strange how commies keep trying and keeping. I think this is back when Jim was talking about the lefty things. I'll show you. I'm actually not doing a good job keeping up with chat, Blue. It's strange how commies try and getting people killed and still they try to fight again. But this is what happens when you believe the absurdity. If I can get you to believe the absurdity, I can get you to commit the atrocity. You know. The masses suck though. Look at the Knicks celebration. True that, man. Like that's the crazy thing. You know what I mean? Things like this, what we're reading here today. Streets are empty. But the fucking PSG wins the Champions League or the Knicks win the NBA world title. You know, it descends into chaos. What kind of a fucked up world are we living in? You know? He was right, except every single instance of humanity. You know, who watches the watchers? 100%. We got Shazzy. Welcome back, Shazzy. Shazzy's angry. I think she's doing the laundry. Something wrong with the laundry. Let me know, Shazzy. Okay, logging out, Taria. Thank you, Teriak. Reading this is haunting. It needs to be read. It needs to be read because there is true evil out there. It's like the case we had, the case that we finished on the last Deductionists episode. It was absolutely horrific, and to the point where like I couldn't even believe that the killer was a woman. I was like, I actually can't believe that this one done all this shit by herself. But it was like crazy shit. But you can't fucking avert your gaze like from the evil. You know what I mean? The righteous one takes note of the house of wicked and brings the house of wicked to ruin. You know? Proverbs 21:12. Google how much force does it take to beat. Google how it takes 8 pounds of force to break a jaw. I figured 3 times that one rip off and Minecraft. Not sure what you mean here, Jiraiya, but it is what it is. This one is Taylor. Taylor was introduced at the age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. They began by giving her lifts home from school, sometimes in black cabs, sometimes in their own cars. Taylor saw men buying gifts for her friends and initially wished she could receive gifts too. On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the men's sisters' houses and taught how to cook Asian food. Friends spent more time with the men, but because her parents expected her to come straight home after school, she had limited contact with them beyond the lifts. She noticed that her friends were already doing adult things such as smoking, drinking, and going to clubs, whereas she still had more childlike disposition. This dynamic continued for 3 years until she turned 15, when the abuse began. Started going with her friends to a restaurant run by Muslim men to help with the deliveries. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, a 35-year-old Bangladeshi man, kissed her, causing her to run away. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Because her friends were also being abused, Taylor believed it was normal and that the man was her boyfriend. However, when she walked in on him with one of her friends, she realized this was not the case. After this, her behavior changed dramatically. She began skipping school and drinking heavily. During a family incident that led to police being called, Taylor's father mentioned his suspicion that he was being abused by Asian men. The police responded that there was nothing they could do because she had consented. Police were called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, but they consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped her was when a group of Asian girls called the police. Officers then returned Taylor and her friend home. Taylor believes they only intervened on that occasion because they did not want to face accusations of racism, given that the call came from Asian women. By the age of 16, she had been introduced to many more men and was constantly harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe that believing they were in a relationship, only to lure into situations where she would be gang raped. They used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, and alcohol to coerce and control her. Cars would stop in the street and demand she get in. She would be raped and then taken to the next abuser. Claims that on some nights she was passed to as many as 10 different men, and estimates she was abused by around 100 men in total. One common tactic used by the gangs was to send taxis to pick up drunk girls late at night. The driver would pretend to stop at a shop for a drink, then drive off, leaving the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to pre-arranged house for gang rape. A number of women also played a role in directing girls to their abusers in exchange for gifts and money. These women would trap the girls in properties or use violence to coerce them. Taylor has witnessed shootings, had knives held to her throat, and a gun held to her head. The gangs used the death of one of the older girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next. Realizing she had to escape the abuse, Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Asian men and showed them messages in which the men had threatened to rape her mother, beat her father, and burn down the family home. No investigation followed. My fucking God, man. Both her teachers at school and her GP were aware that something was seriously wrong, but did not pursue their suspicions further. Before they raped me, they would chant, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Translation, in the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Oh my God, man. Oh. Like this whole idea Jack has of just glassing the Middle East. You know, it's it's not. I'm not advocating for it, but I can understand why someone would want that. You know what I mean? Marie was born in a maternity home for unmarried mothers and grew up with her mother and grandmother. Her mother was cruel and abusive. She would deliberately make Marie cry, touch her inappropriately, and behave violently. She would go into school with split lips, black eyes, bruising, and marks all over her body. She was never asked what happened. She was not allowed to go outside, have friends, and was regularly called degrading names. Viewing her medical record as an adult, there were documented concerns from around a year ago. There were notices of a rash down below, question marks recorded. There were no further entries where it was described as a possible nappy rash, again with question marks. 7 years later, a doctor made a note that she was a child that should be kept an eye on. Her mother refused to discuss her situation with Marie in the room. The records show that she had significant bowel and gynecological problems. Despite the signs of abuse, no safeguarding action was taking place. From around the age of 7, Marie's mother's partner began grooming and sexually abusing her. He would bring her presents and then touch her inappropriately. Marie said to him what he was doing was bad, but she did not like it. And she did not like it. He told her that her mother had told him it was allowed. Her mother would ask Marie how she got on with him, demanded she had thanked him properly, and would threaten to get angry if not. He was complicit and the abuse was continued for many years. Her mother would deliberately shame her. When Marie began to menstruate, she thought she was dying, but her mother told her her periods were what dirty girls had. She deliberately gave her sanity pads that would leak, so she could shame and punish her. If she had a spot on her face, she would put a large blob of germaline on her face and tell her not to remove it, otherwise people would not know she was dirty. When she was unwell, her mother would get her partner to rub vapor rub on her chest. Her mother would soak her underwear in bleach and make her wear it, which still causes Marie discomfort to this day. In one instance, her mother and her partner forced a bottle inside her, which was painful. Her mother would attach clothes pegs on her clitoris to see how long Marie could last. Marie's mother also groomed her for others, and she had to share a bed with her. Marie was taken to another man's house by her mother's partner, where she was raped. He began to traffic her to other predators he knew through his work that operated like an organized group or gang. She became pregnant as a product of her abuse. On 2 occasions, her mother took her to a woman's house. There was a woman who used a knitting needle to perform the abortions. What the fuck? The woman's husband also raped her. What the fuck? She had bottle tops opened upside of her vagina and made to drink what was in the bottle when she was at primary school age. There were instances where she ran into members of her grooming network who would lure her into a secure location and rape her. The abuse she experienced included extreme sexual violence and degradation. She was raped repeatedly over the years, including anal rape. She was subjected to penetration with objects. She was urinated on. Her legs were held open. She was bitten on the back, put on the leg, and strangled. She has lasting injuries. Marie attempted to end her own life at school by walking in front of a van. At college, she drank a bottle of vodka and took a box of tablets in an attempt to kill herself. College counselor raised concerns and contacted her GP, but nothing was done. Between leaving school and joining college at 17, she was groomed by a 55-year-old police sergeant. Oh my god, man. And like this is what we're going to be going through on this as well. Oh my god, man. Like when the police are doing this shit as well. What the fuck are you supposed to do? He knew her background and claimed that he would catch her attacker and get justice for her. Instead, one evening he offered to take her out of the house and raped her. He went on to rape her on another occasion. Upon becoming an adult, she went to a woman's aid refugee for safety. He moved her to a safe location. On one occasion, her mother and partner went to the women's aid office. They refused to give them information and introduced additional measures to protect Marie. While in the safe house, she miscarried, a product of her mother's partner. Following this, Marie drunkenly called her mother and told her what had happened. Even after explaining who impregnated her, her mother said, "We would have loved the baby in the house." Oh my god, man. Her mother said we would have loved the baby in the house. Just think about those quotes and like the whole like Salem witch trials and all this kind of shit, man. It's oh my god. She went to the police in recent years and told them that she was a survivor of child sexual abuse, and they told her to go away and sort her head out. None of the perpetrators have been brought to justice. Like, I don't give a fuck about the religion. I don't give a fuck about the ethnicity. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you're purple, white, brown, yellow, whatever. We need the death penalty for pedophiles. Jane grew up in a fractured household. Rarely present, her mother was addicted to drugs and alcohol, regularly using hash and cocaine during Jane's childhood. She tried to end her own life on multiple occasions and left altogether when Jane was 7. Jane's father had significant mental health issues, though until the age of 5, she describes a generally positive relationship with him. However, after meeting a new partner following the departure of Jane's mother, he became colder, more distant, and increasingly abusive. He used his hands, a slipper, and a cane to hit Jane. Jane's mother re-entered her life with a new boyfriend when Jane was 13. The boyfriend was abusive towards Jane's mother and on one occasion raped her in front of Jane. Fuck, man. It was around this time that Jane's mother's drug dealer began grooming her via Facebook. He'd become aware of the fact that Jane was self-harming and presented himself as a sympathetic and supportive friend. Jane, vulnerable at the time, exchanged messages with him for several months. Eventually, the drug dealer began asking Jane whether she had ever smoked cigarettes, taken drugs, or had sex. During one half term, he asked to meet with her. She agreed, and he came to Jane's father's house while Jane's father was at the work, armed with a kosh. He took her up to the bedroom and told her to strip naked. He said, "You may be 13, but you've got the body of a woman," and raped her before promptly leaving. From then, the drug dealer regularly called Jane and waited outside her school for her. Jane would hide in the staff room and tell teachers she did not want to leave, as she knew he would be waiting for her. Staff did not intervene and would force her to leave school. The drug dealer regularly took Jane to his girlfriend's house where he would give Jane Valium and cannabis. He would also show her the drugs he took, including heroin, methadone, and crack cocaine. The drug dealer sexually abused Jane every day apart from the weekends for several months. Jane was misdiagnosed with personality disorder at this time. She did not tell anyone about her relationship with the drug dealer until one night during an argument with her mother, who was drunk. Her mother said, "I don't know why you are like this," and Jane replied, "Because I'm being fucked by a 50-year-old man and nobody has noticed." The following day, Jane returned from school to the police at her house. The police insisted that Jane, still just 13, would need to testify in court alone against the drug dealer. Intimidated, she did not wish to face him, and he was not persecuted. Following the revelation of Jane's grooming and rape of the drug dealer, Jane's father called her a whore and told her that he wished she'd just hurry up and kill herself. Holy fuck, man. School accused Jane of using self-harm to manipulate her father. She was regularly placed in detention and threatened with expulsion due to falling behind with schoolwork. As a result, Jane became increasingly disobedient and suicidal. At the age of 14, Jane began running away from school, taking drugs, and spending time with men older than her. On one occasion, she took an overdose before school in an attempt to end her life. She was taken to hospital after the staff told her she would have done it in the woods or somewhere private if she actually wanted to die. Her father then came to hospital and told her to try harder next time as she was wasting everyone's time. Later that day, she attempted suicide by cutting her own throat but failed. Jane was briefly taken into care at the hospital. She was discharged after less than a month, and everybody acted like nothing had happened. Her father would not accept her back into the family home. She was left homeless. Jane spent a short period of time staying with friends until social services was informed about her situation by her aunt. Jane refused to return home, disclosing to social services that she was being physically abused and showed them bruises on her body. She was then briefly taken into foster care before being moved into a children's home until she was 16 years old. Jane was then moved into a semi-independent living facility for vulnerable young people. After a few months, a female peer at the accommodation invited Jane to what she described as a party. This peer was coercive and intimidating, and Jane did not feel able to refuse. She was taken to a block of flats in Hounslow and expected to be met with a group of people her own age. Instead, the flat was occupied by 6 or 7 Somali men. Jane was taken into the bathroom by the girl who had brought her there and instructed to shave. She was told that she was being sold to the men for sex. Jane did not want to participate, but complied out of fear. She was then sexually abused by one of the men and made to sleep in a small child's bed afterwards. The following morning, the girl who took Jane to the flat was paid by the men. Oh my God. Oh my God. This occurred repeatedly over a period of months, sometimes with multiple other girls present. Jane was told that she needed to gain weight to be more desirable to the men. In response, Jane began purging, which developed into severe eating disorder. Jane was blackmailed with the threat of prison by the peer if she disclosed her exploitation to anybody. Violence and intimidation became commonplace at the semi-independent living facility. On one occasion, a young woman returned to the accommodation intoxicated and distressed, saying that she'd been abducted and sexually assaulted. The staff, who were aware that sexual exploitation was taking place on the site, chose to do nothing about it, responded by accusing her of making it up. Eventually, Jane disclosed her own sexual exploitation to accommodation staff, including the trafficking and exchange of money. She was told that what was happening did not constitute trafficking as she was over the age of 16. The police were not contacted and no action was taken. Jane was blackmailed by staff with the threat of being blamed for the exploitation of her and others if she took complaints any further. Jane's eating disorder intensified and she began self-harming again. She was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and admitted to a psychiatric hospital. While hospitalized, she disclosed the exploitation again. Police interviews took place, but due to her being heavily medicated, Jane was treated as an unreliable witness and no further action was taken. She also disclosed in writing what was happening to her. She was removed from her most recent social care file, but the original clearly states she wrote a letter to them a year before she was hospitalized, and a police interview matched the letter. This letter was not acted on by the authorities. What the fuck, man? As a result of her abuse and eating disorder, Jane has developed endometritis, which has resulted in the loss of half her uterus. Jane has since learned that her records at semi-independent living facility have been lost or destroyed despite statutory retention requirements, even into adulthood. Jane has not received any closure, and attempts to get justice have been met with delays, obstruction, and re-traumatization. Jane states that she believes that children remain at risk due to the culture of silence that persists across institutions that should be caring for them. I later learned the key records from the children's home were missing or destroyed despite statutory retention requirements. My care file from that placement cannot be produced. This has obscured my accountability. Oh my God, man. Yep, drop. Holy fucking shit, man. Holy fucking shit. It's like getting worse and worse and worse. Like the fucking police were involved in it. The police were oh man, like the police were perpetrators. They were involved in covering up. The administrators were involved in covering up. Some of the parents were fucking into it. It's like man. And like this is the thing. Like from what we've seen here, it's like yes, like what was it like 85 to 95% of Pakistani Muslim men. But like as you've seen from this report, this is not like a thing of like let's get the Muslims or let's shift all the blame or accountability to the Muslims and all this kind of shit. Big cover up, it goes higher. 100%. 100%. And we're going to be going late today. So let me reach out for the next couple of minutes and let the timer run out and we'll do an extra 3 hours to try and get through the rest of it. But holy fucking shit, man. Because like every aspect of it. Because like the broken home aspect, and then it's like obviously you're hearing from like one parent who's trying to go out of his way to protect his daughter, and he's been made out to be the fucking villain. Then there's another one where it's like the mother's actually the fucking villain, and nothing's being done about it. And then like we have the fucking police sergeant who's like participating in it. Like Jim was talking about like the Weimar Republic and all this kind of shit earlier on. And like typically the way that's described as is like imagine like walking down the streets and you're seeing like mother and like a mother and daughter being prostituted at the same time to the same man kind of situation. And then you're reading this shit. And you're like, holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck. Which is why, like, when I tell you, like, in Germany, there's going to be statues of Adolf. Because, like, I could be literally, and this is the thing, like, I could be struck down right now. I could not say another word on what will happen or what should happen or whatever the fuck. And, like, there's nothing stopping this train. There is nothing stopping this train. Because like I was saying earlier, when we were talking about the dynamic between men and women and how do we solve this whole situation. Like I'm a solutions oriented kind of guy. But the solutions that are on the table for this, like this is like imagine like a cavity. Like someone coming into like a dental office and they have a cavity, but the whole tooth is the cavity. This is we do not shy away from evil. We confront it. No, Jariah, what I mean by that is like this whole thing of like a dude that will be willing to take action and like do like atrocious atrocities and all this kind of shit like to these people. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're going to see. Like the dude that arises in Europe, the character that arises from this, like I hope this is not the case, right? I'm praying. I'm on my knees praying that this like won't come to fruition, but it's going to make like Adolf look like a moderate. Do you know what I mean? Because like, have you been like even like what you were saying? It's like horror after horror. You know what I mean? Because like we're kind of seeing there in like just compare the story. I forgot to do his name, but like the one story of the father who's like doing everything he can to protect his child from this, and he's being made out to be the villain. And then we just read about this mother who's like getting her sent over to her mate's house to have an abortion with a fucking sewing needle, and that like that she became pregnant with her boyfriend's thing. She's 13, she's pregnant, like by her boyfriend, the mother's boyfriend, impregnates her by raping her. And then the mother's response is, "Oh well, we would have liked to have a kid in the house." Do you know what I mean? This is why like I could no longer stand against the death penalty. You know what I mean? And this is before I was reading this shit. It's appealed to authorities because ours is so bad right now. But what I'm talking about here, Jiraiya, is that like police were engaging in rape. The politicians were covering it up. The administrators to these child protection services are removing records. Like, what do you do when there is that level of corruption going on? Like I said, I'm a solutions orientated kind of guy. If you have a better solution here, Jiraiya, I'm all for it. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is crazy. Leanne describes a childhood marked by extreme instability, domestic violence, fear, and early trauma. From a young age, she was exposed to abuse within her family, including sexual abuse by her uncle, which severely damaged her ability to trust adults or disclose harm. Frequent moves, social disruption, ADHD, bullying, and exclusions compounded her vulnerability. By the age of 14, Leanne was drawn into peer groups linked to significantly older men. These men were adult males, predominantly Kurdish, Iraqi, and other Muslim backgrounds, and they operated in groups. Grooming was systemic. Alcohol, drugs, accommodation, and emotional manipulation were used to entrap her. She was taken to various houses in Sheffield, notably Pittsmore, and other cities, where multiple girls were trafficked and sexually exploited. She was raped repeatedly, drugged, and on at least one occasion held captive and beaten for several days. She witnessed stabbings, shootings, and machete attacks, handled firearms as a child, and was forced into environments of extreme violence. At 15, Leanne became pregnant by an adult Iraqi man. She miscarried and later discovered that records had been falsified to suggest she was 16, thereby minimizing the seriousness of the offense. Despite repeated missing episodes, police intelligence, and sexual exploitation strategy meetings, safeguarding failed. The council housing department refused to assist her due to her age. Child protection plans were implemented but did not remove her from danger. Social services and police were aware she was associating with older Kurdish men at a high risk of sexual exploitation, yet intervention was weak and inconsistent. No perpetrator was prosecuted for a rape. She eventually escaped exploitation only after becoming a mother at 17 and moving away from the grooming network. As an adult, Leanne lives with chronic physical and psychological harm, including trauma-related fibromyalgia. She has never received justice. She gave her evidence to ensure what happened is finally acknowledged and not repeated. Yes, the authorities failing. I meant, yeah, but it's not just the authorities. It's also the fucking like the parents as well. So it's like, at what point, like who can the kid turn to? You know, and like this is what I'm saying, Gerard. Like what comes from this, like empire after empire after empire, like just look through history. It was the same in Rome. It was the same in the Weimar Republic. This whole thing of like, well, we're all German or we're all Roman. And then this mass fucking degeneracy and all this kind of shit. What happens after that is an Adolf type character. You know what I mean? And DK, I've said this time and time again. I don't give a fuck what religion you have. I don't give a fuck what color your skin is. If you're a pedophile, you should be given the death penalty. Simple as. Simple as. DK, conspiracy, fuck off. It is what it is. It is what it is. But this is what I'm saying. Like this whole thing of like trying to say it's the Jews or the Juiceberg thing. The reason why I'm so heavily against the Juiceberg thing is because it doesn't address the problem. You're only looking at a subgroup. I want to go after all these motherfuckers. Right? So when you do the Juiceberg thing, all of a sudden, like the Christians, they fall through the net. You know what I mean? Or the Muslims, or like the native born pedophiles and all this kind of shit. We give them a pass because we're all focused on Jews. You know what I mean? I'm against all the globalists. I don't give a fuck what color skin they are. I don't give a fuck what they claim they are. I'm against all pedophiles. You know? I'm a racist against predators. I won't say racist, but discriminatory, 100%. 110%, Shazzy. You know? This one's Lily. Lily was raised in a large, loving, working family in the 1970s. Her family's life was predominantly or permanently destabilized when the council forced them out of their cottage to build flats. They were evicted from their home and moved into 2 council houses. This was the first time anyone in the family had lived on a council estate. After moving on to the council estate, trouble began immediately. One older boy attempted to take Lily's hand from her mother when she was 5 years old. Her mother reported it to police, but it was treated as a joke. Years later, the same person went on to rape a 3-year-old. What the fuck? This perpetrator and his brother then began targeting the family. They harassed Lily's mother and beat her father badly. This created an atmosphere of constant fear and chaos. Police frequently attended the family home, turning over the belongings and breaking possessions while investigating false accusations. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned home disclosed severe abuse in children's homes, including rape, violence, humiliation, and intimidation. Lily herself was groomed and repeatedly abducted and raped by a man from the age of 6. Fucking hell, man. He threatened to harm her sisters if she spoke. Lily's sister was sexually abused by her own social worker at age 12. This was actively covered up by management, who pretended he was in a relationship with another social worker to deflect suspicion. He gained legal guardianship of Lily's sister and eventually married her. He was paid by the local authority, and her sister never completed her education. Lily witnessed children being selected by staff and handed over to foreign taxi drivers for many years. Lily witnessed being selected by staff and oh my God, man. In the children's home, Lily was violently assaulted and sexually abused by staff. Management figures dismissed or covered up the abuse. She also suffered numerous violent injuries from staff. The most serious was a head injury that resulted in lasting neurological damage. Later in adulthood, she was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. After returning to school with serious injuries, Lily was sent back home to her parents. At age 14, upon returning to the estate, she was gang raped by older men and boys. She did not report it to the police. As an adult, Lily learned that police and council records of her abuse had been hidden for decades. Operation Marmion briefly acknowledged her account before being shut down at a senior level. This gets covered up, man. The administrators fucking, oh my god, man. He was told the perpetrators were out of jurisdiction, dead or untraceable. No one was held accountable. They would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. Holy fuck, man. Grace. Grace was raised without a father and with a mother who met her basic physical needs but was emotionally cold, neither nurturing nor affectionate. She believes this early life experience contributed to a lack of emotional security and increased vulnerability later in life. At 4 years old, she was sexually abused by a babysitter. Man. Man. She also had no memory of the abuse, and she states that it does not directly trouble her emotionally. Grace's mother prevented contact with her estranged father without giving any reason, causing Grace to rebel against her. By secondary school age, her behavior had deteriorated significantly. She began getting into cars with adult men who offered her cannabis, music, foods, and lifts. She states that the majority of the men who groomed her were Pakistani, although some white men acted as intermediates and assisted in the grooming of girls. She was raped on multiple occasions by adult men, often while intoxicated. Because she'd been drinking, she believed she was responsible for the abuse. At 15, she believed she was in a relationship with an adult man, a situation that lasted around 5 years. During that time, she experienced domestic violence, rape, and coercive control. She reported the perpetrators to the police, wishing only to prevent other children from experiencing abuse. However, the police arrested and interviewed some of the men about Grace without consulting her in advance or assessing the potential impact on her. She felt pushed into prosecution without adequate preparation or support. Found the process abrupt and poorly explained. As a consequence of the police's handling of the case, she experienced flashbacks, panic attacks, and relapsed into substance misuse. Another partner was a paedophile involved in grooming gangs who sexually abused their children and others. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family and manipulated police investigations for years. Police repeatedly failed to seize devices, link cases, and act on stalking logs or protect her and her children. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequence. Cumulative impact includes severe mental illness, displacement, loss of employment, and ongoing fear. If I got raped tomorrow, I would never come back to the police again, because what is the point? It's just a pointless process that leaves you feeling even worse because you're either not believed or you're not taken seriously, or they don't use the tools you've got to investigate properly because it's too hard. Oh my God, man. Like, that's like demoralization. Like a loss of meaning. 100%. Like, we know about Prince Andrew, of course. But why is the royal family so interested in bending the knee to Islam? Why are the queers for Palestine? Because they're pedophiles. Victoria gave evidence as a mother of a vulnerable teenager who started at a local college in 2022. In 2023, her daughter abruptly converted to Islam. Victoria discovered Muslim clothing, a Quran, and a prayer mat hidden under her bed. Her daughter began quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day. This sudden change coincided with a secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student who held strong Islamic beliefs. She became disrespectful to her family and started speaking negatively about Britain. Victoria says her daughter changed completely. The boyfriend exerted coercive control. He held her daughter's banking details via Face ID, controlled her social media, isolated her from her family, and imposed strict Islamic practices. Concerned by this, Victoria contacted the police and reported the controlling behavior and sudden conversion. The police said they would refer her daughter to social services as she was still a child. When social services visited, they learned her daughter was being made to take contraception. They also discussed the nature of her new Islamic beliefs. The social worker said that she would refer to Women's Aid for support with the coercive and controlling relationship. Victoria asked the social worker to look into the partner's background, but the college did not respond to the social worker's inquiries. Victoria then contacted the college's safeguarding lead herself. The lead agreed it sounded like exploitation and referred the case to Prevent, the British government's counter-terrorism program designed to safeguard vulnerable people from radicalization and terrorism. Her daughter's diet changed dramatically. She stopped eating bacon and ate far less than before. Spent a lot of time in and out of hospital, but never explained why to her mother. Her mental health also deteriorated severely. After meeting the man, she reportedly attempted suicide by cutting and making desperate calls saying she would kill herself. During one emergency hospital stay, police removed her daughter from Victoria, threatened Victoria with arrest. Oh my God. Police removed her daughter from Victoria, threatened Victoria with arrest, and transported the girl to a address of her abuser's brother. Oh my God, man. What the actual fuck? Oh my God. There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, rape, and financial exploitation. Money was funneled through the abuser's brother's bank account. The man and his family racially abused her, calling her a white slag, and pressured her to drop all complaints and marry him. Prevent's involvement was catastrophically delayed. College's safeguarding lead initially told Victoria that referrals had been made and accepted. Later evidence showed that they were sent late, incorrectly, or not at all. What is going on, man? Like, it's either like these institutions that are set up to protect the kids are either like so inept or so fucking shit, essentially, that like they're just useless. Or like these institutions, like some of these institutions are just like fronts for continuing on the abuse. And then when the police get involved, they blame the parents. Unless the parent is actually abusing the kid. Then they're like, no, we'll let this shit slide. What is going on, man? Arrests were delayed for months and rape allegations were eventually dropped due to lack of evidence after only limited phone checks. Victoria concluded that systemic failure and institutional reluctance to address Islamist-related safeguarding had placed her daughter in grave danger. Oh, let's not do justice, and let's cancel justice, folks. Out of fear of being called a racist. Not actually being racist, out of fear of being called a racist. Like, this is what I'm saying, Jariah. Like, eventually, what's going to rise up is a dude who may actually be racist. Because at that point, it's like, well, you're calling the moderates racist. You're calling, like, the moderate people racist anyway. You know what I mean? The local mosque where the boyfriend used to go is known for extreme radical views, and I feel that the children and young girls that are attending that mosque are being taught what to go out and do in the community, and to our children at the schools to preach. And like and Jess is bringing this up earlier on as well with the whole aspect of like the females. That's like they never suspect the females, or they never hold the females accountable. But oftentimes, like, these abusers will use the women like to protect them, or to do the shit for them, to do the grooming for them. Eleanor was born into a financial, comfortable family, but despite this, she had a childhood marked by instability, emotional neglect, and a lack of adult protection. Parents separated, and after moving away with her mother and two sisters, she lived in poorer conditions and saw much less of her father. Without her extended family around her, and with a mother who was emotionally distant, she left to grow up largely on her own. Her desire for adult attention resulted in poor behavior at school. She was expelled in year 7 and placed in a pupil referral unit, which she was eventually excluded from as well. She attributes her disruptive behavior to a lack of desire and emotional capacity to engage with her education, as well as a lack of structure in her life. She's preoccupied with seeking attention, validation, and care. And this is why it's not just boys that need their father, it's also girls that need their father. Or a strong father, I should say. By the age of 13, she began to be groomed by older men whom she encountered locally, usually in the town centre. Some were older white men, but there were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant in the area. As the grooming continued, Eleanor's behaviour deteriorated significantly. She had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs and kept her in various houses. She believed these men were looking after her and offering her the care she craved. While this was ongoing, her mother was unaware of her location but did not report her missing. Bro. No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, and spending significant amounts of time with adult men. When she was 14, she returned home one day after being away and no one answered the door. Anna climbed onto the roof of the house and managed to get inside. She discovered the house was completely empty. Her mother had thrown everything away, including childhood photographs and personal items, and had left without telling her. She went to social services of her own volition and was instructed to go to her father. She was expected to travel to him on the train alone. She had no meaningful relationship with her father and only spoke to him occasionally. When Eleanor arrived, he made it clear that his new partner was his priority and that she and her sisters come second. His partner tried to get her onto a more stable path and back into education. Due to her previous exclusion, school repeatedly refused her. In an ethnic majority area, she was explicitly told by one school that she would not be admitted because she was an English girl and would be the only one. She was placed in a pupil referral unit, but the behavior of other students there did little to give her the sense of safety, structure, and aspiration she needed. She therefore ran away often. Frequent running away resulted in repeated arrests, and eventually social services decided she could be contained in a family setting, took her into care. While in care, she became more visible and accessible to men who were already looking for vulnerable girls, and she was once again groomed. On one occasion, some adult men approached her and offered her alcohol on a lift. She drank a small amount and quickly became unwell and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was aware she was inside a house that appeared to be decorated for an Asian wedding, but she lost consciousness again. She finally awoke properly. She found herself abandoned by the side of a road, unclothed, injured, and disorientated. She managed to make it back to her children's home. However, she was not asked what happened, taken to hospital, or had any record made of the incident in her case files. Following this incident, Eleanor went missing far more frequently. She would sleep rough in doorways, abandoned buildings, and taxis. No one at the care home asked her any questions about why this was happening. She was transferred to a different children's home where men regularly collect the girls from outside the home and sometimes in the building itself. Man, what is going on? Oh my God. So it's like the parents aren't helping. The school system ain't helping. The fucking institutions set up to protect women and children aren't helping. They're just masquerading. Oh my God, man. They're just like wolves in sheep's clothing. Oh, man. The staff allowed this to happen. The men offered food, alcohol, places to stay, and a sense of belonging, but in reality, they were there to sexually exploit children. Eleanor became involved with an older man whom she believed was her boyfriend. He was involved in the drug trade. She was taken to Jersey and kept in a hotel for several days. She was not allowed to leave freely. Upon returning to the care home, no one questioned where she'd been. She continued to be arrested for low-level offenses, particularly shoplifting. She was eventually placed in a young offenders institution. On one occasion, she was punched while being arrested, and this experience, among others, destroyed any trust she had in the police. From this point onward, she saw the police as just another threat. When she was 17, Eleanor was present at a stabbing incident involving men connected to the grooming network that had been abusing her. She was not involved in the violence, but gave the victim first aid and called emergency services. She was arrested at the scene and charged under the doctrine of joint embassy. Oh my God, man. Oh my God. I don't know if I'm going to get through this. I think we're going to have to pick this up on Monday. This is crazy. The case did not come to trial until 2 years later when Eleanor was an adult, and so she was tried as an adult. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She believes she was criminalized for circumstances that arose directly from exploitation, neglect, and systemic failure rather than being protected from them. Following her conviction, Eleanor converted to Islam. What? She did not do so for theological reasons, but for practical ones, as a method of survival. In many environments she had experienced, Muslim girls were afforded some degree of protection relative to non-Muslims. She felt that conversion was a way to reduce risk and make herself less vulnerable. Before serving her sentence, she became pregnant by an older man and entered into an Islamic marriage with him, believing it might provide stability and protection. She was imprisoned with her young baby, an experience she found deeply distressing. Following her release, she was subjected to domestic abuse and coercive control. This abuse was not always physical. It involved isolation, monitoring, restrictions on her behavior, and the constant erosion of her sense of self. She was controlled through fear, guilt, religious obligation. She was not allowed independence or employment. And others were told she was mentally unwell. This further isolated her. She met and remarried another man who took her to Saudi Arabia. She was entirely dependent on her husband for everything and was not allowed to leave her house without him. She felt isolated and powerless. This experience made her realize she needed to leave Islam, but she knew that apostasy carried very serious consequences, so she kept it to herself. Because what do Muslims do to apostates? However, she was eventually able to escape Saudi Arabia and return to the United Kingdom with her children. Back in Britain with no home, work, or money, she was raped by another man, became pregnant again, and fell forced into another marriage. Her abuse continued. She eventually escaped the situation after studying in secret and building up her sense of identity and confidence enough to make a new life for herself. Eleanor believes much of the harm she experienced could have been avoided had the institutions adequately protected her. No shit, the child services are there like saying, which one you want? Which one you want? The education system excluded her, the police criminalized her. Like every level. The parents neglected her. The children's services did not safeguard her. Like literally, like the children's service thing was the one that was fucking going along with this shit. The education system excluded her, and then the police criminalized her. Like, who do you turn to? Like, real talk, chat. Who the fuck do you turn to at that stage? No, Jariah, she's literally like, fuck it. My parents have abandoned me. The children's services are fucking going along with it. The education system has told me to go fucked. And the police are criminalizing her. Because, again, she stayed and tried to keep the dude alive. The dude that got stabbed. And she's the one that's getting criminalized. At that point, you're like, fuck it. I might as well joined the Islam thing and tried to find one of the good ones, but there are no good ones in Islam. And then they shipped her off to Saudi Arabia. Exactly, Shazzy. And this is why nationalism is not a bad word, right? And they will call you a Nazi for it, but there's 3 simple words. Like when they call you racist, when they do all that, try to play all that like shame game with you and all this kind of shit. 3 magical words when they call you racist. Teriak, you're racist. I don't care. And why is nationalism such an important thing? Because the backbone to the nation is the fucking nuclear family. What's not mentioned here is the parents. Parents should be held accountable. The children's services should be held. Children's services should be fucking nuked, metaphorically speaking, in a video game or whatever the fuck. Right? Education system, abandoning the fucking youth and the police. Holy shit! It's literally at all 4 levels. Oh my god, man. Like, I knew that this report was going to be bad or horrendous. But it's even worse. It's even worse. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, man. And we're fucking busy doing fucking pride parades and all this shit. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, man. I'd had friends that were Muslim girlfriends, and this never happened to them. Yeah, so that's why they joined Islam. She was like, okay, well, maybe if I join Islam, they'll stop fucking raping me. They'd be in the cars with us sometimes, but the men would treat them differently. Rachel is the mother of a daughter who died aged 12 after taking an overdose. Her daughter was a joyful, creative, academically engaged child from a stable and loving home. She was, however, autistic, which made her more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. Following the lockdown response in COVID-19, her behavior changed dramatically. She'd become withdrawn, depressed, and began self-harming. Rachel's daughter disclosed that she'd been already raped by a white British boy from her school. Disclosure devastated her and her family. When police eventually attended the family home, she was told it would be her word against his, that the process would take years, and that it involved extensive paperwork. This interaction caused her to shut down and withdraw her complaint. Police investigation went no further. Despite assurances to the contrary, the alleged perpetrator remained in school and safeguarding was ineffective. She was subjected to relentless bullying, including physical assaults by girls linked to the perpetrator. They were filmed and shared online. Police took weeks to respond and failed to act on video evidence or threats. Rachel's daughter was abused and threatened on Snapchat and other platforms daily. The intimidation escalated when the perpetrator's adult brother attended the family home and attempted to force entry. Police advised only that the family should consider moving house. Rachel's son was assaulted at school. On the night of her death, Rachel's daughter took an overdose of colchicine, stating that she just wanted everything to stop. She suffered multiple organ failure and died days later. Even after her death, the abuse continued. Rachel believes that her daughter was failed by the police, her school, and the Crown Prosecution Service. She states that she was effectively murdered by institutional failure. No, Jiraiya, there is trade. This is how I know that this report is like, it is unbiased and it is objective. But this is a huge problem, even with like the natives. Like, there are traitors in our midst. Yes, we have an immigration problem, but this is why I keep telling you, there's 3 fucking enemies. With the Muslims and the immigrants and all this kind of shit, you can deport them. And again, that's the fucking moderate solution. That's the fucking moderate solution. But then there's the fucking traitors in our midst. The parents that abandon their children. The fucking, this white boy that fucking raped her. The fucking middle-aged Karens that are fucking facilitating this shit. That are leading these pro-Palestinian marches and all this kind of shit. The queers Palestine. And then you have the pedophiles. And 100% Shazzy. Survivors. A strong nation would not allow this shit to happen. Like, parents that abandon their children should not be comfortable enough to fucking go in public, to even be to work a job. It's just so much worse than I thought it was going to be. So much worse. 100% pseudo. Jen's childhood was characterized by emotional neglect and a lack of safety. Her emotional needs were not recognized or prioritized by the adults in her life, particularly her parents, who were absent much of the time. Within the wider family context, boundaries were blurred and inappropriate dynamics were normalized. For example, family members introduced her to drugs and alcohol around the age of 13. Throughout secondary school, Jen was bullied, but staff did little to help despite her obvious distress. On the contrary, they contributed to her victimization. Much of the bullying stemmed from an incident in her first year in which a teacher refused to allow Jen to use the toilet, resulting in Jen wetting herself and being made to stay in the soiled clothes for the rest of the day. The teacher faced no repercussions. Oh my God, man. Jen began self-harming and running away from home, and the only adult she felt she could confide in committed suicide around this time. Into adolescence, Jen had no stable sense of self-worth and no adults who consistently protected or advocated for her. Her self-harm worsened and she experienced suicidal thoughts, yet safeguarding responses remained absent. Jen began to believe that she was not worth protecting, and as a result became increasingly vulnerable to exploitation. At 13, adult men began contacting her online, giving her a sense of validation and belonging. Sexual conversations were common, including one man encouraging Jen to insert a knife into her vagina. What the fuck? At 15, offline grooming began with a group of white British men who presented themselves as sympathetic friends to the vulnerable Jen. Though she was not raped by these men, one told her that touching was okay, but we can't have intercourse until you're 16 because of the law. Oh my God, man. At the age of 17, Jen was introduced to a gang of Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men by a friend who she now believes was herself groomed. The gang members, all of whom were illegal immigrants, trafficked Jen to numerous towns and cities across the Midlands, where she was raped by multiple men at what was described as parties. On one occasion, she was anally raped in a park by one of the gang members. She was taken on drug runs and witnessed the slaughtering of a lamb in the bathroom of a house. She describes a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty, and silence, in which racially supremacist attitudes were openly and regularly expressed. White British people were described as white trash, and white girls as English pig dogs. Perpetrators insisted that children choose exploitation, and Britain and its institutions were described as soft and easy to exploit. She boasted of receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions, Jen was forced to fill in asylum benefit applications on their behalf. Jen witnessed intimidation, violence, trafficking, asylum fraud, sexual exploitation, including the drugging and raping of children as young as 13, and the aftermath of gang-related murder while involved with the group, and was thus afraid to defy or disclose against its members. The gang became increasingly controlling and abusive, isolating Jen from her friends and family. Her movements, communications, and decisions were closely monitored and restricted, and any attempt to assert independence was met with threats. She suffered emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse at the age of 18, became pregnant as a result of rape. Jen was repeatedly told she was inferior and unclean as a non Muslim. Religious coercion escalated into forced conversion to Islam, partly due to her pregnancy. She was taken to a dark, dingy flat that had been converted into a mosque and married by an imam in an Islamic ceremony without giving consent. The marriage was used as a mechanism to legitimize control over her, and restrictions on her behavior increased. During pregnancy, the threats intensified. Jen was told she had no right to leave or make decisions about her child because to do so would be anti-Islamic. Her behavior was tightly controlled, including an instruction not to eat pork as the father believed it would make the baby gay. Donkey pull cart. She was told that disclosure to the authorities would result in shame and punishment. Nevertheless, she attempted to report a situation to police, but no action was taken. Oh my god, man. The ideological and religious dimensions of her trafficking and abuse were minimized, and the disclosures were reframed as relationship issues or cultural matters before being dismissed as exaggerated and unreliable. After the birth of her daughter, Jen's access to her child was restricted and used as a means of leverage. The father, an Iraqi illegal migrant, repeatedly took their daughter to Iraq despite having claimed asylum in Britain on the basis that he could not safely remain there. Oh man, I'm gonna. Oh man. While there, she was exposed to firearms, including AK 47s. When her daughter was 3 years old, Jen contacted the police after the father threatened to take their daughter to Iraq and never bring her back. Police responded that this was a civil matter and did not intervene. Because we don't want to be racist. You know, the ultimate crime, the ultimate sin is to be seen as maybe, possibly being racist, or to be even accused of being racist. Oh my God. The mere accusation, like people say, you know, that guns are dangerous, but accusing someone of racism, oh my God, that might kill a motherfucker right there and then. Holy fucking shit, man. Jen has not spent a single one of her daughter's birthdays with her since she was 9 years old and has had minimal contact with her for several years. Her father continues to take her to Iraq regularly. Jen now lives with complex PTSD, anxiety, depression, dissociation, periods of agoraphobia, and persistent fear and distress in relation to her daughter's safety and autonomy. These difficulties significantly impair her ability to function day to day. She gives evidence so that religiously motivated coercive abuse is properly recognized and confronted, even when doing so is politically, culturally, or socially controversial. They have no compassion for the young girls that are out on the streets and they see us as slags, as white trash. English pig dogs came up a lot. Muslims don't like pigs and they don't like dogs. So they hate dogs, they hate pigs, and they put women on the same level as that. Yep. Well, I would. It wouldn't just be anti-Islamic, bro. Like, I don't want just the Muslims. I want the fucking parents. I want the child service peoples. I want the fucking police officers. I want all of them. I want all of them to be fucking brought up and serve justice. And if that means giving a death penalty to every single one of these motherfuckers, then so be it. Then so fucking be it. Holy fucking shit, man. This is fucking tough to take, man. This is fucking tough to take. Holy shit. I'm going to call it here for today because, oh my God, man. Oh my God. It's worse. It's worse than I fucking anticipated. You know what I mean? It's somehow fucking worse. Holy fucking shit, man. Especially the police. Especially the police. Because like we're reading stories of like parents that are trying to prevent it are the ones that are being the villain. Portrayed as the villain, as the racists that are just trying to cause trouble. We need to worry about social cohesion. We need to worry about community building and all this bollocks. Oh man. What world are we fucking living in this? Oh my God. Right. So I'm going to put that there on Monday. This is going to be our study session for Monday. Make sure you stay tuned for that early Monday morning. Holy fucking shit, man. Holy fucking shit. I'm genuinely lost for words, man. Because I'd seen the quotes, you know? And it was like, okay, yeah, like it's clearly the immigrants, you know what I mean? But parents are involved in this shit. Fucking child protective services are involved in this. Police are fucking raping them as well. We are going to get through it all. Like I said, I'm going to be continuing on the next stream on Monday. But I don't know. It's necessary to hear this stuff, but it really raises the freaking blood pressure. What I keep saying, like, you need to understand how evil or what evil fucking exists out there. Like, it gets worse. I can't process that now. Yup. Like we just heard. Put a knife up there. From the last one. What the absolute fuck? Shout out to Big Daddy Bob for the 5. Says, nationalism outside won't help. It has to be Christian nationalism and patriarchal. But, like, when I say nationalism, I'm coming at that from, like, a generic thing. And what I mean by that is, like, for example, like, if we're talking about Japan, like, I think Japan should be nationalist. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm giving, like, the broad context as if we're talking to, like, any, but or just the abstract ideology. But across the West, definitely. Because, where is it? Wait, where the fuck is it? Yeah, so, like, when I'm talking about, like, nation or nationalism, you cannot escape religion. Religion is part of the culture. So let me, oh shit. So let me pull this up. So just to be clear to everybody, when I'm talking about nationalism, boys and girls, okay? Like this is like my strict definition. Like, what is a nation? Ethnicity. Okay? I don't want to hear no shit about, oh, well, you can't put ethnicity with, no. Shared ancestry and origins. I don't give a fuck where you're from. If you're coming from Nigeria and you land in Ireland, you will never be Irish. You will never be part of the Irish nation, right? Territory, a homeland or ancestral land, the borders that make the nation, the history, major shared events, struggles and memories, stories and myths of the founding legends, the heroes, the national narratives, the language, a common tongue, the symbols, the flags, the anthems, the holidays, the monuments. And then when you look at the culture section, the values, beliefs, manners and norms, and the morality and religion, the ideas of right and wrong, sacred practices and ceremonies. So all across the West, all Christian nations. Ergo, Christianity is the religion of the nation. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, Kanye, for the $5. And also, before you go, I know the stuff that we've heard is horrific. Okay? It makes the blood boil. But a lot of people are like, but teriyaki. It's literally like every single fucking aspect to it is from the parents to the child protection services to the fucking police, like to the schools. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's any coming back from this teriyaki. You should never fucking black pill. Okay? This is why I've put out a little edit. Okay? Teriyaki, can the Nigerian assimilate and become Irish? No. Nigerian does not have the same origin or the same ancestry that Irish people do. You know what I mean? Like I said, that's uncomfortable for a lot of people to hear, but it is part of the nation. If you don't have the same origin. Now, if the Nigerian married an Irish woman and they had a kid together, that kid could become Irish. Because through the mother, that kid would have the same origin. But the Nigerian man, the father, would never be Irish. Okay? Just so we're 100% clear. Right? Nigeria picks up a brick laid down after 2,000 years, trials, tribulations of Rome and Britain. Every rock gets expensive phone. This is what I'm saying, right? I put out a little bit of an edit on the, it's on the YouTubes, it's on my X. It's probably hard to find on the X, but if you go to like my most recent video, if you just want to kind of peruse this in your own time, or if you just want to download it or whatever the fuck, bookmark it. It's up to you. But again, like I said, you can go over, give an out cheeky like and all this kind of shit. A lot of people, again, would disagree with this, but after what we've read, too late to be scared. We need to focus on a solution. We need to focus on what we're going to do about this shit. Like I said, I'm a solutions-orientated kind of guy. I want to hear all the fucking options that we have available. Because if we don't have these conversations, if we don't talk about these solutions, otherwise, we're going to be fucked. Because what will happen will be worse than Germany. It will be worse than Germany. Okay? Nobody really even had a problem with the term nationalism until Trump used it. Oh, well, that's the whole fucking... the communists and the socialists that they just want power. They're fucked. They're part of that second group that are enemies, the traitors, the national traitors. That I would say. Pseudo. Teriyaki, I mean, his descendants, Yankees, never became Southern here, but after 3 generations, the descendants can if they assimilate. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, if the Nigerian has a kid with an Irish woman, that kid would be, like, would have a claim on the nation. But the father would never have a claim to the nation. You know? And exactly, Kyle. Nationalism is not a bad word. Alright? But, let me know what you think of this edit.
Look at this lion. He's the king of the jungle. Huge mane out there. He's laying down under a tree in the middle of Africa. He's so big. He's so hot. He doesn't want to move. Now, the little lion cubs, they start messing with him. Biting his tail, biting his ears. He doesn't do anything. The lioness, she starts messing with him, coming over, making trouble. Still, nothing. Now, the other animals, they notice this. And they start to move in. The jackals, hyenas, they're barking at him, laughing at him. They nip his toes and eat the food that's in his domain. They do this, and they get closer and closer and bolder, till one day, that lion gets up and tears the shit out of everybody, runs like the wind, eats everything in his path. Because every once in a while, the lion has to show the jackals who he is. It's too late to be scared. It's time to kill.
Now, there are a few people, right, that are worried about that clip. Oh, Teriak, what are you talking about? All this shit. It's like, look up the movie. It's all the billiards junkie, right? He's not in that movie. The dude doesn't go in and kill the fucking things. It's this whole thing of like, we're done playing nice, okay? All that imagery that you've seen there, that is European culture. And I'm sure as fuck not going to be playing nice and giving that up anymore, okay? Simple as, it's too late to be scared. We're not going to be playing scared anymore. Because fundamentally, it's either give up your fucking culture, give up everything that your ancestors built, and be called racist anyways, or fight for your culture, stop playing nice, and be called racist. Either way, you're going to be called racist. But I'm done playing nice, essentially. You know what I mean? Or having to act as though all cultures are equal, or we need to do multiculturalism, or we need to appreciate other cultures and all this kind of shit. Show me one Colosseum in Africa. And the Colosseum was built how many thousands of years ago? I'm done playing nice. I'm done playing nice. It is what it is. Just before we go as well, Bush was the one of them pushing the let's play nice with Islam after 9/11. Yeah, I'm done playing nice, Pseudo. I'm done playing nice. It's a dog shit religion and it should be treated as such. And I'm from Miami and I get the Big Daddy. I'm barely Southern being from Miami. Those know. And again, like I said, in terms of with America, okay? When America, the war of independence was fought in America, you had West Africans as well as Europeans fighting for America. For independence for America. Okay? That's why, like, when I'm talking about Ireland specifically, we have different histories. Formation of America is different to the formation of Ireland. When it was Irish, it was only Irish who fought for Ireland. You know what I mean? That ancestry, that lineage, that origin, different. You know what I mean? So in terms of America, you guys have a different situation with the ethnicity shit. So again, it's particularly for Americans, they get very uncomfortable when you bring up ethnicity and all this kind of shit. But like I said, like this whole thing of like, but ultimately though, there can be Negro Irish, right? If they culturally take on the heritage. No, let's say a Nigerian man moves to Ireland. Like he will never be Irish. Like that dude will never be Irish, even if he assimilates with the culture and all this kind of shit. I'd never classify him as Irish because he does not have the same ethnicity. He does not have the same origin. Appreciate you, Blue. Good night, good morning, everybody. Sorry about no worries, Dry. Like I said, I appreciate you commenting on all this stuff. You know, just got to sleep already. Damn it, I need it. Okay, I will. I'm not racist, but I am a culturalist, 100%. Besides corrupt, but you're going to be called racist anyway, Blue. You know what I mean? Besides corrupt officials who allow the insanity, the populace being lazy with too many conveniences are just not standing up and taking their country back. That's what I'm saying. I'm done playing nice. Your Irish culture is where we rednecks get our nationalistic and independent heritage. Don't tread on me is an Irish idiom. 100%. But again, like that's because America is like it's like that mix of like different European things coming together and fighting for a nation. So like in terms of like what would ethnically class you as an American would be that mix of like European heritage and then like that West African from the slave trade that was over there, who fought in the actual War of Independence. When it comes to like when the independence of Ireland was fought for, it was all Irish. You know what I mean? So that's why it's different and why, you know what I mean, like Americans get they kind of get uncomfortable because it's like, oh, are you a white nationalist or are you a white supremacist or whatever? It's like, that's not what I'm talking about, you know? Carl says, I'm definitely racist. Either way, fuck it, they call Trump racist. You know what I mean? I'm finished playing nice, you know? If a Nigerian's immigrant grandchild, like, is the grandchild like with an Irish descent? The grandchild has an Irish descent or an Irish origin that they can point to, then yes. You know what I mean? But like I said, a lot of people like they don't understand what I'm talking about when I'm saying that. You know what I mean? But like I said, we're going to be talking about this. We're going to be talking about the rape gang inquiry and so much more on Monday's show. Appreciate you all. Hopefully, it's had a good show. Again, appreciate all the donations. Big Daddy Pod. Let me just give a quick shout out before we got Big Daddy Pod with the $10 at the end. We got Spartacus with the multiple $20. Even the $10, multiple different $20 there. We got Spartacus as well with the 50. Who else? We got Ferrer coming in as well. We got Shazzy Bear with the gifted memberships and the £10 as well. Who else? We got Halfwood as well, renewing his membership as well, and with the $10. Appreciate you all. Thank you very kindly for a mega episode of donations. Getting a bit worried because the donations have gone down, all this stuff, but it goes to show you never know. You never know. All it takes is a good stream or two, and sure, fuck it. Like Jungle kind of justifies that as well. Like one good stream with Jungle, and you could be set for the month. You know, shout out to you all, because like I said, without your support, I wouldn't be able to do this on the daily. You know what I mean? The whole reason that I'm able to be a streamer professionally is because of you guys. I'm an aspiring professional memester, and hopefully by the end of this year, we'll be able to change that title from aspiring professional memester to professional memester. Because again, it's because thanks to you guys' support. You guys are my boss, essentially. You guys pay my wages. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, salutes to yous, absolute legends. And that's why my kind of aspect on this is, like, as a nationalist, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, you know, Ireland is where my butter is bred. My butter is bred. My bread is buttered. Holy shit, I can't even speak anymore. But this is what I'm saying. Like, when you are of that nationalist mindset, you can be kind of like ultra, like what would separate you from like ultra nationalism to just nationalism is, you want to build up your country as a nationalist. You want to build up your country for your own peoples, but you also will respect cultures or nations, I should say, that are greater than you. And clearly, America is the greatest nation this world has ever fucking seen. You know what I mean? So, as a nationalist and not a ultra nationalist, that's why, like I said, I have so much respect for the Americans, and that's why I keep trying to reinforce to you guys. You guys get hit with fucking insane propaganda, insane. You know what I mean? So any of these motherfuckers that want to tread on fucking your flag, that want to burn your flag, tell them to go fuck themselves. Tell them that they're traitors. Tell them that they're pieces of shit. Because there is no greater fucking nation that this world has ever seen than the United States of America. And my message to any of the Americans out there is, I'm not asking you to believe in me or to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do is to trust your president. He's got this in the bag. Trust the plan. Hashtag winning, as they would say. So again, we end the show the same way. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you guys on Monday, early Monday morning. Have a good one, folks.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.